Class Introduction. Welcome to the class introduction of Arena of Valor. In Arena of Valor, the two sides will confront each other in teams of 5, and the heroes are the avatars of the players on the battlefield. Your knowledge of your hero in class is the first step towards victory. For your convenience, heroes are divided into 6 classes in the legendary duel: Tank, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support. Due to the unique abilities of some heroes, they will have multiple classes. Players can clearly see the characteristics of the 6 classes in the hero interface. Aside from this, players can also check the class of their chosen hero at Choose Character screen in a match. Tank class heroes. Tank class heroes fulfill the role of the meat shield of the team. If you're a fearless warrior who wishes to charge through the forefront of battle, then tank class heroes are undoubtedly the best suited for you. Disrupting the enemy's formation and drawing their fire is the core use of tank heroes. Thus, they also shoulder the heavy burden of initiating team battles. Warrior class heroes. Warrior class heroes excel in close quarter melee combat, combining the ability of dealing damage and tanking. Warrior class heroes are the backbone of the team, and they're suited to fight in any situation. At the same time, they have multiple item sets and play styles. In a real combat situation, we will prepare item sets based on the team's composition and battle situation to balance the team's overall offensive and defensive capabilities. Mage class heroes. Mage class heroes are the core of the team's offensive capabilities, dishing out large damage via magic. Using their spells and abilities to obliterate everything in their way is what all mages desire. Normally, mage heroes all have powerful magic damage capabilities and a certain amount of control abilities to ensure that they can quickly defeat enemies with very high armor. But due to their poor survivability, they can be vulnerable targets for the enemy's attack. Assassin class heroes. Assassin class heroes are the masters of burst damage. Thus, they are quite difficult to use. If you're someone who enjoys the thrill of seeing the enemy fall to 0 almost instantly, then the Assassin class heroes are your best choice. Assassin class heroes often combine excellent movement abilities with damage abilities. However, due to their lower basic HP than other heroes, Assassin class heroes rely on other players' ability to assess the situation and timing, as well as their mastery over the hero to maximize their potential. Marksman class heroes. Through steady and consistent physical damage, Marksman class heroes are also the core of a team's damage output. Different from the ability based on burst damage of mages, Marksmen prefer suppressing their enemies from afar and dishing out non-stop physical damage. But their fragility and lack of survival skills are their biggest shortcomings, putting them in a position where they are dependent on the protection and support of their allies. Support class heroes. Support class heroes value functionality. Normally, they are unable to deal substantial damage or have noticeable defensive abilities, but they have the important mission of protecting their allies, supporting their attacks, and guiding the initiations of team fights. Support players can also be the MVP. According to the different styles of the team, some teams require a tanker support hero who can share the burden of the tank with higher offensive capabilities, whilst other teams require a functionality-based support hero who can protect teammates in dire situations and provide buffs to control and enhance magical damage. Your choice is closely tied to the team's needs in real combat. A team will need to choose 5 out of the 6 classes above to form. Utilizing different combinations of heroes can bring forth different chemical reactions for the team, and the right mix of combinations will allow you to demonstrate your advantages. This concludes the class introduction for Arena of Valor. Good luck on the battlefield, and we will see you next time. Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle Alert Pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness Status Ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal Status Ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill in cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy Status Ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation Alert Ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield. Welcome to our video introducing the team communication systems in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate quickly and clearly in-game, Arena of Valor has introduced team communication systems, such as pinging, quick messaging, built-in real-time voice chat, and emojis. Players can press the context-sensitive ping button prompt on the top right corner of the screen to instantly notify teammates of their status on the battlefield. Players can also drag and hold the ping button to various elements in-game for different alerts. Depending on the context, pings can be divided into types such as battle alerts, wilderness status, personal status, enemy status, and situational alerts. Check out our ping system introduction video to learn more about how you can use the ping system in Arena of Valor. Players can use the in-game quick message system to plan and communicate. Quick messages first appear as part of the pre-battle strategy screen.
Rally for a team fight.
Before the match, the player can set selections and adjustments within settings. These pre-made messages can be split into 3 major categories: defense, offense, and communication. Players can select 8 messages from these 3 categories to use as quick messages within Arena of Valor. Some quick messages even have voice lines that play when being used.
Let me get the buff.
In the event you want to communicate in more details with your teammates, you can also tap the box beneath the quick message window to enter text. Keep it clean. Aside from quick messages, voice chat will always be the most accessible and concise way to communicate on the battlefield. Players can use the game's built-in real-time voice chat system to speak and converse with their teammates directly. To use voice chat, tap the microphone button on the left side of the screen. When the player is queuing with friends in a pre-made party, they can choose the voice chat to be party only. Emojis are a fun and expressive way to communicate within Arena of Valor. Before the start of the match, players can equip emojis with their customization suite. Make an emoji selection while in a match to use the corresponding emojis. When triggering certain scenarios, heroes will automatically release their preset quick emojis. If there are teammates nearby that use an interactive emoji, and the player responds with an interactive emoji of their own, a new effect will be created for both emojis. One last thing to note, emoji displays can be seen by your enemies. Use your smileys wisely.
The other way around.
Painting genius, Jan. Since his childhood, the exceptionally talented Jan has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Jan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Jan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Jan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Jan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Jan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive enhanced normal attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2, Draconic Step. Jan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Jan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive enhanced normal attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3, Hills of Dream. Jan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Jan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Jan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior-type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use skill 3, skill 1, enhanced normal attack, skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by skill 3, normal attack, skill 1, normal attack, the second part of skill 3, skill 2, skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, coordinating with skill 2's movement and skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
Heroes and a good day to everyone. Welcome to Arena Valor International Championship 2022. We are at the quarterfinals, day number 3, and we have 2 series that we're very, very excited of. Once again, my name is Vittorio, and with me, my co-caster is Brian Giang.
Yeah, Brian Gill.
Yeah,
Things suddenly got personal, but I think the teams are too, in a sense. For the past 2 days, we have seen dominating series 3-0, 3-1 in their respective games. But the top 4 right now that we're seeing are the following: Talon Esports, One Team, Bikertopia, V Gaming, Valencia CF, and Bacon Time. Both have managed to hold on for their dear life here in this tournament. They're not yet bidding goodbye. Only the ones of a Dope Team and Team Flash were the ones to drop out in the AIC 2022. I'm also excited, especially with the games that are gonna be happening today, especially for Talon Esports and One Team in particular. I'm looking to see whether it's gonna be a quick one or an extended series. Again, this is the schedule of AIC 2022. It's now June 25, or well, June 24, depends on where you are watching from. But as of today's in the schedule, we are still on the 3rd day of the quarterfinals. Yes, it is gonna be a best of 7. Woo! Possible game number 7? Yes, but will it happen? We don't know for sure. Next week, though, we are going to be having the semifinals on July 2nd and July 3rd, then the grand finals on July 10th.
And definitely, I'm very excited to see if you're going to see a 4-0 sweep or maybe a dominant 5-1, probable 6, probable game 6 as well. You're going to see in your screens the 2 million USD prize pool for AIC 2022. Ooh. That's very, very big prize pool for a MOBA esports. And the bulk of it is going to be in the first place with the 700,000 USD. Whoever wins the championship, they are going to be taking home this whooping prize. And for the second, third, fourth, we have $350,000, $200,000, $100,000 respectively. And 5 to 8, those that were eliminated in the playoffs are actually going to take home 40,000 USD. And for those that participated in the group stages, those that went home are actually going home happy as well, with a 10,000 USD as a consolation prize. We also have some prizes for those that excel individually, like the final MVP, the best players on their respective roles as well. Here are the qualified teams on your screen from Group A to Group D. We already said goodbyes to Team Flash. We also said goodbyes to a Dope Team. And definitely tomorrow we're gonna say goodbye to a lot more. But you know what's interesting? All of the RPL teams are still running in this tournament. VCF and its Bacon Time are still in the lower brackets, holding on to dear life, while KFC Talon is still going strong in the upper bracket. In the upper bracket, we can actually consider this as the upper bracket semifinals already, since, you know, it's going to be the upper bracket finals when the winners of today's series actually face off.
Yeah, this is actually quite amusing. We have seen some teams struggling to keep up with the other teams that are remaining here in this tournament, especially the ones that had a dominating performance during the group stages. So there's a lot of things to actually consider in terms of maintaining their good performance here, but the consistent ones are here in the upper bracket semifinals. Actually, Talon Esports, One Team, despite their kind of struggle or lapses, small lapses during the group stages, they were able to keep up their pace and keep up their momentum as well. Starting it off with the upper bracket quarterfinals, they had their games won in a dominating fashion, 3-0 and 3-1. Same went for the teams of Bikertopia Esports and V Gaming. We also saw in the lower bracket some resistance to the other teams that were knocked down towards the lower bracket of Valencia CF and Bacon Time after their struggle or their initial problem, I guess, in their games against their respective opponent in the upper bracket. So now we're going to be seeing the dominating teams battle against each other in a best of 7. Talon Esports and one team is the first scheduled match here. Next up is going to be Bikertopia versus V Gaming. I'm really excited about this because Talon Esports, well, even in the group stage, honestly, they had a fascinating performance. They were undefeated, if I'm not mistaken, during the group stages in both phase 1 and 2, and they were actually the most consistent ones compared to all the groups here and the teams that have battled so far in the AIC 2022. So for one team to be able to beat them, it's gonna take a lot, but it is possible. It depends on how they are gonna strategize this whole series, because I do remember the match of an initial battle between Bacon Time and V Gaming. It took a lot of planning and execution for it to happen, wherein V Gaming won against Bacon Time in a 2-0 fashion during the group stages. This time it's going to be an extended one, so the planning has to be precise and the execution has to be really well done.
I mean, going back to the group stages, I think it was Bacon Time who actually won over V Gaming. So I think the
No,
performance
the
of
phase one, but phase
phase
2,
one.
like V Gaming came back like stronger.
I mean, phase 2 was best of 2, and then we have
Yeah.
best of 3. V Gaming, I think, has been struggling in the best of 2, but going forward, we've seen them had a spectacular run in the AIC 2021, and this could be reminiscent of it, because V Gaming actually has a lot of tricks on their sleeves. They actually have an almost spotless position against the GCS teams. So I'm expecting a lot from V Gaming in the second series, but we are in the first series of the day. It's KFC Talon against One Team Esports. One Team Esports, one of the perennial teams here that proved that they have what it takes to go for different kinds of compositions, and they are actually winning with these compositions that we don't usually see from other teams. They were the first teams that actually put out Loyal out there in the open, and they are very, very effective on using compositions with those types of heroes. And in your screens, we're gonna see the players for KFC Talon. It's not gonna be Defoxin on the 80s. Actually, they are switching it up again. Tony's not gonna be playing.
Oh.
As Defoxin is gonna be subbed in onto the support position. Here on one team, it's all the same. Zay, Kai, Wawa, and K. Lunlun. Does KFC Talon have something that they are going to be surprising one team here in game number 1? They subbed out their main support, Tony, for Defoxin. And that's
That's huge.
That's kind of playing out a lot of different factors, because this is not the same type of KFC Talon that we're going to see. Tony is not going to be in the stable position of support, and they subbed in Defoxin, and then you have Ares as well, who's going to be popping off for KFC Talon. Don't forget the other members like IFA Pro. You also have NTNZ. You also have Moop on the jungle. So this might be a very, very offensive-oriented lineup. We've seen here the team matchup, the first blood raids. We have actually one team, whenever they get the first blood, it's actually a good thing, because one team is a team that's very, very consistent from early to late game. They don't give out free looks whenever they have the advantage. We've never seen them actually. Whenever you see the graphs, the games that they play in, the graphs always swing upward. It never swings violently into the side of their opponents.
Yeah, it's like one team is the kind of team that when they get the momentum, they do not let it go. They make sure they they maintain it and they get their win. Initially, during the group stages in phase one, they struggled a little bit, suffering two losses from their respective opponents uh, during phase one, but during the phase two, they had a fantastic run with no defeats whatsoever. Moving on to the quarterfinals, they had they had an almost perfect series against Valencia CF as well. And now, as we check the key player matchups, we do see more of an MVP count on the side of iPad Pro role goal difference as well. But it is also because of the whole factor here. Talent Esports as a team are able to execute their intended playstyle pretty well and counter the ones of their opponent. I like how you mentioned earlier that Talent Esports, just like V Gaming, put on the table some new stuff. They were actually the first team to bring out the Sinestria in the AIC 2022, which was also used later on by Bacon Time, if I'm not mistaken. And right now it's gonna be a good sign with a new or an adjusted roster here with a sub of a player. They might want to switch things up even more so that they would be more unpredictable here by one team. It would depend though, because things can go north or things can go south here for Talon Esports. The intended one is for it to be a good result, but here we will see what exactly will happen as Talon Esports is on the blue side. One team is on the red. So first pick priority for Talon Esports. One team is gonna be the one to ban the Aya.
Characteristically, it's a very exciting matchup here on the mid lane. It's iPad Pro and Wawa, arguably two of the best mid laners here in AIC 2022, and them having this kind of matchup, we're actually going to see the spectrum wherein who is going to be the better mid laner. Is it going to be iPad Pro with the flashy plays, or is it going to be Wawa with a very solid footing here in the mid lane? Characteristically, Wawa is a player that even if he does fall off, he can actually go with the compensated with team plays, and that's one of the good things about Wawa. Well, iPad Pro, he is very, very mechanically gifted mid laner. He knows if he can actually secure a kill, if he can actually go for rotational ganks, and that's the sense that you want from your mid laners. Very, very solid footing for both of them, but only one is gonna come out on top for sure, especially in this kind of matchup. We're gonna see the skills of both these players, how they're gonna be able to boost up the win rate of talent in one team. But the first pick here for KFC Talent, they went in for a Varus pick, a pick that you can flex in 3 positions, from the Dark Slayer lane, from the jungle, and then you can also flex it into the support position. We've seen it being used by Tony, but since Tony is out of the question, maybe Defoxen can actually use that Varus as well. That is a question that we want answered.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited already for game number 1. One Team Esports though, they went in for 2 solid picks as well. It's Azuka and Crixie. And in most matches, we've seen this duo actually be in the first 3 picks in most of the drafting compositions.
I like how Talent Esports also are trying to lay out some traps here, or try to get a reaction here from one team. They left out the Nakrot actually open for one team to pick up in their first pick phase, but one team responded with a prioritization on the Zuka instead, pairing it up with the Crixie. So what this does is that, well, the Zuka can actually do a really good job against the Nakrot, especially in the early game. We have seen multiple times invades happening to shut down the Nakrot, which is one of the most common scenarios already here in the AIC 2022, as Talent Esports will take it up. This is one of the possible things that can actually happen in the early game, so we have to keep watch here of NK later on and move on how they are gonna be choosing their respective camps, or maybe even be assisted by their allies.
Yep, and at this point, we're gonna see a lot of ability on one team. You have a Quixie, you have a Zuka. They hovered into a Richter, but they're actually torn between a Saphira and a Richter. If Saphira is gonna be picked, that's the first time we're gonna see another pick coming in from one team that you don't usually see from other teams. KFC Talon, though, they went in with a lot of mobility as well. The only non-mobile hero I'm seeing here is on that you would pick, but you have
Yeah.
insane range on that hero, and that actually offsets it. The ultimate that you has actually knocks back anyone that comes near, so you can also use that to take the advantage in terms of pushing away your opponents to a position that's going to be favorable for your team. And in terms of the first three picks, I think we're going to see a lot more of the solid first three picks onto one team. They have everything on their kit, the mobility, the slows. You also have some knockups and stuns as well. And the mobility is definitely going to be insane for one team. So in terms of getting the pickup kills that we can say, the ganking capabilities, one team is definitely going to have the advantage. But KFC Talon, if they're going to be able to zone out the members of one team, then it's going to be a different story, because the Yue is definitely a hero that's going to be menacing, especially if you are in the edge of its range.
And what I like about this pick is that one team actually used this during their match against Valencia CF in their second game, and we all know how it happened. It was a really good win by one team during their match against Valencia CF. So Talon Esports are making their research as well here against their opponent, against one team. And what this provides is that, well, Talon Esports having to pick a not usual hero in the mid lane gives them a bit more assurance or options in the latter games in this series. So if Talon Esports is going to be able to get a win here, then they would have a much more solid chance in winning the next ones. One team is fully investing on high priority heroes. They're also building a lot towards the late stages of the game, with the Violet already being hovered. It has a really relatively high range and a high damage as well. So what one team is trying to say here to Talon Esports is that, okay, you might be able to catch us in some cases, but if you make a mistake, we can punish you dearly for it. With all our damage, with the Crixie, with the Violet, and with all our engage and mobility, it's easy to close the distance and make the necessary response to your objective takings.
Yep, and definitely they're going to be hovering here for KFC Talon. The Nabil pick, which is kinda, I don't know, I'm torn between the effectiveness of this hero, because there's not much of a protection that you're going to be expecting from KFC Talon. Only the zone control that you're going to be expecting from the damage that the Yue is going to bring. And if Varus could actually hold down some of the heroes of one team to go in, then Laville is definitely a pick that, it's going to be a high risk factor for KFC Talon. He needs a lot of protection, a lot of items to be effective in the late game, but he is going to be a late game monster if we do reach the 20-minute mark, or if he actually gets a steamroll up as early as the early game. One team, they are still missing a support, or they're going to be using the Richter onto the support role, and they are actually going in for over on the quick knock. Scud as well is now being over here. This might be a jungle pick. It's either going to be a Zuka or the Scud being placed into the jungle. But I think Scud is a lot more effective in the jungle, just because I think he is more of a hero that just goes for the clear whenever he is in the Dark Slayer lane, and that's already the end of the composition. In terms of mobility as well, they added Yenna to the mix, and also the Varus, but two of their backlines of KFC Talon does not have much of a mobility. There's a speed up for the Laville, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough to actually deter the gap closers of one team. They put Scud into the Darkslayer lane. They went in for a Zuka jungle, so this might be affecting one team. But in terms of a 1v1, Scud cannot be bursted that easily by the Yena. So this might have been playing into the compositions as well. So we're gonna see if KFC Talent's damage can actually out damage one team who has a very, very solid footing. They have a Violet, they have a Quixie, and a Zuka to compensate for their early to mid game.
Early game is gonna be crucial here, especially for Talon Esports. We have seen many times already, especially yesterday, in Nacross being shut down quite early due to invades happening at the right place at the right time. And one team is for sure going to try that since they have put the Zuka in their jungle. So let's see how these teams are gonna be interacting with each other, as it's just the first game, but you know what they say about first game? You get your momentum from it, and it heavily impacts how you are gonna be dealing with the succeeding games you'll have in the series. It can be a fast 4-0. It can reach towards a game number 7, but let's see what's going to happen. Talon Esports on the blue side, one team onto the red, and as we see, well, a common start here for the Nacross is top side jungle. We're not gonna be seeing an invade here from one team, so this is going to be a good sign for Talon Esports.
Yeah, not much as you can expect on the invading capabilities here by one team. They don't have anyone that can sustain the action for them. Richter can actually parry some of the damage, but he's not gonna be able to just soak up the damage coming in from the members of KFC Talent. Remember, this is a UA that can just burst out anyone as long as the effective range is gonna be there. And they're just opening it up, going in for that Seagull take. It's gonna be a knock up here by Zay, and Kai goes in for the concussive flow, but the Foxen exchanges it up and box out his Runier. He's gonna be regenerating some of the damage being dealt here by one team. But I think that is a trade well won by one team as well, because they are going to be forcing a early recall here for Varus, and for the other members of KFC Talent, since Varus is not available to help them, they are going to be rotating back to another objective.
It's a safe start, not really an aggressive start here for both teams. Just currently focusing on farming. I think they're wanting to build up their momentum towards the initial spawn of the objectives. Moop is gonna get spotted out here, but Lulun takes a bit more of the damage. One team might actually prioritize the Dragon, and Talon Esports responding with a quick take on this Slayer. So no fight for the meantime, just pure farming and sizing up each other here for both teams.
They're trying to funnel in some damage into some gold into Moop. A lot more resources are going to be needed here for the Nakra to be effective. He is going to be on the preliminary builds of the Leviathan. He is going to be starting here with Ares using that double trouble, and the Foxen just getting there. Concussive shots are being used here by Kai. It's ultimate to secure that Seagull take, and additional gold is going to be falling into one team esports. They are now leading in terms of the gold. That's just 300, but that is substantial enough, because if you give a lead to one team, they're gonna make you pay. Ares is just gonna be in back of the tower.
Oh, flicker!
That's a lot of damage being taken here, and Zay is gonna be safely taking away his life with that parry, not being damaged here by the turrets, and that's a good start for one team.
Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever here by one team. They knew they can burst out Ares in a short amount of time, and they do see a kind of bit of a success here by one team whenever they get a first blood. 66.7% win rate whenever they get it, and it's a bit on the top 8 of all the teams that usually play here in the AIC 2022. iPod Pro might actually get caught out forced to use the flicker just to be able to disengage, but the double trouble actually will connect. He will try to disengage successfully, but he won't be able to do so. It's a trade 1-for-1 as Moop overstepped a little bit. Is not as tanky as the other hero, so puts himself in a vulnerable spot trying to get that kill.
Yeah, well, that is something that KFC Talent actually needs. They need to get a lot more gold here. NK is going to be the jungle that is going to have a lot of time in his hands, since Moop was taken out on that trade. Gives him a lot more opportunities to get some gold, but we all know Nakrot is a hero that you can't really stop unless you have consecutive kills on that hero. And of course, one team right now is going to be having an almost 1k gold lead against KFC Talent, and they're very very aggressive on the strategy that they actually do. They commit their flickers to actually get errors out into the open. Zay as well was able to tank just enough to open up a trade wherein Moop was going to be taken as well. So the damage that KFC Talent has is not yet enough and not substantial enough to get anything. And Moop is gonna go here. He is using Enduring Fury. The Skyfall is gonna be used here as well. But NK overturns that with the damage using his passive in Skyfall as well.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an oopsie by Talon Esports. They wanted to get that kill onto NK, but they had a bit of conflict there. One wanted to back off, and Difoxen attempted to commit on that kill. Unfortunately, they did not get that kill, and he got killed instead. Good job though by Moop, getting an objective on the top side river to match the ones here of one team. So they're not really trailing that much behind. It's only a 1,000 gold deficit here by Talon Esports. Double trouble could have hit the third time, but it took a flicker away from Wawa. So that's one spell already mitigated. Zay is just getting some vision here on the bot side river to give safety towards Sky, as we do see one team now kind of extending their reach here across the map. We're seeing Lun actually overstaying or a bit overstepping here on the top side, clearing the waves here of NTNZ so that he can actually rotate faster than NTNZ. No towers yet are falling down. All the towers are relatively healthy. The most tower that actually got damaged is top side, but it's gonna survive for a bit longer here. Talon Esports and one team are just focusing on the farm. They do have a sizable amount of damage, especially in the late game, since Erez and Kai both have picked up a high scaling marksman hero here. Double trouble not gonna connect this time though, so Talon Esports are gonna back off.
Yep, and Moop is just gonna be taking in some of the resources here by NK. Well, we're gonna see here Lun try to steal for his team as well. He is gonna be able to connect that. One team right now is gonna be almost equalized in terms of the gold that they have. And one of the biggest factors here is Zay is being pushed out in the Vision War. He's been damaged a lot in terms of the exchanges that we see. And that's going to make it difficult for one team to make a play, because if Zay is not healthy in most of the situation, they're not going to be engaging. And that's one of the key factors on the rotations of one team. Zay is one of the reasons why they always have the advantage in clashes. And if he's not gonna be ready for the clashes, they're not gonna be taking anything from KFC Talent. Now it's a 4-man rotation here. Moop is gonna be spotting out Wawa. Wawa might be in danger here, and he is not gonna be able to escape with a lot of the knockups coming in from Moop. The double trouble did not hit, but it is enough to actually deter the path for Wawa. He was not able to walk into the direction of the double trouble because he knows that it is already an easy kill. kill for KFC Talent.
Yeah.
There is going to be something of a skirmish here on the mid lane, and NK almost gets taken out as well. In the bot lane, the pressure is mounting. The dragon is going to be open for the taking as well. KFC Talent starts this, and without the help of Wawa and also NK in the area, it's going to be an uncontested Holy Dragon.
Yeah, I think what the Wawa wanted to do there was at least back off or sidestep away from the double trouble, but double trouble was just a bait. Moop was already able to close the distance towards Wawa, and they immediately got the kill, transition it onto a dragon. Darkslayer hasn't been taken just yet, but Moop will be able to clear it out as fast as usual. One team being on the defensive side right now. I think they're being a little bit scared, especially with the scenario here. Zay might actually be in trouble. He goes untargetable, but he will have to sacrifice Sky for it. And TNZ is not scared at all. Wawa again is dead, and NK is just too late onto the party. They will also lose this bot side tower. A while ago, one team is ahead by 1,000 gold. Now they're down 2.5k, and Talon Esports just keeps accelerating this game. They haven't picked up the Slayer just yet, but they will get the bot side here too.
Yup, KFC Talent is now the one dictating the rotations. With 2 turrets down here in the bot lane, it is going to be opening up a lot of opportunities. A lot of the rotates are going to be in the top lane right now, as there's not much that they can protect in the bot lane. Most of the advantages are going one-sidedly to KFC Talon, and one of the biggest reasons here is that how big of a power spike Ares and also Ipa Pro had. They were suppressing the placements of Zay. He's not able to comfortably stay in the brushes, and if he doesn't have that comfort, he's not gonna have the knockups and crowd controls enough to actually lock down any of the members of KFC Talent. Right now, they are just being harassed.
Yeah, the range of iPad Pro is, well, not as insane as an Elsu or something, but it is messing with the attempts here of one team to defend their tower in the mid lane. As a Slayer, the Doombringer is being spawned here. There's no attempt of a defense here by one team. They recognize how big of a threat Talon Esports can actually provide on all 3 lanes. Lunlun is forced to respond to NTNZ's pushes, while the rest of the members have to keep track across the map, because anytime they can throw out this double trouble and the follow-up might actually be there. Zay took a buckload of damage there just from the harass there of iPad Pro, and now with all 3 lanes being pushed here, one team is forced to just give these towers away, and Talon Esports, they're gonna be happily taking these structures because it's gonna help them so much in the economy department, with already a 6,000 gold lead rather above one team. Make it 4,000, but it might be even more because NK will fall down. A double trouble connects, and Talon Esports will fall back because they are eyeing on this Holy Dragon already.
Yeah, it was a forceful start there. They thought that Ares was going to be easy freaking. You need to remember that Ares still has his invulnerability to crowd control whenever he has his shields up. And also, he still had a flicker there. So NK actually forcing it out without the chain stunts coming in from Crixie, as well as the silences coming in from Zay, and some slows coming from Lunlun. That's already detrimental to your chances, because KFC Talon is right now has a very, very big lead, because the power spikes are definitely going to be felt here by one team. KFC Talon's composition, the UA gets a lot more dicey as he gets a lot more items as well on Ares' level with a 10.2k already. That's a big substantial change here. Double trouble always is gonna hit the mark because one team is always forced to actually group up, and in those instances, in a
more chances of winning.
1-4-5, it's very hard to dodge in terms of you guys are always in one path line, and there's not much that they can do. They are forced to be in this kind of scenario because they need all of their firepower to take out one member of KMC Talent.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, hey, one of you, please catch the double trouble because I cannot take it. Wawa can take it, Kai can take it, maybe NK, Lunlun, or Zay, but it takes just anyone getting hit. And Talon Esports will be able to get a kill. That's how big of a damage Talon Esports can actually dish out in a short amount of time. And one team is really forced right now to either dodge. If they're able to dodge, then lucky them. But if they have to give one to soak up that stun, then one is gonna die. And now Wawa getting caught out, nearly gets taken down, but they might actually punish Difoxen after overstaying. A bit of a delay here by Talon Esports in their engage, but they will be able to get a trade. Lilin is taking a lot of damage. It's just a 1-for-1 trade, but the momentum of Talon Esports is still high. They will be able to force one team to actually fall back, make the reset, because the Slayer, Dark Lord Slayer rather, is about to spawn in the next 17 seconds. And Talon Esports are more than just equipped to actually get it. They spawn the Doombringer onto the bot side. They will be attempting to make a push first to have a better position here on the Dark Slayer lane, but NK is trying to get some vision on his top side river. Right now, things are looking dark here for one team. They have drafted, they have invested so much in this composition. They have to make it work. Talon Esports are already halfway in taking this Slayer. NK and Lunlun is trying to close the distance. Can they actually get the steal? The answer is no. And Talon Esports are looking for the attack. One team looking to flee. Zay and Lunlun took a lot of damage, but they are going to be able to disengage successfully. Now, with the Slayer marching in the mid, Talon Esports, with a healthy amount of HP, looks to get the close.
Yeah, that was a good attempt coming in from NK, but unfortunately the damage coming from Eris is just too sustaining for them. And London did soak up a lot of damage, but you can see he doesn't have the capability to go for an entry. He needs someone else to go in first before he's going to be able to zero in and probably close the gap onto Eris and Hyper Pro, but that's not possible with the damage that we're seeing here. The Slayer already is marching here onto the mid lane, and there is a lot of defensive strats going in for one team. They're doing their best to clear up the lanes. The double trouble is not gonna get a hit, but this is gonna be opening in some stuff. Mark of the Hunter being used here by Zed. Goes in hot. He is gonna be forced to flicker in. Mook is going in with the Judgment Blade as well. He's gonna be having a lot of knockups. Orbs is still gonna be ready. NK tries his best to get the kill, but Mook closes it out. He is gonna be taken out as well, but he still has the opportunity to resurrect with Infinity Blade, and Eris is doing his best to actually shave the damage. Lulu comes in the area. The Moonfall is going to be used again, but they are not going to be able to defend as the Nexus has been destroyed. KFC Talon takes game number 1 strong.
Yeah, execution, planning, both have been on point here for Talon Esports, and one team, despite the composition that they have drafted, unfortunately, their execution was a little bit off, and Talon Esports made the most out of it. We talked about during the drafting phase some of the strats that one team could have actually done in order to get an early lead against Talon Esports, but I think having to not execute that heavily affected their early game. Yes, they were a little bit aggressive in the early game. We initially saw a 2-kill to 1 advantage against Talon Esports, but it was actually mostly because of the mistakes that Talon Esports have made. One team has been quite on the defensive here, more of responding to the attacks here of Talon Esports, but not really being proactive in this game. And Talon Esports, whenever they get a catch onto any member, especially because of Eris double trouble, one team has little to no time to react, and most of the time actually we just see them losing a member, Talon Esports gaining a lead here and there, and they built enough to be able to close out this game, especially after they have successfully defended their Dark Slayer as it marches into the mid. If ever, like most of the time when we see a Dark Slayer here in the AIC 2022, if you are able to chunk it down at least to half health, then you would have a 50-50 chance of defending your base. But if it's healthier than that, it it's a slim margin of being able to take it down, because you're not only gonna be needing to attack the Slayer, but you're also gonna be needing to attack and defend from 5 members of your opponent. And unfortunately, one team cannot do both.
Yeah, I thought that, if we come into the mid game, it was gonna be one team, but there was a steamroll for that came into play here for KFC Talon. They were getting all the right looks. They were able to zone out the members of one team, and definitely i5 Pros Yue did this part. Every time there is going to be a opportunity for him to damage London, who's going to be soaking up the damage, as well as Ze, he always takes it. And whenever there is going to be a possibility for a clash to start, Ze is always not ready to engage, and he is the main initiator here. They need the knockups, the slows, the silence coming in from Ze's kit. But as long as he's gonna be damaged, he's not gonna be confident enough to actually tank some of the damage, even with the parry, because the parry can actually be negated by any type of ground control. That is one of the downsides for the Richter, and it's just an amazing play wherein KFC Talon was always hitting the double trouble as well. Errors on that level was just definitely someone that can suppress you, and we always see that the double trouble actually hits Wawa, and I don't know why.
I mean, it was only like 3 times where it missed the whole game. That's how.
The problem here is that whenever the double trouble hits, it's not the tanks that actually take.
Yeah, it was Wawa most of the time.
It was Wawa, and then you're always gonna see that the double trouble, even though it did not hit, it actually prevents the the trajectory run of a lot of the heroes. They actually use it to actually zone you into a kill zone for KFC Talon, and that's what they want as well. So even if the effectivity of the double trouble does not get a hit, it doesn't really matter, because they actually zoned you into one spot, and in that one spot, that was an optimal range for the Yue to actually deal in some damage, for move to swoop as well, and then there's gonna be Defoxin with the Venom. It's just so hard with the kind of combination that we saw from KFC Talon. One team did not have any kind of protection for themselves, only the Scuds while beast charged, and that's not gonna be enough for anyone that enters, because you have immunity to crowd controls whenever the Venom gets a hit from the Varus, and then you also have the Judgment Blade that's also going to be immune to crowd control. So even if they hit the stun of the Quicksave, it's not enough, because they can't hold anyone at that moment, and the damage already being used here by KFC Talon, it was just so hard for all of the carries here for one team to survive in a minute. Probably in 5 seconds, you can see most of the members of one team are actually just going to be running instead of fighting, because they don't have the sustainability. Yes, there's a lot of help for the Scud. You also have the parry from the Richter, but all in all, it's not going to be enough for the damage composition that KFC Talon actually fielded here in game number 1. They did commit a lot, but at the same time, this is an investment that you want in a best of 7 series. Even if you commit some heroes, as long as you win it, then it is an investment well made. It doesn't matter if that's not going to be possible for game number 2, game 3, and 4.
And speaking of investment, well, one team definitely has invested quite a bit more than Talon Esports, especially that Talon Esports even had the confidence of using one of the heroes that one team initially have used during their match against Valencia CF, particularly the Yui. So they would have a lot more options in the next succeeding games. Wherein for one team, they won't be able to use the following ones: because of the global pick and bans. This game, if we look at the graph, well, one team, they had a bit of a lead in terms of gold. It was because of some of the kills that they were actually able to get whenever Talon Esports made a mistake. But after Talon Esports got their momentum, pretty much things skyrocketed here on the graph of the gold. And which, if we check out the damage chart as well, Erez dealt the most in this game, which is kind of uncommon actually. Most of the time we do see the mid laners dealing a lot of damage, but Erez definitely made this level pick work, and he is going to be the MVP of this match after having an incredible amount of impact in this game. 77.8 kill participation, and almost 1/3 of the damage overall in this game was because of him.
Yeah, definitely Ares one. I think he in the archer lane. I think Ares is one of the scariest that we've seen. He's an archer that even if you shut down, he's definitely gonna make some plays for himself. And he's one of the most consistent archers out there. That he's a very very aggressive archer. He always rewards himself in risky plays. Even in the 1v1 scenario, I've seen Ares allow win those kind of situations because of his aggressive mindset. It doesn't matter if his hero is someone that needs a lot of mechanical skills to actually make. And moving forward, if they're not going to be able to shut down Ares on the archer in the Abyssal Dragon lane, I think KFC Talon has the bigger chance to move forward with how their laners are. We see a lot of the team fights for one team to be very, very calculated. But even if you do have that kind of calculation in terms of the advantages you have when you go for the decision making, sometimes mechanical plays can actually destroy any type of strategy. And that's the innate talent of the players of KFC Talent. All of them has the ability to be in an all-star, They shine very very bright when alone, and they shine a lot more brighter when they're together. And I'm very very scared here because one team needs to find the answer. How are they gonna be able to win 2 lanes against KFC Talon? Because that's one of the biggest problems that they had at game number 1. Their top laner was mostly being led here by KFC Talon's Darkslayer lane. As well on the bot side, they had an advantage, but at the end of the day, whoever lands their shots in are the one who is gonna have the advantage.
Well, I think it was just a bit of an advantage, yes, but it was primarily because of Zay as a Richter getting a lot of vision across the map, especially on the bot side river here for one team. But after they have lost it due to the many attempts of Talon Esports in ganking bot side, and Erez's double trouble connecting, or at least sometimes it does not connect, but it was able to actually prevent an escape route here for some of the members of one team, particularly for Wawa in one of the instances that Talon Esports ganked bot lane. They kind of lost their control on the bot side, and slowly but surely they lost grip in this game. Talon Esports as a team, they are relatively aggressive. Yes, they are quite aggressive, but they have this control in themselves. It's kind of hard to be able to get an opportunity to punish them. At most in the early game, yes, it was actually present, and one team was there to follow up with the necessary punish on the overextensions of Talon Esports, particularly for Moop a while ago in the blue side jungle of NK. But after that, Talon Esports didn't really give much enough an opportunity for one team to actually come back. And if we're gonna talk about one team here, they need to really find ways to shut down Talon Esports, especially right now. Moop, I'm looking at Moop, Erez, maybe iPod Pro, because those are the people here on the side of Talent Esports that rotate quite frequently across the map. They make sure they have a bot side priority and they snowball from there. So maybe one team wants to draft an aggressive Abyssal Dragon laner duo here. Might even be a mid lane if Lorian is gonna be open, and fortunately Talon Esports doesn't pick it up. I mean, it's hard. It's a lesser chance since all the teams actually want this particular mid lane hero. But now as the Nakrot is already taken by Talon Esports, they're just gonna be continuously banning it out. And Zuka is actually available for them this time.
And I'm very curious on what kind of composition that they're going to be fielding again. One of the biggest things that you need to look out for is when Lunlun is actually able to use Darkslayer lane that has the capability to be aggressive. Lunlun, as a Darkslayer laner, is an aggressive player. So I think the Scud didn't play out well for them because he can't be aggressive with that kind of skill set. He doesn't have the capability to win 1v1s. He's gonna be able to add some damage, maybe lock into some of the heroes and soak some of the damage, but the skill set of Scud does not permit him to have the 1v1s. And he knows that. That's why most of the time we're actually gonna see NTNZ NTNZ always going scot-free because he knows that Lulu is not going to be able to actually kill him in a 1v1 fight unless he actually overstays. That's the only moment that NTNZ is going to be taken out with the Yeta pick. And already here on game number 2, we're going to see the first pick here for KFC Talon with an Ige pick. And what one team answered is an Elsu pick that could probably get some damage in to that Iggy pick who has insane range, and they went in for a Tulan as well to add some magic damage for themselves. And you know what, one of my biggest problems right now for the Tulan pick, if he's gonna be fielded in the mid lane, the problem here is that if he's the only magic damage dealer, I think it is the magic damage is gonna be lacking for your team, especially if he's on the mid lane, because the range that he has sometimes, you know, inhibits you from playing in the late game, and that affects most of the compositions. I've seen a lot of the times wherein if the Tulan is being used up in the mid lane and even in the jungle, he becomes ineffective going forward in the late game, and that usually happens in most of the games that we've seen here in the AIC 2022.
Most of the time, I think it would depend on the other heroes here that the Tolan actually is paired up with. Elsu is actually a good partner here of the Tolan because initially with this kind of duo in the damage department, one team would want to have a solid front line since we do see the Liliana being hovered right now, so the Tolan will be in the jungle. A lot of damage already in the first 3 picks here of one team, which actually is a good answer here towards the first 3 picks of Talon Esports, because if one team is going to be able to chunk down the HP bars here of Talon Esports, then they would have a much higher chance on executing them and also at least forcing some hesitations on the side of Talon Esports, because their aggression is actually a big factor here in how one team is able to scale up. And now with the Roxy pick, it does provide a little bit more of a assurance here on the side of one team in getting those small pick-offs with the Agnes grip, setting it up for the team, getting those -1s that will help them in objective taking and also other ways to gain a lead in this game. But Talon Esports overall here is still building a late game scaling composition. The Iggy is gonna deal a lot of damage later on, especially when paired up with the Violet. And I'm already assuming that Talon Esports might actually build a 3 frontline composition here to have a lot of access towards the backline of one team, especially for the Talon and the Elsu, which has 2 options here. Either go for a tank if the Richter is gonna be support, then okay, it will be a tank. Then they might add two more fighters, or Talon Esports can actually invest on assassins, like an Irie, or maybe if the Richter is gonna be on the Dark Slayer lane, they can pick up something like a Tachi, or maybe in the jungle they can get something like an Aoi, so that they will have a much more threat on the back line here of one team, which is relatively immobile, especially the Elsu. Yes, he does have his ultimate wherein he can create some distance from the threat, but other than that, he doesn't really have much.
Yeah. Right now, it's just the first three picks is definitely still not, it's not enough to actually give out the composition that they want to feel. Yes, you have a lot of damage on the side of KFC Salad. In terms of range, they do have something that could work against the Elsu, especially the Tulen is going to be suppressed here. Not much that you can expect from a Tulen unless he's going to be able to ambush them in the brushes. But that's also kind of difficult to execute in terms of there's a lot of vision control already on the side of KFC Talon with the Richter pick. Yes, they do have some proxy for them. We've seen Lunlun use this. We've seen Zay use it as well. But are they going to have something that could, suppress someone on the side of KFC Talon for the Agnes Grip to actually safely be used? That's one of the key things where one team needs to think about, because they need to have a secure look on whoever they're going to have. They needed something to lock down any of the heroes of KFC Talon so that the Agnes Grip will always have, an effective margin where it's gonna actually hit someone from KFC Talon. Because Proxy, I've said this a lot, is a hero that relies heavily on its ultimate. Yes, you can soak damage with the Roxy, but you don't need anyone to be a meat shield in a 5v5. If that's the only thing that you can do, then probably that's just like the Scud that we saw from game number 1. That's not gonna work anymore for one team, because KFC Talon is a team that's very, very aggressive. And you can see here, they hovered onto Izuka with a 4-second already on the clock. I think it's gonna be a lock-in. And with the damage that you're gonna be expecting from KFC Talon, just soaking up will actually backfire on you. Because for sure, you're not going to be able to last long with the kind of lineup that we're seeing here from KFC Talon. They're going to be putting the Sentinel onto the support position, and then you're going to have NTNZ use that Richter. So all in all, a lot of damage, and one team actually answered it back with a key pick, which is also going to help them actually getting a lot of zone control for their team. It's going to be difficult, because if you don't have any visuals on the T-pick, you are actually going to be punished whenever you go in. And this is the thing where one team actually wants to play it out. Lunlun on that key is definitely going to be scary. He's going to be very, very aggressive, especially he has the Dragon's Bane to actually go for the stunts, as long as it's going to be pinning it up in the wall. And all in all, I think KFC Talon has the mobility in this matchup, because they have the capability. All of them has gap closers. Malleus from the Foxen. You have also the jumps from the Violet. The only one that doesn't have a mobility type of skill is probably Impact Pro. He has a speed up as well though, and he can actually knock back anyone that goes near the area. But one team has a lot of gap close as well. You have the key, you have the Dragon's Claw from that Avoy pick, you have the Thunderclap for Wawa's Tulen, and you also have the speed up on that Roxy.
Yeah, I actually wanted to say a while ago that KFC Talon Esports lineup actually has a lot of coverage or global presence across the map. They have the Ember's Gaze from the Ige, they have the Angelic Splendor with the Seniel, they have a lot of sustain and protection as well that they can provide towards their backline. So despite the backline threat that one team actually was building with the Key and the Aoi, and also Wawa maybe here and Kai, they would be able to respond accordingly depending on the situation. So both teams actually invested quite a lot here in this game, and they made such an amazing draft here. So it's gonna be mostly on the execution. They both have their win conditions here. Talent Esports would want to scale up and group up in for the objective takings and for the fights. They would want to also catch out one team with numbers advantage so that they can gain a lead. But for one team, they will want to group up later on, but in a much more controlled manner, wherein they would need to poke up the members of Talon Esports first, especially iPad Pro and Erez, and then try to find a way to actually execute them through Lunlun, through NK, and through Wawa. They have Zay as well to kind of kidnap some of the members here of Talon Esports with the Agnes grip, and he does actually provide a lot of pressure as well due to his poison and his overall durability as a support tank.
Yeah, and we're seeing here an advantage for Kai as they are the ones to actually have the advantage here. Wawa might be in danger. Ember's Gate is gonna be used, but the flicker is gonna be on time.
Oh!
And that is gonna be the Dragon Strat here by NK. Finishes off Moop in that duel here in the mid lane. They actually won that, and that's already a 400 gold lead for one team.
Dragon and Slayer.
Yeah, that was a bit of an outplay that Wawa and NK actually did in the mid lane. Moop got a bit confused on whether he wanted to extend fighting there in that mid side, but bot lane, Zay's actually gonna be the one to get the dragon, and Moop will get taken down. That is a huge victory that one team actually got in that bot side river. They're ahead 1k. Kai is hurting Difoxin and Erez, so Difoxin would need to go back into the base. And if you look at the gold, NK is actually ahead by 600 gold compared to Moop after suffering two deaths already here for this Zuka. So this AOE is gonna be so threatening the back laners here of Talon Esports with all those ganks that he can actually do. He can easily close the distance later on and get those executions with the Dragon's Claw.
Yeah, I mean, that was an overextension from Moop yet again, and giving them that kind of advantage is definitely not the thing that you want for your team. Moop being shut down here at the 0-2 as early as the 3-minute mark says a lot on how big of an aggression you're gonna expect from one team. They are the ones on the giving end, and definitely that's gonna be affecting it. Kai is gonna be shutting down Ares yet again with the snipe, suppressing him from the lane. He's not gonna have a very spectacular time here as they're being harassed in all throughout the laning phase.
Ooh, okay. Ipa Pro, well, he did not take a lot of damage there from Wawa's ultimate. But in terms of momentum, one team is actually building up quite a lot, but I'm kind of confused why they aren't trying to shut down bot side just yet. I think one team is wanting to clear out their camps and waves first and scale up a little bit more, but again, Talon Esports is going to be very, very scary as the game progresses because they're going to be a lot more tankier, they're going to be dealing a lot more damage, and not much can actually soak the damage here on the side of one team. At most, it's going to be Zay or Lunlun that can serve as a frontline, but other than that, the rest cannot actually prevent all those damage from Talon Esports. Ipa Pro getting harassed here by Wawa, while NK is actually lingering on that bot side river. Now they're pathing towards the bot lane. This is a 4-man gank, and they're gonna force out a reaction here. The Ember's Gaze is gonna be used, but Difoxin is already dead. That is how quick one team can actually obliterate someone whenever they connect that Agnes grip from Zay.
Yeah, I mean, the early game advantage they have, shutting down move, definitely played it out well for the mid laner as well. Tulin is a hero that snowballs hard. If he secures a lot of the free looks, definitely he is going to be a threat here until we reach late game. Or actually, he is going to be falling in power soon. But the dragon has not been taken here by one team, and KFC Talent is actually looking to start it here. And there is the Agnes Grip connecting here to the Foxen. Is he going to be able to live? The answer is yes. Angelic Splendor is going to be used here in the top lane. NK as well does his best. Almost gets a kill on the top lane. And KFC Talent is going to be able to secure the first dragon that they have here in the game. Perez is securing the Seagull as well. Ember's Gaze being used here in Kai to put some pressure as well.
Yeah, one team is rotating quite effectively across the map here. Wawa keeps on bullying these low HP members of that Talon Esports, and now this tower might actually just fall down. First tower of the game taken out here by one team, and definitely is becoming a good sign from one team. KFC Talon Esports not really making some plays here yet. They're focusing more on just scaling up, getting some gold, and waiting till their power spikes actually happen. But these ganks are gonna keep happening, especially with Wawa dealing a lot of damage. But they have to be very careful because they can actually get punished. Zay is taking a lot of damage. The flicker was used, but Erez still was able to land that last auto attack to get that kill. So it's a nice punish here by Talon Esports. One team starting to make some mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, no luck for you there, Zay. That's not going to be repetitive for you, as they're going to be taking the tower here in the bot lane. Ares is going to be hit there as well.
Oh no!
But Wawa goes in for the outplay, but the Foxen trades it out. He is going to be in danger. The Angelic Splendor is going to be used here on Moop, and he is going to go for the counter play as well. Lulu might be in danger here, but he is going to be tanky. The passive is going to be felt here. NK is going to be doing his best.
Oh!
But NTNC comes into the rescue as the cavalry arrives. They win that trade with a 2-4-2, and they get a lot of punishments on the side of one team.
Yeah, a while ago, one team had a 1,500 gold lead, but quickly Talent Esports patched that problem. They came back, and here on this replay, we see the response here, the threat of the composition of Talent Esports. The Angelic Splendor helping move by enough time for NTNZ to actually follow up, and he actually went in once again with that knock up, knowing that he has NTNZ on his back to help him out. And now Talon Esports starting to group up for these objectives. Can we see a retaliation from one team though, as NK actually used his ultimate to escape and deal a little bit of damage. Agnes Grip connecting, but not really onto the best target. Now with the Angelic Splendor, it's gonna force one team to actually fall back. While all that's happening, Moop is just continuously attacking this Holy Dragon. So now, as they take it, they have a chance as well on the Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good work for the Foxen, always having the right timings on his skills. The Angelic Splendor was always on time, and Moop is actually very confident that his teammates are not just gonna fall in any types of clashes. And there is going to be some exchanges here where Moop is going to be dealing damage to NK. Almost reduced to half health. They're going to be starting the Slayer here. But with the health bars of NK and Zay actually not in their favor, it is going to be dangerous here as well. Oof. Another parry here by NTNZ. He doesn't care anymore. The Foxen just blocking some of the snipes here. Malleus being used, not going to hit anyone. There is going to be some passive here being used up by Wawa, and they're going to be starting the Slayer yet again. Most of the advantages are on KFC Talent. They secured this yet without any contest from one team. it is going to be detrimental to their chances as the gold is now onto the power index of KFC.
Oh, Lun!
They're going in hard. Ember's Gaze is going to be used to deter that path. The Agnes Grip as well is going to be used. The Foxen is going to be taken out immediately. Does not have the Purify ready for the Agnes Grip. And definitely that is a trade where KFC Talent actually wins it again because it's a support for a Dark Slayer laner.
Yeah, the interesting interaction here by both teams. We're also seeing right now the threat of the lineup here of one team because KFC Talon actually wanted to take the Slayer a while ago, but they're being threatened with the pokes here of one team. So now, as they group up onto the top side once again, they will be able to actually get this steal! Erez, what was that? And now, they just take it for free. One team cannot do anything. It could have been a 3 versus 4 numbers advantage fight for one team, but after that small hiccup, it's gonna be so bad for one team. They're gonna get this kill onto NZ and Z, but that doesn't really matter because now Talon Esports is pushing onto the top side. They have taken down 2 towers almost in an instant, and now increasing their goal lead towards 2,000 after just that small hiccup from one team. They're trying to take mid side, but here comes NK closing the distance. Foxen, he is relatively tanky, but he is still not immortal. That Ember's Gaze chunking down Wawa's HP to half in an instant. That is huge.
Yeah. I mean, that was a combination of the concussive shots coming here from the Violet as well. And you can already see the suppression. And this is what I'm talking about, the Tulin. He is just going to be effective at the point where he gets the ambush. But if he's not going to be able to close out on anyone, the damage that you can see from the Tulin is going to be negligible. It's not going to be that felt, especially as we enter this, we are almost entering the late game in the 15-minute mark. The Holy Dragon again is going to be started here by KFC Talent. The Foxen is just in the area, spotting out the members of one team. They are going to be in danger. Look at the Emperor's Case. One Emperor's Case in Kai is almost half of his health. And there is a knock-up yet again. Zed does his best. Agnes Grip as well. They're going for the
block.
It is not going to be affecting anyone here. And Lun cannot do anything but just watch as the members of one team are actually being shaved off.
Yeah, Talon Esports is starting to scale up pretty well. This is what they intended to do during the early game. That's why we saw them a little bit passive, because they wanted to reach the mid game, and the mid game is already starting, and we're seeing how high of a sustain and durable they are actually, especially because of the Foxen shields and his Angelic Splendor. Now Wawa engages, but not to get a kill. He gets killed instead in an instant. NK actually as well will fall down on the bot side after that quick response by Foxen with the Angelic Splendor. This is why Talon Esports is scary with this kind of composition. They have a lot of ways to answer across the map. Now, well, Foxen getting caught out there by the ultimate of Save, but not really for long. The Agnes Grip won't do much to a Senial, especially if you don't have the necessary follow-up. That shield is immense, and now, oof, Ember's Gaze. Gazing the HP there of Lun. You have to give respect on that damage. And Talon Esports is just muscling out one team right now. That's gonna be the dive of the Foxen, and a quick escape there from the Agnes Grip. After getting a tower, I think they're just gonna be falling back for the meantime in preparation for this Dark Lord Slayer.
Yeah, this is the classic KFC Talent. They're not committing hard on the kills. They're just looking for opportunities to actually take the towers. And the 1v1 between NK and Moop was already crucial. That Moop lost on the early parts, it's already back in the table. You're seeing Moop actually having the advantages here, and Zebin not being able to lock into anyone with the Agnes Grip is a big part here. The Foxen might be over his head as he is almost at half health. But he's still very, very going in here for the Angelic Splendor. It's not going to be on time. There's going to be Lundlund going into the back with the Dragon Spade. He's going to be taken out by Ares. A snipe again. The Foxen might be in danger here. The passing from Mama. Just too much Ember's case finishes off Zay. And that is a counter play coming in from KFC Talon as they overturn that start of a clash in their favor. And Case could be spotting out NTNZ. Not much that he can do without his teammates. And definitely a 1-for-2 advantage here for KFC Talon.
Yeah, Talon Esports now starting to build up momentum, but one team will still try to engage here with NK nearly getting that kill onto iPod Pro, but unfortunately he will die instead. And because of that scenario, Talon Esports has a free take on this Dark Lord Slayer. NK is still dead for the next 30 seconds, but we're seeing some hesitations here on the side of Talon Esports. They're just wanting to group up first, and they want to give respect to the pokes here of Kai because the snipes are hurting, especially Ares with just one snipe nearly getting the kill onto him. Now they are starting this Slayer 10 seconds before NK actually responds, but they commit onto the dive instead here onto Zay, and Zay will fall down. Wawa tries to get a trade, but NTNC soaks up a lot. Even that snipe nearly killing him. So now Lunlun has his eyes on the target. He wants to get an execution. Can NTNZ fall back? He gets spotted, and Wawa will attempt to get a kill. iPod Pro trying to help him out. The snipe got hit or got received here by iPod Pro instead. But because Talon Esports are going back to their base, one team wants to draw them out again here to the Dark Lord Slayer. Can it be stolen? Yes, it does! As Moop takes it with the punish, and even if Difoxin dies, that is a worthy trade here by Talon Esports. Twice in a row, Talon Esports stole that Slayer from one team.
Yup, and there is NTNZ spawning them out, but they do get a lot of the objectives as well here. They get 2 towers here in the mid lane as the Slayer spawns in the side of KFC Talon. The Foxen is not yet going to be spawned, but in a 20-second mark, there's a lot of things that could happen. You can just use the Angelic Splendor as the clashes already starts, as long as it is going to be near the dead timers here. Zay is going to be spotted now. Move goes in with Dragon's Grip. Is it going to be enough? The answer is no. Dragon's Rat being used here to actually disengage. iPod Pro is going to be caught out with a Thunderbird, but he is not going to be taken down easily. That was a good attempt coming in from Wawa, and most of the members of one team are now low in health except for Wawa there. And with the Foxen actually adding to the mix, this might be the best chance that KFC Talon can do to get back into the game yet again, as one team zeroes in the lead of KFC Talon. They are now equal in terms of gold.
Yeah, but I think the gold is starting to be irrelevant right now, since the game is already reaching towards latest parts of it. We're already 19 minutes into the game. Dark Lord Slayer has been there for like a minute and a half already. He just wanted to go to the base here of one team, but now we already talked about win conditions here earlier, even in the previous match, since the Dark Lord Slayer's already chunked down below half health. It is having a lesser chance of reaching the base already, since one team will just be able to easily kill it, and they do buy enough time right now to stall things out. A second chance on the Dark Lord Slayer once again after a few minutes. But if we check out how one team actually patched that problem earlier, they went really aggressive against Talon Esports. Despite losing the objective, they tried to force some team fights here on the top side and the mid as well. They can easily rotate across the map. They have the mobility to do so, but what they need to be very careful with is the follow-up from Talon Esports, especially from Difoxin on his Angelic Splendor. He can easily help out his teammates and provide a lot of defenses. And one team right now is trying to draw them out. They're trying to split them with a push by Lulun on the bot side, but Talon Esports responding once again. They have to be really careful from that Ember's Gaze that iPod can just easily throw at them, especially because of its damage. And now one team just gonna be eyeing on some folks here. Big responsibility here for Kai and Wawa. They're the initial burst members here of one team that will enable the follow-up of NK and Lunlun.
And right now they are just going to actually check each other at this moment. They're not giving it out. Wawa might be caught out here. He's gonna be hit with the fire in the hole. The slow is there, but the damage is definitely not gonna be targeted on him as he hides himself in the brush. There is gonna be Zay spotting out the members here by KFC Talon, and as the game progresses, it's actually getting harder for them. Zay is going to be starting up, and TNT is gonna be maybe the casualty. And you see here Wawa use that orb.
Wawa's
He is
dead!
gonna be taken there, and that is an exchange. The orb, the cell of that orb is not gonna be fast enough for the Blade of Eternity, for the resurrection to pop off. And definitely KFC Talon now has the advantage. Zed Lunlun is in the area just
gonna get
watching
it.
each other. I'm pro to be the Emperor's Gate. He is gonna be taken out here by NK at the moment, but Ares traces it out. Lunlun's gonna be taken out as well. NK is doing his best, but I'm still has that resurrection ready, and definitely they are the ones who are going to have the last laugh as they get the Dark Lord Slayer with a lot of kills onto their pockets.
Yeah, that was a beautiful execution by Talon Esports. There was an attempt by NK on the backside. He had the access already onto iPod Pro, but iPod Pro quickly disengages and even pops out that orb so that he can buy enough time for his allies to actually protect him. He switched onto Ares, but Ares flickers away from the Dark Lord Slayer camp, and that distance already allowed Talon Esports to close this team fight. They're attempting to end this game. Angelic Splendor for the shield. No one is unhealthy here on the side of Talon Esports because of that protection, but they need to be still very careful. They're eyeing on locking onto the core. They will attempt to end this game, and ending the game they will. 2-0 victory now for Talon Esports.
Yeah, look at that victory shot coming in from KFC Talon. They closed the first part of the Best of 7 series with a 2-0. And my, I'm pretty sure one team is feeling the pressure to perform better in game number 3. Because if they lose game number 3,
it's match point already.
Yeah, it's match point. And KFC Talon is not going to be forgiving enough to give them a leeway to get back into the series with 4 consecutive wins. KFC Talon taking the victory here in game number 2 is going to be a big statement. If ever they close it out with a 4-0, we can already see a path for KFC Talon going into the championships.
Talon Esports definitely has had a fantastic performance in this game. And coming back in a heavily deficit series is almost impossible. Even in the AIC 2021, there was no comeback from a 3-0 win. So that's how big of a pressure Talon Esports is building right now. At most, there was actually a 3-1 comeback, and it was from V Gaming and Buriram United Esports on their respective games in the grand finals, and for Buriram on their lower bracket finals against the Hong Kong Attitude. At most, it's that. But no one has ever came back from a 3-0 deficit series. That's how crucial this next game will be here for one team. And they're definitely feeling the pressure right now from KFC Talon. And in this game, we saw how incredible the synergy was built here by Talon Esports. They had a lot of protection. I want to commend Difoxin so much for all those follow-ups and saves that he actually made in this game that allowed KFC Talent to win the team fights, to be confident engaging, and just be sure that they will have each other's backs, especially in that last team fight. So many members during their fight in the Dark Lord Slayer were quite low, and the NK actually had a beautiful flank on their squishy member, which is iPod Pro, but they managed to disengage. They managed to protect one another, and they won that team fight 3-0. That's how big of a deal team fighting is for Talon Esports.
I mean, it was a very, very good game for KFC Talon. They actually went in for the deficit in the early game. They had moved shut down at 0-2, and usually in those scenarios, you're gonna see the opposing team actually having the better looks, the better rotations, the better strategy, because you already shut down the jungler. You are actually dictating the game. It was a 0-3 at the early onset where one team had the advantage, but KFC Talon was able to overcome that, and in the mid game you were already feeling the heat coming in from their damage. Not much that we could expect, and it actually went through for one team. The late game wasn't the most favorable part because Wawa cannot just enter. Whenever he tried to enter in the latter part of the game, he was punished for it. If he couldn't burst down the hero in the opening 3 seconds, it was already a done deal. Wawa was going to be taken out. Yes, you have some snipes from Kai, connecting a lot to a lot of the members of KFC Talon, but as long as he's not going to be in the ground actually tussling it out in the mud, rolling down in the mud with the other members of KFC Talon, he's not going to be able to get a free kill for himself, because even if the snipes disconnect, you have walls in the front like the Foxin. You also have NTNZ who keeps on firing the Thunderbird and also the snipes as well. And that was a big part there. Them having someone to zone out the members like Wawa, like the Elsu. It was very, very crucial for KFC Talon. They always divided the work here. NK, Wawa, and also London was in the thick of it. And not having Kai as a backup to actually help them kill up those squishy heroes like iPod Pro, like Ares, was a big thing because they didn't have sustainable damage on the side of one team. The divide and conquer strategy that we saw in the clashes was, the crowning moment for KFC Talon, because of that kind of strategy that they made in the clashes. It made it hard for one team to win. Them just taking out Wawa, then taking out Lun, taking out NK as well, was already a surefire way. That's why we always see a 3-0 deficit here. Ze not really in the best position. He was not able to connect the Agnes grip on anyone that could actually tilt the favor to them. The only people that he could have caught out in most of those clashes was NTNZ and Defoxin. And that's basically it. He was shut down on that Roxy. If the Roxy cannot connect his Agnes grip on anyone that is going to be affecting the clashes, then that's basically it. The Roxy is going to be rendered useless. That's why I said that they needed someone to lock in. That's why you pair it up with a Laville pick.
And Laville definitely isn't picked here for one team, and we saw most of the time Zay using the Agnes grip onto Difoxin instead, maybe in an attempt to prevent those assistance that Difoxin can do to his teammates. But if they couldn't get the kill, then this pick is definitely rendered useless, and we have seen it in this game. If they have picked up a different support that has a lot of crowd control, maybe a Lumbar, maybe a Baldum, it would have been a different story. But in this game, things are looking really close and threatening for one team. If they're not gonna be winning the next game, then they will have to do what is really improbable in the AIC, which is coming back on a 3-0 deficit. And the MVP is gonna be Eras. He was relatively safe in the early game, and he dealt a lot of damage as well in the team fight. In the last clash that we saw in the Dark Lord Slayer team fight, we saw him being able to avoid death from NK in an interesting chase. And overall, Talon Esports, KFC Talon are a really strong team, and they're looking to maybe end the series in a dominating 4-0. Let's see though if one team can come back.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw on the graphs as well in the stats that it was one team being able to outpower in terms of damage the composition of KFC Talon, but stats are not always going to be there. As long as it's not going to be hitting the right targets, that damage is going to be negligible. But anyway, that concludes the first part of this series. Before we continue this best of 7 to allow the teams to rest, as we move on to game number 3, we're going to go for a short break. This is the Arena Villa International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Kian Gaming. We'll be right back after this short break. welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio, this is Kian Gaming. We're already done with the first part of the series. It's a 2-0 in favor of KFC Talon. Let's see if one team has what it takes to contest game number 3, or is it going to be another win for KFC Talon and, make a statement for a 4-0 sweep here on this series.
Yeah, it's so far a tight early game, especially by one team, but unfortunately they aren't really able to keep up with the momentum here of Talon Esports, especially with the controlled aggression rather that Talon Esports make during their games. In the game number 1, we saw them trailing off a little bit in terms of goal, but when Talon Esports got the momentum, they could not be stopped. Game number 2, it was actually the same. In terms of economy, we did see one team having a little bit of an upper hand, but when the members of Talon Esports were already able to get their power spikes and get their items and become fully equipped to go into team fights, one team couldn't really find a way to win it for themselves, and the small mistakes actually became a stepping ladder here or a stepping stone for Talon Esports to win the whole game. If we recall, 2 of the Slayers were actually taken there by Talon Esports. That became one of their ways in controlling the map and opening up the base here of one team. And I think those are the small things, but actually are having a big impact into the game that one team has to avoid. They need to find a solid draft that they can fully utilize, and also make sure that they don't make those kinds of mistakes anymore, because Talon Esports is a team that heavily punish mistakes. They have been in the competitive scene alongside with one team for so long already, and even in the AIC 2021, both of these teams have been able to perform significantly well, even in the what they call that, even in the playoffs in the AIC 2021. So right now, if we look at the stats, if we look at how these teams have progressed so far, this particular game number 3 is going to be the most crucial of all, because no team has ever been able to come back from a 3-0 deficit. So one team definitely has to win this.
Yeah, but one of the reminiscent ones, there was one team that actually overcame the odds. It was Buriram United in the finals.
In the finals. It was a 3-1 though.
Yeah,
Here you had first game, then a 3-0. A 3-1.
The kind of advantage that you have in 3-0, you have something like you can expend everything in the first 4 games, and that says a lot. But one team needs to play it out, wherein they're gonna be thinking about, how about if we reach game 6? Do we have enough firepower in the things that we can invest in? And that actually adds pressure as well. This is a best of 7 series. You will have a reset on the 7th game of the series, but to reach there, you also need to play it as smart as you could. And KFC Talon is actually now hovering onto Elsu, and this has been the characteristic of the KFC Talon. They have a lot of range in most of their picks. At first it was Yue, second it was the Violet and Iggy. Now they're adding Elsu to the mix. Ares on that Elsu is definitely gonna be very, very dangerous. We've seen him land, impossible shots. And definitely with Elsu on his hands, he's still gonna be connecting those shots.
Ooh, we're seeing some pocket picks here though, coming in from one team. We already have seen the Preta during day number 1 of the quarterfinals, but I don't think we have seen Bright just yet being used. Wonder Woman though is relatively new here in the AIC 2022. We have seen it a lot during AIC 2021, and it does provide a lot of safety in a sense. It's an incredible fighter with high durability and a good amount of crowd control with the lasso. And with the Iggy, it is actually a common response by teams. I'm wondering though if one team will pick up the slims, because yesterday we saw a lot of slims being used against an Elsu, and it was actually because of a win by Bikertopia Esports against Bacon Time. And now Talon Esports responding with a lot of mobile heroes here, the Ryoma and the Liliana being hovered right now. If they do lock this in, we're already gonna see an aggressive early game here by Talon Esports.
Right now, they're actually answering the also pick again with the Iki on the one team esports. But I'm pretty curious to see what ADC are they going to be fielding up for one team against that also pick. But we see a lot of mobility as well on KFC Talon. They have some stunts on most of their heroes except for the Elsu. You have the Wailing Blade for the Ryoma, and you have the Blinding Light on the Liliana as well. So they're answering the Elsa pick with a pick that could probably hit it with the Double Trouble. The Double Trouble is definitely gonna have the efficiency to hit that Elsa whenever he is gonna be on the sniping position, and them adding to the mix the Wonder Woman, who maybe can go for counter plays or maybe start the clashes. It could be a combination that's gonna be very, very scary as long as they're gonna be able to execute it.
Yeah, I mean, normally we see a Slim matching the Elsu, but why not use a stun that has a global range, right? So Leville definitely fits that in the category. Late game scaling is also okay or good here with the Leville pick, having a lot of synergy with a Wonder Woman, just like what you said. So one team right now, I think they are trying to remove team fighting based heroes that can actually threaten a lot with their crowd control. Mina would be a really nice ban. Since Senial has been used already, it won't be an option here for Talon Esports. They could use other heroes though, like the Lumbar or the Baldum, if ever they would want to have a lot of safety and crowd control in their lineup, which is kind of possible for a team fighting based composition. Paina is gonna be removed here. That can aid a lot of supporting abilities here for one team, given the information that the Wonder Woman can actually be not used as a support. It can be a jungler or maybe a Dark Slayer laner, which is a common thing here for the Wonder Woman in the AIC 2021. I remember us having a bit of a comment on the Wonder Woman having a lot of flexibility as a role, and it is still present in the AIC 2022.
And with 4 bans now, we've seen one team actually does not want a lot of the crowd controls and AoE capabilities here. We've seen NTNT use the Mina before. The Foxen, not so much. This is the first time that we've seen him as a support, and he has been very, very effective so far. So I feel like he was able to practice a lot of the support heroes and even warriors into that position. So for now, I think one team needs to have a lot more damage on their side, and Iena is definitely a pick that could definitely help them, because in the Ryoma versus a Iena type of fight, it is always going to be the Iena, because he is going to have a lot of gap closers, a lot of silences as well, and you can count on the mini CCs that he has whenever he uses that ultimate.
And well, I'm wondering how Talon Esports are gonna answer with this though, because one team is investing quite a lot on these meta picks. Same goes for Talon Esports, but with this last hover though on the Malak, we have seen it yesterday being used by V Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, V Gaming in their second game against Team Flash in the upper bracket quarterfinals. They made it work actually with a lot of sustain and durability with this particular hero. But Thane might be the better option since it has a lot of execution, especially with his ultimate. And the overall durability, the crowd control is still present. It can disrupt the formation of one team. Let's see though, because one team is having a lot of sustain in a sense, since they do have double fighters here with the Wonder Woman and the Yena, but the Kreknak is gonna add a little bit more of a punch in their damage. So one team is building more in the damage department. They should be able to execute this in a playful manner. They have to spread across the map, try to divide Talon Esports, because it's gonna be difficult for them to charge Talon Esports head on.
Yeah, definitely looking at a composition. 4 damage dealers on KFC Talon, 3 that can go in and probably deal havoc on the backline. And then you have one solid hero that can zone you out with a Thane that can soak tons of damage. This is a hero that, you know, usually punishes you if you think that you can burst him out in the opening seconds of the clash. For one team, they have the capability, but I'm not pretty sure on the sustainability. Yeah, you can probably have shields on with the bracelets of submissions coming in from that Wonder Woman, but what else do they have in a table? They don't have someone that can solidly take in the damage that you're going to be expecting from the 4 damaged lineup of KFC Talon. One team definitely has a capability in terms of the pickoffs, but in terms of the clashes, I'm pretty curious to see how they're going to be executing it, because I think they're not going to be able to last if they're the ones on the receiving end.
And this is the most crucial game right now in the series. We have stated it so many times already after game number 2, and it is still present. Let's see if one team can come back in this series and put up a score in this match against Talon Esports. Early game is going to be quite crucial, since we most of the time see an aggressive start with a Wonder Woman, especially with the lasso whenever it connects. But against a Thane though, it's going to be extra difficult due to his high durability and annoyingness overall because of that knockback. A lot of safety is going to be provided here onto Erez. So one team needs to invest quite a lot if ever they do want to shut down the Elsu. But if you check out here on the screen, you know, first blood rate, one team most of the time gets it, as they do have 90% first blood rate in their games, wherein Talon Esports mostly just farms and manages their lanes so that they can have a better performance in the mid to late game.
Yeah, we're seeing the suppression here done by Erez. He's gonna go for a snipe, but he is gonna be missing that up, as Kai is gonna be able to speed himself up. He still has 1 bullet on his sniper cartridge though. In the top lane, we're seeing the Sentinel being taken here by one team. Not much that you can expect here right now. They're not going in not. They know that they are not in the right position just yet. Lulin is going to be recalling back into the base to actually have his health and be ready for the Abyssal Dragon take, as most of the members of one team are going to be rotating here to the bot lane, while in the top lane it's already started here by Mupin and TNC. They're going fast on that clear, maybe to actually harass the members on the rotations that's gonna happen. But the Abyssal Dragon is gonna be left to the devices of one team, as Lulun's gonna be late to the party. He is gonna miss out the creep wave here in the top lane.
Ooh, double trouble connects though, and that will give a first blood here for one team. We talked about the Slims versus the Laville. Definitely the Laville is a better choice here. A global stun with that double trouble.
with the stuns actually connecting with the Wawa in the area, he didn't have enough time to use a disengage to widen the gap. We all know him using the warp boots. He is going to be taking the brunt of the crowd control as is. No reduction with the Gilded Greaves.
High
And
risk, high
NK
reward.
NK and Lulun is going to be here in the top lane. And I do agree that is a high risk, high reward. But it will pay off as the game progresses, because it is going to be harder to actually push Ares there. Defoxin wasn't in the area to help him. But if he was in the area, definitely Ares would have survived. Double Trouble is gonna get a hit, and it's gonna hit the Foxen here. Not much that they're gonna be expecting, because without that, they're not gonna be able to kill Ares if it doesn't hit Ares as the main target of the Double Trouble.
Yeah, the Foxen was like, what was that? Must be my imagination. A little Skyrim reference there. With the Foxen not really getting much of that damage because he is relatively tanky. It has to be Erez or maybe iPod Pro. Maybe Moop or NTNZ, but the least you would want to target is or hit is the Foxen with a Double Trouble, because he can just sustain all or most of the damage that one team would want to provide. Lun is being targeted here by iPod Pro and NTNZ, but fortunately he is able to back away, and he will be able to go back to his lane before the waves actually connect. So early game pressure here by Talon Esports is not so much, as they are looking to just scale up and have a better performance in the mid to late game. So one team really needs to play this aggressively in the early game and find ways to shut down Ares even more, because earlier they were able to do it with the Double Trouble connecting, but I think they need to send out more people on the bot side. Mid though, there is a fight happening and NK is dealing a lot, forcing that orb here by Moop. Can he actually survive? The answer is yes, just for a little time before he gets taken out here by Zay. But NK manages to sweep away his life as he is able to disengage successfully.
Yeah, and the surprising part here, you're seeing one team actually take the kills. But the problem here is that it's not translating in terms of the gold difference. It means that, even with the deaths happening here for KFC Talon, it doesn't really amount to much, because at the end of the day, it's about taking a lot of the resources. And TNC actually steals that blue.
Yeah, that was it was like, sorry. One half, I guess. Thank you and sorry and thank you at the same time. At least I got the buff. The good thing about it though is that it wasn't stolen by the enemy team, but now they're trying to steal the life here of Zay. Can they actually do it though? Because NK is now here and Moop will fall down. Foxen follows up on the graveyard, and Ares is all alone, forced to use the flicker just to dodge that Double Trouble. And now things are accelerating in favor of one team. This tower is gonna fall down. 25 HP to none.
Yeah, I mean, that's, if you're a jungler, because
It started with a blue buff steal.
I mean, I'm a jungle main, and I really feel the
disappointment.
I really felt for Moop right there. I mean, that's kind of tilting whenever someone actually steals the blue buff and it's your teammate.
He'll be like, don't help me next time. Oh, that was sad. That was sad. It started with a blue buff steal of the ally, and now things are looking south here for Talon Esports as they're being dove here in the top lane, but they're able to escape, fortunately, with their lives still intact, and One Esports are gonna skedaddle for the meantime.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Moop just taking in some of the gold for himself. There is an almost 2k gold lead here. from one team. 1.5 right now, but it could spiral out of control as long as they have the advantages in terms of the damage that they've been dealing. Wawa is gonna be not hit there, but NTNT is gonna be the target of double trouble. Pinwheel is gonna be used. It locks in, flickers out here for the Ryoma. He is not gonna be an easy target for sure. And Ares secures his kill here with Wawa as the casualty. Ares is gonna be sniping Zay here yet again. NTNT goes in with a lock and another kill. This is the plays that they're looking for, and from the 2K gold lead, it's already down to 1.
Yeah, one team still is making some mistakes here a little bit, but they are still ahead in this game. They can make some plays across the map. The flicker in here by Kai. Will they get that kill onto Ares? Little to no chance for Difoxen to defend Ares after all those damage that Kai has been dealing onto him. Now, with numbers advantage, one team can just take this Slayer down with no contest, as Talon Esports doesn't have enough firepower to fight them right now. Difoxen is in the vicinity, but it won't do much. Now, one team grouping onto the top. IPA Pro might actually get caught up. Luckily, Difoxen is there for the assistance, as one team definitely is investing quite a lot of their members on the top side, but they can also get the dragon in the bot side river. They will spawn up this Slayer and Doombringer in the top lane to get another tower, and the gold lead is actually being increased here on one team side. Now in 2K going 3,000, there's a fight in the mid, NK falls down, double trouble not connecting, but NTNZ might actually say goodbye to his allies as he falls down. Difoxen will be next, and suddenly one team with Wawa with a triple kill is just on fire right now, getting all those kills, getting all those towers, and Talon Esports cannot respond accordingly.
Man, it is KFC Talon in the receiving end, and this is the game 3 that one team was hoping for. They needed this, and if they mess this up, this is gonna be a difficult pill to swallow. But I know one team has the composure here. They are gonna be taking a lot of the turrets as well. Difoxen is gonna be taking the brunt of the shadow bombs coming from Wawa, with that double trouble coming in from Kai as well. NK is gonna go for the drone drop, finishes up the Holy Dragon as fast as it could. 5K already in the books here for one team, and not much that we can expect from KFC Talon until we reach the late game. They need to farm this up. They actually need a lot of resources for every member, not just Moop. And the lasso of truth is not gonna connect. That was a close call there. It was a possible steal yet again. And with this, they are trailing.
That would be tilting.
KFC Talon needs a lot more. And definitely me too. I'm gonna be tilting hard if there was another steal there, and IPA Pro just throwing up on skills, trying to put some pressure onto Zay, but right now, I mean Zay and Lulun in the Vision War, but not much can we expect here, since all of the brunt of the damage is going to be expected in the lineup of one team.
Yeah, one team definitely has the momentum right now. What we can say though is that they shouldn't let go of this lead. 4,000, 5,000 gold lead is already high, and still one team's comeback possibility is still present, and they will attempt to do so. Double Trouble will connect onto Ares, but it doesn't really bother them for the meantime. One team has one goal. They will get the Slayer in exchange for Wawa. That's a big shutdown though onto him after his multiple kills earlier onto the members of Talon Esports, and now with the Slayer down, well, it will be able to buy enough time for one team to wait for Wawa but they need to be very careful though of the setups that Talon Esports can actually make, because they're looking for plays, they're looking for ways to come back in this game. They have all the tools that they need to initiate a team fight. So one team right now, what they're doing is trying to divide them across the map so that they would have a better angle in approaching them. And this is a good strat that they're doing. Isolated plays gives more opportunity here for NK, especially with the help of Zay and Lunlun. And they have the follow-up as well with an incredible amount of range here from Wawa's Ember's Gaze. And now they're spawning the Doombringer in the mid. Let's see how Talon Esports would respond to this.
Right now, what KFC Talon needs here is to wait for a mistake to happen from one team esports, who has been the dictating the rotations that's happening and the combinations of stunts happening as well for KFC Talon is not doing well for them. Was a double trouble hit, Ember's Gaze to come in. You also have the Brazen Submission with the lasso food, and that is a serious crowd control, chains of crowd control that, even with the cleanse is not gonna help you up, because the damage is already usually being poured out here from one team.
And one team can definitely set up quite well here against Talon Esports. It's gonna be up to Talon Esports on how they are gonna be approaching this, because so far in this game, well, they're trying to come back up in terms of the economy. A while ago, we were seeing 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead by one team. Now it's down to 3,000 and slowly getting mitigated here by Talon Esports. They're playing this defensively, but also control in a good amount of control. They have to wait for the Dark Lord Slayer here. This is the big ticket for one team. A while ago, it was stolen, so this time it shouldn't, because if it gets stolen here by Talon Esports, then things will go south or downhill here for one team. And they do have still a good amount of control here. If we check out the gold here of Lunlun and NTNZ, Lunlun is definitely ahead by so much, and they have a lot of control on the top side. Zay is preventing them from having a good access towards this location. Double Trouble will not connect, but there might be an entry here forced out by Move. Let's see if he can actually get the steal. The Foxen is quite low. They're leaving the Slayer down to 10k HP, but the Foxen will get the steal. Oh, what is this curse that one team is experiencing right now? They just wanted the Dark Lord Slayer, man, but they could not get it for a third time in this particular series. 3 times already it has been denied.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a free Slayer there, but I don't know, man. It's not going hot here for one team. That's definitely for sure. If they were able to secure that, it was already a GG well played. You don't have to think about it. It's already a done game. And now we're actually gonna reach the latter parts of the game where everyone is actually building up their items, and yeah, it feels bad, man. It just feels bad.
Oh, the ultimate of the Foxen got it.
Slayer coming from the Foxen was very, very crucial. He is actually creating a lifeline for KFC Talon. One team needs to play this smarter, because Quicknack is a hero that falls off in the late game. One of the reasons there he's not going to be able to tank much of the damage anymore. Whenever he commits, he needs to make sure that he's going to be catching out someone. Ares is going to be not hit by the Ember's Gaze, uses the disengage to reposition himself yet again. KFC Talon is now in in an upping stage wherein they are being confident about the positionings that they have. They know that they can tank some of the damage, and they know that they can back as well.
Cricknack is basically similar to a Nakroth, but he looks more like a cockroach, and he is as squishy as a cockroach. He can deal a lot of damage, especially to isolated members, but if one team won't be able to land those double troubles, and Talon Esports are just gonna be able to scale up and stall this game out for them, then the chances of one team in winning this third game is just gonna keep getting slimmer and slimmer. Take note that one team already has destroyed 7 turrets of Talon Esports, and Talon Esports hasn't even gotten one. So if we look at the gold, it reflects how good Talon Esports are actually keeping up in the economy department despite not getting any towers. If they are gonna be able to get a chance with just one team fight win, they will get everything in their favor. That is how difficult it is right now for one team right now. One mistake, one crucial mistake is gonna lead to their demise. And Talon Esports is just patiently waiting for that. They're gonna get their first tower after 18 and a half minutes. And we're already seeing the gold difference here down to just 500, maybe 1,000. Let's say it's 1,000. But at this point, it's negligible.
And the NZ is going to be caught out here. It's going to be a slow as well. Rock Shield has been popped off. Zay is not in the air. Lasso group is going to be used as well. NK tries his best. He's going to be sniped here. iPod Pro goes in for the unpredictable Fox form. And not much that you are going to be expecting now since Wawa and NK are damaged. They are in danger as Moop is in the area on the top lane, but it was not... he did not move there like a brush, like a stone. Atmosphere being used up here. Zay is gonna be at a sliver of health, and Moop and NK are going in for a duel, but not much as the drone drop is not gonna connect. No slows at all is gonna happen.
This is becoming like a game of chess here for one team and Talon Esports. They're trying to put a check against each other, trying to force out a mistake and see the reaction of their enemy team. NK is split pushing onto the top side, trying to find a way to get an isolated kill. Moop might actually be the target, but NK is recalling. They're eyeing onto a possible steal on this Dark Lord Slayer. It's gonna be tough since Talon Esports has a lot of zone control, and one vision onto the correct knock is gonna be detrimental for them. A lot of pressure being built up right now by Talon Esports after they have finally taken out a second tower into the game. Top lane is gonna be next. iPod Pro is leading the pack, while Erez is just continuously staying on stealth mode while he lands or attempts to land those snipes onto the members of one team. So this is a pretty good formation that Talon Esports is making right now on this top side, the river, in attempt to have a good positioning here on this Dark Lord Slayer. This is already 21 minutes into the game. This is a late game. This is going to be a big choice that Talon Esports and one team has to make. Do they commit on the Dark Lord Slayer? Do they force out a team fight? Or do they just answer the waves? Because there's a big wave marching onto the bot side. NK is actually eyeing on maybe helping it out, reach the bot side inhibitor tower of Talon Esports. And right now, with the double trouble not connecting, it might actually force one team to fall back for the meantime, because Talon Esports is slowly closing the distance. NTNC dealt a lot onto NK and Zay, and now after this short interaction, Talon Esports might actually get this Dark Lord Slayer for free. NK has to fall back. He is still far away from the objective, and now with a Slayer taken by Talon Esports, this is gonna look crucial. The control of Talon Esports is incredibly high, and one team has just one chance of winning a team fight here in the mid.
Yeah, I mean, that is a difference on the composition here. They don't have anyone that can soak up damage. They can only take in so much. He is going to have some shields and, you know, super armors as well. But he is not the hero that can actually take in all the damage coming in from 4 of the members of KFC Talent. That's a Ryoma. You also have Akira, you have a Liliana, and you have an Elso as well. And in terms of positioning, Eris is actually very, very confident to be near the clashes because he knows he's going to be protected here by Defoxin. So NK needs to play this very, very well. Are they going to be able to, you know, out-position the members of KFC Talent? That is one of the questions here. As NTNZ is going to be taken here, but he is too tanky right now. Spectral R is going to get a hit. And Kai as well is going to be sniped, so he is going to be forced back into their base as a Slayer is actually now walking here onto the mid lane. NK goes back into the fray. He is going to be helping some of his teammates on the defense here. The top lane is going to be left onto the hands of Moop. And if Moop shows himself up, maybe there is a chance for a clash to happen here. NK is going in on. Drone drop might be happening here, but he is going to be committing. The Foxen is going to be tanky, and they are going to be taking the mid lane turret here with Ze actually taking the brunt of the damage of the Fox form as well. Kai is doing his best for the defense. He is going to be dealing some damage here, but it is not going to be that fast. Wawa is going to be sniped yet again, while Moop is making a dream work here in the top lane as they push forward. And TNZ goes in and halves the health of the bottom lane turret. Zed might be in danger. Defoxin goes in with an avalanche shield charge, and TNZ is not going to be hit by the Princess submission, and more of the seesaw type of clashes are happening here, but one team is now on the receiving end.
Yeah, this is definitely a seesaw battle, like what you said. With the Thailand Esports pushing, then pulling back. One team trying to push them and drawing them back for a team fight. But one thing is for sure, Thailand Esports has came back from a 4,000 gold deficit and now is ahead by 2,000 and finally breaking the first inhibitor of one team here after 6 minutes of them being able to take their first tower into the game. It took them a lot of time, but they're slowly doing it. And one team is slowly being threatened as well with the game-ending push because with the mid inhibitor down, luckily though, they were able to successfully defend their bot side inhibitor. If that was taken down, then they would lose more grip or chance to take a Dark Lord Slayer because it's just too far to answer a wave. But NTNZ is slowly building a wave though for Talon Esports that Lunlun has to answer. So there might be a 1v1 battle on the bot side. Erez is in the vicinity though, and this might be crucial. Lunlun is in a difficult spot, forced to flicker out. Erez though pops out his ult to close the distance, and this might be it. Double trouble connecting, but not on the best target. Now, a 4 versus 5 as Lunlun is dead for the next 40 seconds, and Talon Esports will attempt to get this Dark Lord Slayer. Will one team attempt to actually engage them on a numbers disadvantage scenario? Because Wawa is still on the bot side. Erez is closing the distance. Oh, he got actually surprised there with an attempt to gap close, but they will get iPod Pro on his second life. 4v5, but one team is trying to resist. That's a lot of damage that Wawa actually dishes out. So they are able to successfully stall out this game. Lunlun is now back online, and Talon Esports has no Dark Lord Slayer.
Yeah, well, I mean, Talon Esports does not have the Dark Lord Slayer, but a lot of the resurrections have been used on that clash, so this could actually affect the outcome here. NTNZ has his resurrection up here. iPad Pro does not have, but he still have a death sickle of his own, and he can actually buy out an orb as well. And on the side of one team, Kai still has his resurrection, but Zed does not have it. NK as well might be in danger here. He's going to be building up some of the defensive items, so he's not going to have the capability to burst down anyone anymore on KFC Talon, because at this moment of time, it's, you know, the clock's ticking, and the only one with the resurrection is Kai, and I don't know if, you know, he's gonna be able to last when he resurrects.
Yeah, the damage is just too much coming in from both teams right now. 27 minutes, 28. This is the longest game in the AIC 2022. And well, for AIC 2021, we have witnessed longer games, but in this one, it is already a big deal. One team is trying to really hold on for dear life in this series to deny the impossible comeback, because no one has ever came back from a 3-0 deficit series, and this game is the most crucial of them all. The Foxen tanking the double trouble from Kai as they're looking to force them to draw their attention towards this Dark Lord Slayer. The waves are in place, even on the bot side, with a wave slightly in favor here of Talent Esports in the mid, but top side is constantly being cleared out here by Moop. They need to find a pick, and a pick will be crucial here as Kai took a bullet from Erez that chunked down almost half of his health. If they can keep this up, then they're gonna be able to force out another recall from one team here, especially if they do get it on Kai. That is already big. One team is trying to get information, get some vision over this Dark Lord Slayer camp, but they need to also be able to disengage successfully. That's double trouble though. That's half of Difoxen's health already. So without the front line, they can actually start this Dark Lord Slayer.
Oh, but they're going to be starting here from one team. They're going in hot. Zed does not have his flicker ready. The Blazing Submission is going to be used, but they're still going in hot on the Dark Lord Slayer. They're not
my God!
Goes in for the steal. The Foxen does his best. He is going to be pushing them back. Kai might be in danger as NTNZ is going to be going into the fray, and the Foxen still has his resurrection ready. He is going to be able to live, but the Emperor's Gate is going to be finishing him off. But Moop is in the area.
Done.
He is going to be doing his best, and Kai still has his resurrection ready, but Ares is going to be trying to win that. He is going to be taken back. iPop Pro goes in with a victory
Mid though.
run. But is it going to be enough? Is it time enough for them to get back? He is going to do his best. Kai is going to have the brunt of the damage. The Dark Lord Slayer is going to be there. They did not zero in onto Kai, and that's kind of bummer for
This is
them.
risky.
They need to get back. Lun Lun might be in a predicament here. Are they going to be able to take Hyper Pro? This is the outplay waiting to happen, and the answer is they are not going to be able to finish it just yet.
Oh my! If Erez actually won in that 1v1 against Sky, then this game would have been over. But it's already also impressive that Moop got that steal. One team just can't get this Dark Lord Slayer from themselves. They keep getting denied here by Talon Esports, and it's causing them so much frustration in this game. But again, another fight is breaking out. That's a nice engage here by the Foxen. Zay, though, will be able to back away successfully. And that fight turned into just a 3-for-3 trade. Fortunately, Kai was still alive. If he was dead, then there would be a lesser chance of one team to actually be able to defend their base. But it's not the case. Now, Talent Esports, though, are being quite more aggressive than usual. They're trying to get another inhibitor tower, might be here onto the top side as they're assisting the waves, but it won't be that much effective. They need to be very careful from the double trouble here of Kai. Good disengage though. Good dodge there by Apad Pro, especially with his ultimate, but they won't be able to get any towers. Both of these teams need the Dark Lord Slayer. If they can't get it, then no one can actually push. They can attempt a dive, they can attempt a bait here on the jungle camps of NK, but they already know this. They already know this kind of strategy, and it's an almost impossible feat to actually execute. Talent Esports just keeps on pushing these waves, trying to draw one team out of their base, poking them out. But as they are closer to their fountain, though, they'll just be able to reset a lot better and find a better angle actually on engaging. Daifoxin, though, dealt a bit of damage there towards the members of one team, but he experienced a lot of pain as well from all those bursts of one team.
A possible 1v1 here on the bottom lane as well. Moop is not actually committing into that, as he knows that one crucial mistake could actually tilt the favor onto the side of one team. And one mistake from one team as well. As we already have 100,000 gold for each of the teams. This is a long-standing match. We see NTNZ actually their areas as well being stunned a lot there, and the Aval's Fury is going to be used to get for the slow. Moop is going to be trying to go for that kill onto Zay. The Resurrection is not going to be propped out as soon there, as Ares' damage is going to be reduced with the Medallion of Troy in tow. Not much, no commitments just yet. They know they lack the members on the side of one team. It is going to be Wawa missing, but Moop is also going to be missing for your KFC talent. I just don't know if they have the power to just, get the Slayer as soon as they could. And the Double Trouble's going to get a hit again onto the Fox, and he's just going to be tanking the damage. And TNC goes in with the Wailing Blade. The Aval's Fury as well. Zay might be in danger. Appa Pro is there to actually go for a commit. The Foxen is going to be taken as he oversteps his bound. Do you think that you are hard enough as a tank?
Oh, with one member down, this might be the chance of one team. They're not gonna wait for the Dark Lord Slayer anymore. They want to commit onto this push. They get the inhibitor tower. They're trying to get NTNZ though. They need to check on the backside. iPod Pro might actually be dead, and he will fall down, but not without a trade. Moop is also dead. NTNZ tried to delay the impossible. Ares on a mission impossible here, but as he falls down, so does their towers, and this core is just going to get annihilated. One team, after 35 minutes, they get this victory and hold on to this tournament. No more 3-0 impossible sweep.
That was a very, very long game number 3. It showed the will of one team to get back into the game. But if this is the type of games that one team has, I don't know if they're gonna have the capability to win the series, because this is a spectacular win. They had the early game advantage, they had the mid game advantage, and going to the late game it was their advantage as well. But them actually trudging through the mud to get this win says a lot about the willpower of one team. But not to say, I don't think that this is a very, very spectacular win. Not a convincing win at all. It's just that the Foxen made the last crucial mistake, and that was basically it. That was the reason why they lost, not because of any spectacular reasons.
But it was still the ticket here of one team denying that third victory in the series here for Talon Esports, and they would have a much more better momentum in this game, because this was a hard-fought, hard-earned victory here by one team. Yeah, Daifoxin made a mistake, but he actually was a high-impact player in this game as well. They know that he got the steal earlier with his ultimate, getting the Dark Lord Slayer with his Avalanche Fury, and it allowed Talon Esports to get momentum back in this game and allowed them to sustain a bit longer. But after he got taken down, death timers are just too low. In a 4v5 setup, Talon Esports without a front line, they cannot just resist one team's damage anymore. And despite the attempts, well, it won't. It's just inevitable. Now, one team has a better chance in coming back in this series.
Yeah, definitely one team has the capability. If they take game number 4,
definitely they are going to be on par with KFC Talon, but it makes it harder still. If KFC Talon takes game number 4, it is a fact that it's already a match point. And on the second part of the best of 7 series, you can already feel the jitters because this is a very very close win for one team. A lot of mistakes was actually seen on them. The steals as well from Defoxin. It was just a matter of they won because of one. They were able to bait Defoxin there, but Defoxin, yes, I do believe that he was one of the high impact players there, able to actually turn the tides of the game. It was just very, very unfortunate. I think one of the crucial there was on the second to the last. I mean, the last take on the Dark Slayer, wherein Kai actually won the duel against Eris. I think that if they actually committed to killing Kai up, Lulun wouldn't have the opportunity to get the defense for one team. And that was a decision making that actually will haunt KFC Talon. But, it was a well played game for both of them. KFC Talon showed that they have the capacity to get back into the game no matter how big of a lead is. It was already a 6K lead, an almost 6K lead that was building up for one team, but they were able to last to the 30-minute mark even with that kind of lead from one team, and that says a lot on how good you are as a team. As a player as well, you have that mentality, you have the consistency. I'm not going to be faulting any of the players. It was a perfect game for both teams. The circumstances is that it was just Defoxin missing in a 4v5. In a 4v5 in a late game is a very, very crucial type of fight because usually in a 4v5 you're not going to win against the ones with bigger numbers, the ones with a lot of skills on their arsenal.
Yeah, and I think that's really gonna mess with the minds here of Talon Esports. That was really difficult to win. I mean, they tried really hard, but unfortunately, it didn't turn out well for them. Now it's a chance for one team.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm gonna see here the game stats: 11 to 17, with 6 kills onto the side of one team in their favor. Gold, we don't need to actually see that. In terms of the objectives, one team has the bulk of it. It's just an Infinite Slayer. They were not able to contest against KFC Talon. And the decision to not go for the Slayer in the last part was a good decision for one team. Because they have a lot of chain of crowd controls that they can use to get the pick off that they want. And the damage in terms of the AoE damage that they can bring as well, Wawa was the bulk of it with Kai as well. You're gonna see the damage being dealt here. iPad Pro only at 140k, while Wawa 240, 100k over iPad Pro at this game. That's how big of an impact Iggy is. Whenever they go to clashes, he gets a lot of AoE hits. Ares as well, 260k onto that L, so he was the one bringing the bulk of the damage here for KFC Talon. It's just very, very unfortunate. And the MVP, understandable, it's going to be Kai, the most impactful player for one team, the most solid, and the one that brought an end to every strats that KFC Talon brought into the table. It's just his Loveville with a 506 KDA, a perfect KDA, even with the 30 plus minutes that he's done. Roll goal difference 3,323. MVP count, this is his third, and the damage he's been dealing, that's 27.1%. Only second to what Wawa brought to the table, KP 64.7%. He was the most impactful player that we can say for one team, because if Kai actually died during the clashes, it was already a done deal. One team would have lost game number 3.
And it's actually quite impressive to see as well that despite the long game, despite the threats and the so many team fights that happened there in that particular game, Kyle actually didn't suffer from any casualty. He didn't die even once. He had an incredible score of 5 kills as well, which actually is hard to do given the threat that Talon Esports actually was making on that game. He had a near-death experience after that last Dark Lord Slayer clash against Erez. He almost got taken down. I think he only had one more hit before he was able to be killed here by Erez, but fortunately he was able to survive. That led to them being able to successfully defend their base from iPad Pro's attempt on pushing. So again, in this game, it was a good job by one team to actually clutch out a win. Talon Esports and one team are definitely exhausted from that game, and there's still a lot of potential games in this series. We're just down to the third one, moving up to the fourth, a potential game number 7 here in this series. Depending if one team is going to be able to come back in the series successfully, they do have the tools for it. They do have the strength and the skills for it. They just need to harness every bit of energy and intellect that they have in this game to be able to beat Talon Esports. It's not anymore impossible because they clinched out a win, and we're more so looking at Talon Esports right now, especially from their mistake with Difoxin getting caught out there in that last team fight.
Definitely one team has what it takes. They're not going to be here in the playoffs if, you know, they don't have the capability. It's just that, you know, I feel like they are being pressured most of the time, especially in the mid game. They always kind of find ways to make mistakes and give back the lead that they have built, and it's going to be a key factor going in game number 4. They have the confidence now, so them having the momentum, switching it up for themselves is going to, you know, it's gonna give me a lot of expectations on what kind of plays that they're gonna be doing. Are they gonna be fielding a very aggressive lineup yet again? Because that's the only time they actually got a win, when they field a very, very aggressive lineup. When they match it up with KFC Talon, if they are the ones on the receiving end, usually it's kind of one-sided. In terms of the decision making, we saw them actually pull out. Them deciding on the last seconds to go for the tower push was spectacular, not forcing a Dark Lord Slayer clash, because Infinite Slayer has always been in the hands of KFC Talon, and based on statistics, that's very hard to argue that whenever you go for that kind of objective, it's always going to be in the hands of KFC Talon, and you don't want to be in a repetitive state that you're just going to be the one being stolen off, and that's kind of tilting, so to speak, because it's a major objective. You get 1 kill for an Infinite Slayer. I don't know if that's a trade that's going to be, you know, that you want to be in, because I think the Infinite Slayer still has something in the table that at the first clash that the Infinite Slayer was taken by Defoxin, if they could have closed that, it was already a GG well played. There's not much of any gold leads that you are expecting from KFC Talon, and NK needs to do better as a jungler because he has the retribution for his team. He has the capability to, you know, judge it, and even in those high tense situations, Moop and Defoxin was being able to take that says a lot on the concentration that they have during those high impact moments.
Yeah, well, nothing's gonna match that steal though a while ago by NTNZ onto Move's camp. That was still the most tilting one, because it led to a series of events earlier that allowed one team to get some towers, and overall it's a bit tilting as well, but hopefully that doesn't happen anymore here for both junglers, especially that NK multiple instances he didn't get the right last hit on the objectives that led to that extension of the game. Wherein one team could have ended it earlier. I think maybe on the 21st minute mark, because they were already ahead against Talon Esports. They were up by 4,000 and they were already able to take down all the outer turrets and even a tower, an inhibitor tower in the top lane of Talon Esports. So maybe a cleaner execution in the next succeeding games, and they would be able to finally get a lead in the series against Talon Esports.
Yeah, definitely. I believe that's gonna be possible. Both sides, Hayate hasn't been picked up just yet. We've seen Laville being picked up. We've seen Elsu as well being picked up. I don't know, not much show in the ADC right now. It's all about mid lane. We already have Viper Pro still Yana. We have Lorian is still open. Iggy has been taken out. We also have Yue being taken out here for the side of KFC Talon. On the other side, we already have the Iggy pick being taken out as well. They still have the L'Oreal picked out. You know, it's that characteristic of Wawa when he's very, very confident about, you know, kiting the damage, having the capacity to actually deal a lot of damage in a short amount of time. That's a kind of one team that I'm looking for here in the series, a more aggressive one, because one team is an aggressive team. They're not the team that you usually see on the receiving end, and that's why it's very, very confusing whenever they are the ones trailing, that they're actually not creating any plays for themselves. Not like here when we saw that they were the ones dictating the rotations. They were the ones that actually made a lot of plays. But, you know, in the other side of the spectrum, I think them overcoming the odds is kind of weak. Not like what we saw from KFC Talon, which was consistent. When they were in the receiving end, they just made a play for them. They try to make plays for themselves. When they are the ones leading the charge as well, they are the ones dictating most of the plays that's gonna happen in the map.
I'm actually reviewing a little bit on the potential global bans as well. Both teams has invested quite a lot on the meta picks. This is a good sign, but we're already gonna be starting to witness the how exhausting it can be on the other choices, on the other heroes that they can actually pick up. I'm looking forward though to finally seeing a potential Raz Superman combination here. We have seen the Raz being picked up yesterday in one of our games during the match of Bikertopia and Bacon Time. So hopefully we do see it again, possibly here in the series. Let's see though. One team is on the blue side, Talon Esports on the red after that fantastic victory by one team. Finally, they are going to be switching sides, and one team is going to have that first pick priority. So options here for one team includes maybe the possible Lorian pick here if ever Talon Esports are not going to ban it out. They haven't picked up well, they have picked up the Elsu already, so they couldn't go with the long-range pokes anymore. They can go with a possible aggressive lineup once again, since on the support department, they haven't really exhausted much on the other meta picks that we have seen, like the Lumbar, like the Baldum. Senil has been picked up earlier by Talon Esports, but one team hasn't. So now with the Nacroth actually available, which they haven't used yet so far in the first 3 games, they would be able to first pick it, which is a relatively good pick coming in from them. Talon Esports cannot answer with the Zuka since they have used it already during their second match. So how are they gonna approach this time?
Nacra first pick is going to be taken here by one team. Nacra so far is one of the most
most reliable junglers that you can actually field. He has the capability to go for split pushes, and you in your screens you're gonna see here Tony joining
Oh.
KFC Talon as the support, replacing Defoxin. And now it was a really good run for Defoxin's support, but Tony is actually going to be a solid member for KFC Talent as
Ooh,
well.
Brunilda.
This is the lineup that we are going to be expecting from KFC Talent. This is their AWC Championship lineup. Tony, Ares, Hyperpro, Moop, Pin, and TNT. The only member that I miss in KFC Talent side is Happy, that used to be, uh, one of the junglers that goes for a switch with Moop whenever they need a change in scenery. But one team's first pick is definitely gonna give them a lot of mobility, a lot of capability to pressure the lanes. But what KFC Talent did, they actually went with the Brunhilde and a Proxy pick. Brunhilde,
Yeah.
first time that I've seen this hero being used up here in pro play.
Yeah. This is gonna be the first Brunilda in the AIC 2022. So, quite fascinating to see as well. I don't think it has been used as well in the AIC 2021. So, kind of a big risk here by Talon Esports, but we have seen, the potential of this particular hero in dishing out a lot of damage. We might actually finally see the Azenka. This hero has been hovered quite a lot, even in the AIC 2021, but it has never been picked.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hero that's kind of hard to use because he just sits down in the corner whenever you use his artillery strikes. Yes, you have some range there, but she's not gonna be mobile while she's doing it. It's a position we're in. Most of the time, the only thing that she can do to actually to get away from crowd controls is to use her flicker, and you only have one chance to use your flicker, and it has a 120-second cooldown as well.
And it is gonna be an interesting interaction here by both teams, honestly, because Talon Esports, yeah, they do have a relatively good pickup potential with the Crick Knock, with the Roxy, and a relatively good damage with the Brunilda. But one team is building a solid team fighting based composition. They do have good split push as well with the Knockross, but I'm liking the potential Wild Prison just for the preparation for the Hayate and the Kunai Blitz. So team fighting is gonna be scary here on the side of one team. I'm wondering what they are gonna be picking up on the Darkslayer lane and the mid as well, because earlier they have picked up already the Iki, they have picked up the Talon, Crixie, Lauren has been banned away, so not much choices there. Unless they would want to go into the path here of V Gaming with a pick on the Kali, which is pretty uncommon lately here. Unless they would want to pop out something like a Vera, a Yui, or maybe go for a possible Raz Dirac here if they do want to have a solid team fighting one.
Yeah, and right now we are going to see the 4 bans here by KFC Talon. It is a Lilian. We also have a Florentino, Lorian, and Aya, and they're actually putting into consideration the assassins that could actually go and zero in into that Brunhilde pick, and it is an acceptable ban because Florentino, whenever he has the opportunity, especially against a Brunhilde, he's just gonna be able to zero in, put in the combo, put in the work, and basically you're gonna have a dead Brunhilde in a matter of seconds. Well, on one team they finish up their bans with the Alice and also a Tulin pick. Raz is gonna be hovered here by KFC Talon. Alice, kinda understandable. We've seen NTNZ use Roxy as well. Tony as well has used the Roxy, and they've been both
Oh!
effective on both of their roles. And this is a factor here for KFC Talent because both players can actually play it well, and you can rely on the acting script on whichever player it is. But the problem here is that are they gonna be able to lock in someone for the Roxy to be able to catch the right target with the acting script? That's one of the questions that's going for KFC Talent.
Yeah, I'm more so looking at the Raz though, because we have seen it already being picked up before in the previous series by Bikertopia against Bacon Time, and we all know how it happened with an incredible 3-man knockback by the Raz player there. And one team, I'm wondering though if they are gonna be investing on. No, they're not gonna go with the double marksman, are they? That's a big risk, especially with the presence of the Kriknak and the Raz here, and the Roxy as well. So if they are gonna be locking in the Valheim, well, they do have a lot of damage for sure, but it's gonna be twice as risky as picking up something that has a bit of stability in the mid lane. But they are gonna be locking it in since they do want to have at least some pokes here in the mid against the Raz. Talon Esports, what are they gonna be putting on the Dark Slayer lane? Are they gonna use a tank one, a fighter one? Will they use something like the Tachi or Irie, or maybe a Superman finally? Superman Raz combination, bring us back to AIC 2021. But no, they are hovering a Toro, which is gonna be a first Toro here in this game, in this AIC 2022.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna see a mid lane Valheim yet again coming into the GCS. They're gonna be using it to deter maybe the pushes, since Valheim is a very early oriented hero. He falls off in the late game. But in this type of combination, they're just going to actually rely heavily onto the capability of the Baldum to zone out the members of Talon Esports. But Toro is picked up, so probably a play wherein Toro is just gonna be diving in most of the scenarios here. And with NTNZ actually having the capability to use Roxy as well, it is going to be playing out here that there's a lot of frontliners here for KFC Talent, but Baldum is the only one that they can rely on one team. They're going to rely on the capability of the Ryoma to zone out, and also the backline disruption that Anaka can provide to the team. One team has a very, very mobile lineup, but let's see if it's going to be enough yet again against KFC Talent's lineup as well.
As one team, we already witnessed how aggressive they can be in the early game. During the past the first two games, actually even in the third game, they always get the early lead. I think what they want to do is have a better performance in the early game that can actually deny the mid-game power spike here of Talon Esports. If they are going to be getting an incredible amount of gold difference, maybe 5,000-7,000 gold lead to a point of no return, they would be able to have a better fighting chance here against Talon Esports. That's in theory. Application is going to be happening here in this game as an explosive lineup is also built up here by Talon Esports with a lot of setups ready into play actually for a team fight. We're seeing an invade here on the red side jungle here of Moop, which is gonna attract a lot of fights. There's also a battle here between Kai and Erez, already forcing that flicker from the Brunilda. And now with 4 members on the red side jungle, who will get it? It's gonna be NK stealing out the camp here of Moop, and they will get that first blood onto iPod Pro. An explosive and effective start here by one team.
Yeah, a lot of the early game is definitely gonna be on the one team. Kai started out the blue buff here. They're trying to actually zero in here
Ooh.
and Moop to get the resources he needs to boost up his early game advantage. Tony steals that though from Wawa, but a Valheim definitely is gonna be difficult to fight with, especially in the early games. If he gets a lot of free looks for himself, you get a lot of chances to get some stuns as well if you're lucky. And NK is just getting a lot of the resources now. They have a lot of the advantage on their side. That's 600 gold, and definitely KFC Talon is not going to be ready for the first clash to happen. Wawa deals a lot of damage in a short time into Bloop. The wild charge is going to be used by Zay. There is going to be a charge here by Tony, and the artillery strikes have been procced out here by Everest. It is going to be hurting them down there. iPad Pro tries to secure, misses up that flash, the flash plays here, and Wawa is going to be killing off again Boop here on the mid lane.
Yeah, that's 2-0 already. A big shutdown on the early game here of Talon Esports, but they are still able to make some cross-map plays. A take on the Abyssal Dragon is gonna help them a little bit recover in the economy department. One team gonna trade it out with the Slayer on the top side river, so they're gonna be able to keep up this gold lead a little bit longer. Here we check out the replay. Moop getting caught out there by Wawa, especially with the golden glaive. He will be getting that stun. Wild Prison not actually hitting anyone, but Tony is overextended. He will fall down, and one team just keeps on grouping up, and they cannot be contained here by Talon Esports. Now with a 1,500 gold lead, things are starting to look good here again for one team.
Yeah, but this is the advantage that they need. Whenever they have the advantage, I've already said this, they are going to be very, very aggressive with their plays. And as long as they're going to be aggressive, they're the ones going to dictate what's going to happen here. And they're going to have a very, very soft cushion for themselves by TNZ. He's going to be locking in with Agnes Grip. And Moop secures his first kill of the game, getting here Lun Lun with the Agnes Grip coming in from NTNZ.
That's a bit of an oopsie there by Lun Lun, and we can say that, well, there's a big risk when you're dealing with a potential Agnes Grip waiting to catch you. So Lun Lun has to play this out more safely, especially that Moop can just follow up with NTNZ's setup, and you're gonna be threatened with a dive. But speaking of dive, NK is not gonna hesitate diving here onto that red buff, but he's gonna be the one to fall down. I think he did not anticipate 3 people ready to attack him. So these mistakes are gonna cost one team dearly if they keep making them, as that's a bit of a mistake that one team is making twice in a row already in a short amount of time. It will allow Talon Esports to actually recover, and it will not take long before they actually reach their power spikes. If we reach out to 12 minutes into the game, then Talon Esports would have already their second or third items already and have enough resources actually to set up a team fight. And setups are actually really high here for Talon Esports. They have the Agnes Grip, they have iPod Pro with the knock-ups, and they have Tony as well ready for a possible team fight. But Tony's taking a lot of damage. He is able to soak up a lot, especially because of his passive. But it will allow one team actually to have a priority on this Abyssal Dragon. They are diverting their attention though on an attempt to push, but Erez is gonna be there to clear out the waves, so might not be the best possible option here. Just take the dragon and go. NK is there for the finish, and one team has a potential of taking two objectives right now, given the lead that they do have and how Talon Esports are positioning themselves so far in this game.
Yeah, but right now we're seeing NK actually rotate here on the bottom. Daenerys might be in danger, but that is gonna be the artillery strike again. The
Oh.
is gonna be used. Ultimates from Tony is gonna deter that push yet again on the ball lane, but we are seeing a sliver of
I would pro.
Lun Lun is gonna be in danger, but he's gonna be able to flicker out. NK and WoW are gonna be rotating into this player. They're trying to get more resources from Moop, but he was able to clear it as fast as he could. And TNT tries to deter Lun Lun on getting that wave, but with the mobility of Arioma, it's gonna be very, very hard. 1K, 1.5K actually, and in total on the lead of one team against KOC Talon. They're going in for the uppercut yet again, and we're gonna see here the ultimate being ready, but Zay uses up the orb. The artillery strike is gonna be catching him up, and we're gonna see Zay fall down. No luck for his Baldum pick here in this game.
That's an incredible amount of range that the Brunilda has in a wide coverage of area that one team is being threatened. Whenever there's a team fight breaking out, they have to flee whenever Talon Esports creates a setup for a team fight. But now top lane, Lunlun tries to make an outplay and he does escape successfully. Now threatening to a kill onto Moop. Can he actually get it? Transitions onto NTNZ, and Kai is also there for the Shuriken toss. Will not be able to get a kill, but they will have the opportunity to push a tower. iPod Pro and Tony stays, but can they survive? 4 people here of one team. Both of them might actually fall down. iPod Pro survives with 1 HP, but not for Tony.
Yeah, the battle cry and the tough hide of that Toro is not going to be enough to save him from the continuous damage on the stacks from the Hayate of Kai. It's just too much to actually handle, as well as a lot of the members of one team was pressing on that top lane push. You saw Lunda, you saw Kai, you saw NK as well. Hyper Pro being able to pop off that orb at the right moment was key for them to actually save themselves from a lot of grief. Almost 2K already on the books of one team, and it's slowly going to a part for in maybe we're gonna reach another 5K before the 15-minute starts.
And well, it is quite possible. One team has been extending their lead, and with the Doombringer spawn in the mid lane, they're gonna attempt to push down this mid tower, but it's gonna be quite difficult. NTNZ gets caught up after using the Agnes Grip, and not the best member. Tony will fall down because of the damage there of Kai. Erez not really able to position himself well for his artillery, but now one team spreading across the map, trying to take as much structures as they can. They are able to push down, but will be able to push mid, and like what you said earlier, 5,000 goal lead now quite possible, and actually quite close into one team getting it. They're only 400, 500 gold away from being able to achieve that.
And definitely now, KFC Talon again is going to be in the receiving end, and this is now what they want. As game number 4 is slowly going to the clutches of one team. Maybe on a second part, maybe we're going to see a 3-2 wherein one team is the one leading. But it is still too early to say. KFC Talon still has a lot to prove here. In terms of the late game, they can always go and look for a comeback. And the potential of the other heroes of one team in the late game actually falls off. There's a lot of things that can happen, like iPad Pro being able to burst down Kai or Wawa. And in that instances, it is going to be possible, as Raz is that type of hero. So they need to look out for iPad Pro at this moment, which can burst down NK, Wawa, and Kai.
The setup, I think Thailand Esports invested quite a lot on the one chance, one team fight that they can actually obliterate the members here of one team. And now, well, Tony taking a lot of damage but is able to disengage successfully. It's hard to catch the Toro because he is able to negate some of the crowd control with his passive, but not for NTNC. He gets obliterated in an instant, and now Talon Esports trying to retaliate with a lot of damage being dished out there by iPod Pro and Eres, but they're still gonna lose their Dark Slayer laner in the process, as one team now taking all the camps here of Moop, shutting down those resources that Talon Esports can actually take. And another take on this Slayer is gonna give them a chance to push a lane once again. Possibly the bot side, since it is the one that took a lot of damage already, and if they are able to take it, that's a big pressure going in to the next objective, which is the Dark Lord Slayer.
And KFC Talon right now is trailing by 5k, and this is the exact moment that we saw on game number 3, and it's going to be harder as the game progresses, because with this type of lead of one team, they're definitely going to have the upper hand in terms of the objective takes. They're not going to be in a situation where they're going to have an easy time to pick off anyone just yet, because the damage in terms of being dealt here by one team in a short amount of time is definitely so hard to overcompensate with the gold that they have, the itemization as well. Moop is going to be forced to use that drone drop to get away. NTNT might be caught out yet again, and that's going to be the entrenched artillery strikes are going to get a hit, and not much that they can do at this moment. Moop is coming back, drone drop on that top lane. Zay and the others are just slowly going into a position. Kai goes in for the push, and yet again another objective falls for them as the inhibitor turret is going to be falling down. The mid lane turret as well is going to be dangerous. Entrenched artillery strikes are going to hit, but the damage is going to be negligible as we see the gap in experiences and gold is already too much.
Yeah, this is the problem when you pick a Raz. You don't have that much wave clear. You have the engage, but when your back is against the ropes, you cannot really dive onto one team unless you have the proper setup. Having to lack that wave clear capability is definitely hurting the members here of Talon Esports, and the goal lead is starting to balloon towards 6,000. They're just waiting for the Dark Lord Slayer to spawn, and they have a really good chance of ending this game. This is, again, quite similar to game number 3. Taking a lot of towers, and one team's towers are unscratched so far in this game. It's gonna take a lot more effort here for Talon Esports to come back in this game. And NTNZ, after the instances a while ago, he keeps just getting caught up there by Zay and the rest of the members of one team. He has to avoid those instances, or else it's just gonna negatively affect the game here of Talon Esports. And while they are reaching towards the later stages of the game, they're still able to get their items, but not as much as one team right now. With 25 seconds on the clock before this Dark Lord Slayer spawns up, Talon Esports has to squeeze away to actually initiate a good team fight against one team.
Yeah, and definitely that's going to be a red buff being stolen here by Kai. They need to trail back here, maybe reach the 20-minute mark for KFC Talon to actually get back. But it is going to be a hard thing. If they're not going to be able to contest the Dark Lord Slayer, I think one team already has this. They're going in for the Battle Cry as well. Tony is going to be in the hands of one team as well. And we're going to see NTNT falling yet again. And this is the problem on their lineup. They don't have anyone that can give them a hold and give NTNZ any opportunities to use that Agnes Grip on a crucial target. And this has been a problem whenever we see a Roxy being picked out yet again.
Yeah, not really the best pick here for Talon Esports. It would have been. It might have been better if they pick up something like Superman because of the amount of crowd control that he can actually make onto a team fight, but that's not the case right now. Talon Esports are being threatened with a game-ending push and a nice setup once again here onto Tony. Lunler is being attacked here, but Moop will actually be the one to fall down as one team right now. All forces onto the top. Nice Agnes grip getting that kill onto Zay, but can they actually survive with a Kunai Blitz dealing a substantial amount of damage towards them? No more iPod Pro, no more errors, and after that ace, one team will finally tie the score in this series against Talon Esports.
Yep, and that is a very, very well played here. Happy faces are going to be in your screens, especially Zay, who's very, very happy on the performance of his Baldum, who keeps on catching up the members with the Wild Prison. And, you know, one team right now is going in hot, and this is the one team that we're looking for. This is reminiscent of what they actually bring into the group stages and even in day one of the quarterfinals. It's whenever they get the advantage that they are aggressive. In the most perfect form for one team is when they are the ones dictating all throughout the game on what is gonna happen, where the lanes are, where the clashes are gonna be fought, where the rotations are gonna fall, and that's how big of a factor the aggression of one team is. And if this is the type of one team that we're still gonna see, one team is definitely gonna be taking this series to a close. And the second part of the best of 7 could actually be taken here. Maybe they are the ones with the 3-2 lead as we enter the game number 6, and that's gonna be a big thing because they're gonna be the ones with the match point.
Yeah, they can definitely do this right now. They have the momentum after winning the 2 games in a row against Talon Esports. Yeah, I've said earlier a possible 3-2 in favor of one team, and they're well equipped to actually do it, especially after this game. We have seen the pattern already. Since game number 1, One Esports having the early game advantage, but this time they were able to keep it up and continue to win in this game till the very end. So KFC Talon, what are they needing to do right now? Early game is definitely something they have to patch up if ever they want to keep up with one team's momentum.
Yeah, definitely. With that kind of plays that we saw, it was just more so the composition was for one team. And the reason why I say that is because they have the early game advantage, and that's where they excel. Whenever they have the advantage, and that's the kind of lineups that you want to look for one team. Because if they keep on getting this kind of compositions where they have the early game to the mid game advantage, there's not much that KFC Talon can actually do, because we know one team has a is a team that has a very, very good advantage whenever they have a strong start. And if this is the type of game that we're going to witness again in game number 5, where KFC Talon cannot actually out-sustain the plays that's coming in for one team, then a possible 3-2 is going to be entering on the second half. I mean, in the second part of this best of 7 series. And game 6 is definitely already there. We have a 2-2 in terms of the scoreline, and the pressure that KFC Talon actually brought to the table is already non-existent, as both these teams have the chance to close it up with a 3-2. And if KFC Talon wants to actually win game number 6, they need to win this game number 5, because for sure they still have a lot on the table, a lot of the picks that could actually make an impact into game number 6 in comparison to what one team has.
I'm still wondering how Talon Esports can come back in this series, because they had a good momentum already in the first two games, but unfortunately, uh, one team was able to make more effective impact across the map, especially in their early game, that led to this situation right now of Talon Esports. So I'm really happy for one team right now. It's quite possible for them to win the series with the amount of aggression that they constantly put in the early game, which is kind of reminiscent to Team Flash's performance against V Gaming, because if I were to recall yesterday's games, Team Flash, they had an aggressive early game always, but it didn't help them get the win. They tried it against V Gaming. They almost got some wins in their series. They tried it again on Bacon Time, but unfortunately it wasn't enough for them to win any games as well. But for one team here, they had a similar play style, but they were able to actually back it up with a lot of resource taking against Talon Esports. Whenever they try to go for an invade, they get the jungle camps there off move. Whenever they go for a dive, whenever they go for an objective taking, they always follow it up with a lot of resources, and it can really reflect here as well on the goal difference over time. It's the same start for one team, just like any other games here in this series, but they were able to maintain it and also grow it as the game progresses. And if we check out the damage over time as well, Wawa dealt a lot here, especially in comparison here to iPod Pro, and there was little to no chances of Talon Esports coming back, especially with the amount of kills that they only gotten during that game. 4 to 14, not really quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, 10 kills on deficit in favor of one team now is very, very crucial, as it dictated on how aggressive these teams are, especially for one team who was able to build a 8.2k gold lead for themselves. You can see in the damage board how big of a team of an impact Wawa had using the Valheim. He was able to actually shut down iPod Pro in the mid lane, just because on the utility of a Valheim, you can't really underestimate that here. Maybe on an Archer terms, where in the late game he's not gonna be that effective, but on the mid lane, he is one of the heroes that excel in the 1v1s. And if you guys actually tune in into 1v1 tournaments, usually you see Valheim, you see Florentino as well. Raz is definitely there, but the utility of having that, what Valheim is you're just go for a point and click. You have some stunts and you have some chances to do some mini stunts as well with the passive that the Valheim has. That's how good of an early game hero Valheim is. He can deal a lot of damage in a short amount of time. Even Omen actually has the trouble in dueling that hero. 507 on Wawa, that's definitely a perfect KDA that you want to emulate in every match that's gonna happen. And in game number 5, we're still gonna see this kind of performances from one team. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a 3-2, but KFC Talon still has a chance to actually get back the momentum that was built here by one team. It's just that, game 3 was a very, very long match, and it was a draining match as well. Whoever won that definitely had the momentum going for them. It was one team who won that, and it is definitely going to be affecting the mindset of the team. But these guys have the international experience. They are going to be bouncing back. Maybe we're going to see a closer game number 5 yet again. But it shows to see. One team has the momentum right now, so it could definitely be over now. We're going to expect a 3-2.
It's going to be more complicated as well due to the global bans in place for the pickings here, and both teams has exhausted quite a lot of the meta picks already. So lesser choices equals to more experimental lineups here, or more dwelling with the comfort picks or non-meta picks heroes in the next succeeding games until we potentially reach the what they call this, the game number 7. But let's see if that's going to be the path here for both teams, because there is still a chance for one team to come back. There is also that remaining potential of one of Talon Esports to come back as well in this series, as the scores are evenly tied and they haven't really put each other on the brink of defeat just yet. They have a lot of room to grow within the series and patch up their mistakes, since at most it's gonna take 2 more victories for their enemy team to actually take them down. But it's still straining, especially extended series like this. You would need to really squeeze in a lot of your effort and also the thoughts you have in the draft. So kudos as well to the coaches who keeps on finding ways to perfectly draft a nice lineup here for their team, and the players trying as much as they can to execute these kinds of plays.
Yeah, definitely. There's still a lot of picks that's going to be available in the mid lane. Baha was using the mid lane as well, so UA is still up for the grabs. Liliana is up for the grabs as well on the side of One Team Esports. They still have the L'Oreal as well. On KFC Talon, they've expended the Raz, the Liliana, the Iggy, UA as well. And there's still a lot of options. Maybe a Dirac, a Lorian, someone that could probably make an impact on the game if they do get that Lorian pick. But I really think that Lorian is not going to be available for them for the picking, just because of the 2 bans that one team is going to have. And so far in the matches, Hayate is still going to be available for KFC Talon if they're going to be able to get that hero. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to take that unless Omen is not going to be the ban of the of one team. It's either... No, there's still a lot that you can expect. We're in a position that the global ban pick does affect some of the picks that's going to be fielded here on the drafting. But we have a lot of variety of heroes that came out as well. Yan is definitely a hero that you can use as well in the jungle side or in the Dark Slayer side. You still have Florentino being open for both sides. Roxy is definitely not going to be there for them both. In the support position, Thane and Baldum respectively on both sides are going to be available, so definitely that could also come into play. There's just a lot of the drafting composition that you can still expect from both sides. It's how creative they are on taking up what kind of composition that they want. Are they going to go for a damage is king? Are they going in for a lot of zone controls? Are they going in for very, very aggressive picks wherein they're going to be able to dive? Those are the compositions that has that kind of strength. And I think those aggressive compositions with the early game advantage are definitely the key for one team. Let's see if they're going to be able to field it again here on game number 5. And we're going to be starting it with your screen, seeing the picks that they have from game 1 to game 4.
Oh, yeah. There are some picks as well that have been picked up earlier in this tournament as well that hasn't been chosen yet here by these teams, like the Sinestria, the Vera. We haven't seen the Zip come up as well. Rui, some of the picks that were taken by the other teams that translated into their win. Tachi, I don't think we have seen Tachi yet in this series. Irie as well, maybe the Florentino if they would want to have some more style points in the Dark Slayer lane. Malok has been hovered earlier by Talon Esports, but they reverted to a different kind of pick. So now going back towards the blue side, Let's see if Talon Esports are gonna be able to bring back the momentum in their favor, as they do have the first pick priority. So a lot of these heroes has been removed already due to the global bans, but I don't think we're gonna be seeing an Omen yet being picked up due to its high priority in the ban position.
Yep, KFC Talon is not gonna give out that hero easily onto one team's hands. In the hands of a master, Omen is definitely scary. He's just gonna be going for a flicker, Death's Embrace, and even tank heroes are not safe in that regard. You don't have anything to counter the Death's Embrace right now. One team doesn't have Baldum, and Talon Esports does have Baldum on their side, but they don't want to risk it because there are a lot of picks that they can actually prioritize in the picking stages.
Talon Esports removing the Joker. Both teams haven't done any. One team invested on a double marksman just yet, but no Ellender yet here for both teams. So maybe that is one of the options here of Talon Esports and one team. I like how Talon Esports, despite the 2 losses that they have experienced so far, they're still keeping up the positive vibes here. Same goes for one team, given the momentum that they do have. So now with the first pick here of Talon Esports, Telanas being prioritized early. So I think Talon Esports are going to invest once again on a team fight based composition. Let's see though how they are going to be protecting this marksman later on with their other picks, because one team can threaten once again with their assassins, with their fighter picks, and a lot of damage towards the backline.
Yeah, definitely the Telenos is a hero that relies heavily on his teammates, because if you're not gonna give him the free looks that you want, or you're gonna be letting the assassins or the fighters to close in on him, is usually just gonna be dead weight. So you need a lot of zone protection. You need a lot of tanks to actually give him the free looks that you want, and that's actually something that you need to think about when you are making a draft for your Telenos. But one team actually went for a Cafeni pick. It is going to be huge. Cafeni is very, very mobile, and in terms of itemizations, you just need 2 items to actually maximize the damage of a Cafeni. The Fusilade as well is a definite wave clear, wherein you can just spec it to help you on the defense.
And defense is gonna be the priority here for sure for Talon Esports. Good pick off here with the Crixie, with a lot of mobility in a sense, a good setup as well, and AoE damage, plus a Baldum, which we have seen earlier work quite well for one team. So Wild Prison now is gonna be available for Talon Esports that can catch up or catch the members of one team here. Maybe Wawa, maybe Kai later on, if ever they are gonna be in a vulnerable position. But one team as well, picking up the Thane is gonna add a lot of durability in their front line, plus that execution damage, especially with his ultimate, because the Avalanche Fury deals quite a lot of damage, especially when you're able to land it on the crucial members of the enemy team. So now, with the first 3 picks here of Talon Esports and one team, they already invested on the support, the marksman, and the mid. So the bans might actually go towards the jungle side. Ellendor taken away here already by one team, as they are already hovering it. Talon Esports might want to secure their Dark Slayer lane, because NTNZ suffered quite a lot earlier during the previous match. He keeps getting caught up, and it had a big impact in the overall laning and performance there of Talon Esports.
And looking at here, It is going to be a strong first three picks here for KFC Talon. The protection that they need is and zone control is definitely there. The Baldum and the Crixie are heroes that you can definitely pair up with the Telenas. The Moonfall is definitely an area wherein not a lot of the heroes of one team is going to be willing to go into. And also on the side of one team, they went in for a big protection using that Thane as someone that can soak for them, and a Liliana that can just go into the back line and do a lot of poking damage as well when she's not in her box form.
Mina is actually a good ban here by one team because team fighting based composition really is highly synergized with a Mina pick. And Talon Esports might actually eye onto that since they have banned out as well the Lubu. I'm wondering what one team is gonna opt to pick here for their potential jungle or Dark Slayer lane. They have exhausted quite a lot already, but they have a lot of options remaining. We talked about this before the match has started. They're hovering the Kira as of the moment, and it can deal a lot of damage and threaten the back line for Erez later on. So might as well just lock it in. They have unnecessary engage. They can have a good front to back team fighting here if ever they do lock in this Kira.
The Kira pick is definitely going to be a key hero here. If he's going to be able to zero in on the Telenas or the Quixie, but it's still going to be a hard fight since a lot of the zoning capabilities here is going to be found on KFC Talon. Then if you add Dion and also the Scud to the mix, this definitely is going to be difficult since Yan and Scud can actually just go into the back line and wreak havoc on not letting the Kafeni get the free looks that he wants. As long as they're going to be able to zero in, it is going to be a fact of the matter that KFC Talon is going to have the upper hand here on the clashes. But one team still has one pick left. Maybe someone that can go for a duel, someone that can actually last in fights, and definitely Varus fits that description for one team. I feel like this is going to be the last lock-in here for this match. And in terms of the composition, I think both teams has the balance. They have gap closers, they have assassins, they have tanks that can actually help them, and the ADCs are going to be one of the key points here. Is the Telenas going to be able to have the free looks that they need, or either one of them are just going to be falling and in turn will crumple the position of their teams. Let's see here in game number 5.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of big Kafeni plays during the past few days, and for the Telenas, yeah, we have seen a lot of damage being dished out by this particular hero as well. I'm gonna be looking forward to these support roles because they're gonna be the ones to initiate for the teams, and Talon Esports has a lot of frontline power definitely in their lineup, and one team is gonna look to go around that later on. So big responsibility later on for Zay, Lunlun, as they're gonna serve in the front line and provide that safety net for Wawa and Kai to dish out their damage and NK to slip through the back. But for Talon Esports, it is relatively the same amount of responsibility as well, but they do have a lot of safety in their composition given the combination of the Scud and the Baldum to provide that safety net for iPod Pro and Erez. And overall, even the Grixie has a lot of safety in her kit as well and can set up as well for the team, especially with the potential knock-up of the Grixie and the Moonfall dealing a lot of damage to whoever comes close to the members of Talon Esports here. So early game might not be as aggressive anymore here for one team, but they do have a lot of investment towards late game.
One team has that capability. They have a lot of split pushing potential on their side as well. So it is going to be a fact of the matter on how they're going to be able to play this. And whoever gets the ADC, I swear, this is going to be crucial. Whoever
Yeah.
gets the ADC on both sides is the team that's going to win.
It's gonna win the lottery.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a no-brainer because most of the damage that you're gonna be expecting definitely is going on the ADCs. If they're gonna need the sustainable damage, definitely. Although NK's Kira is also gonna make some plays here for sure. He's gonna have his hands full on the Yan and Scud as well.
Talon Esports, one team. Tie on the score. This is the make or break moment here, or the tiebreaker for this series. Whoever gets the win here will be able to get that match point advantage against their enemy team. And if you look at the lineups, well, one team has still maintain on their aggressive playstyle with Akira, Veres pick, and well, the overall draft, even in the laning phase actually, Kai can be aggressive because of how a Kofeni can just poke out in the lane and while he closes the distance here onto Erez. The Telenas though has to scale up a little bit towards the mid game before he can deal a lot of damage here for team fights. So Tony will have a big responsibility in protecting Erez for the meantime, because there's a potential, again, a potential 4-man dive that one team can do on the bot side, on the Abyssal Dragon lane, to get that advantage for Kai later on. And Talon Esports in this lineup will have to wait a little bit longer to reach their power spikes, especially for NTNZ. But what I like about this though is that NTNZ without the... I pretty much don't like the Roxy pick for NTNZ. It really didn't make much plays there during that particular game. So seeing him on a different play style of a hero definitely suits this composition and the team instead, because Yan can threaten so much in a team fight with a lot of mobility overall actually with this particular hero. If he's gonna be able to reach the back line, maybe onto Wawa or Kai, then he's gonna be a big star of a player here for Talon Esports.
Yep, and definitely as the game is gonna be starting, let's see who is gonna have the second part of the series into their hands. Is it still gonna be KFC Talon, or one team's momentum is not gonna be stopped here by the AWC champions? Let's see. As the game is gonna be starting, we're gonna have a standard start, no aggression on the invades whatsoever.
Standard start this time. One team not invading. I don't think we have seen Talon Esports invade in the series just yet. He mostly just started pretty safely. Or sometimes they invade as a response to one team's invades on the other side of their camp, but mostly they just play this out safe, focus on the farm, try to take as much resources as they can in the lane. We're starting to see some interactions here. Erez having the superior range, poking out Kai down to 60% health, and that's basically a good standing already into the lane. They're threatening a potential dive. That flicker has to be invested just to stay safe in the lane, and it's already a sizable win here for Talon Esports. A lane control, and later on they have actually a potential in diving this bot side with the help of iPad Pro due to the high range that Talon Esports actually has with their mid and marksman.
Yeah, and right now it's kind of looking good for KFC Talon, as you said. And they are definitely gonna have the early game advantage if you give it to the Telenas, who's just uh, definitely gonna have insane range for himself. And with this advantage, they're gonna be trading up. And it's the first time we're gonna see KFC Talent actually go for a take here on the Abyssal Dragon. Abyssal is gonna be used to try to steal that up, but the retribution up for Mook. He's not gonna let it fall into the hands of one team. Well, the Slayer has been taken here as an exchange on that dragon.
Just a trade of objectives here at the very start. Not much threats here, but we're seeing a good amount of gold lead that Talon Esports is building up in this early game, which is kind of a good sign from them. Normally we see one team with their aggression getting a bit of gold lead in the first few minutes of the game, which was actually the problem of Talon Esports, because they kept getting bullied in their lane and they kept suffering from the ganks of NK and Wawa on the bot side lane. But now we're seeing Erez quite comfortable. Oh, Zay flicker into the dash, but not onto the best possible targets. But the follow-up is actually quite amazing. Tony will fall down a little bit late there for Moop, because one team already got their kill and they're now punishing Moop's attempt to help Erez and Tony. That's 2 kills on the bot side, and one team now starts it quite explosively. That was a good attempt by iPad Pro to get an outplay on the Kai, but unfortunately he will also fall down. So 3-0 already in favor of one team, and they're attempting an invade here, but that is a nice knockback here by Tony, trying to get a kill onto Zay, but Tony might actually be the one to fall down. Has to fall back for the meantime. And if we check out this replay, that's where Wawa got that final hit on the onto a member of Talon Esports earlier. Now things are looking pretty much more standard here for one team. Early game aggression and early game lead.
Yeah, this is the lead that you want to see from one team. They are very, very aggressive here on their take. Although we saw some of the lead fall into KFC Talon, one team actually went and took everything back in just one play, and they were able to secure 3 kills at that clash, and that's definitely going to be hurting for KFC Talon.
Yeah, but if we look at the gold distribution though, even if Wawa took 3 kills, it's iPad Pro is not actually trailing that much behind in terms of the gold. It's only down 200. Erez is still keeping up with Kai, and it's not that much impacting the game as of the moment here for Talon Esports. There's an attempt once again though for Salad, being stopped there by Tony, but a Wild Prison is not gonna stop his death. He's still gonna fall down, and this tower might as well be, because one team wants to accelerate this game by taking some structures, might be taking the Abyssal Dragon as well, but the gold lead is already starting to rise here for one team as they take more control in this bot side.
And one of the key factors here is we always see Wawa on the attempt on shutting down the bottom lane of KFC Talon, and that is definitely hurting the chances here of KFC Talon. Crixie is a very conservative pick. You can't make a lot of plays with that hero, and they're very, very sure here on one team that definitely they have the capability to close out and get the kills as fast as they could. Box strike's gonna be used, and iPad Pro releases the moonfall, but it was preemptively known by Wawa, and he teleports away there. We're gonna see the ultimate here being procced out here. He's gonna be stunned. The moonfall is not needed as NCNZ closes that with a kill. NK is gonna be the casualty of choice here, and KFC Talon is gonna be securing these players for themselves to add the gold and also to mitigate the gold lead that one team has.
Yeah, a good pick off into a good objective, but now top lane, that's another engage that Talon Esports is attempting to make. They got Kai, and they're happy about it already. A good disengage, and like what you said, they're starting to catch up. One team, they have to avoid these kinds of mistakes because Talent Esports is gonna keep on punishing them. And well, even if the kill distribution is not onto Erez, at most it's helping them for NTNZ and iPod Pro already. Now we're seeing a much more comfortable KFC Talon reaching onto one team. They are getting engaged though in the mid side. Moonfall is already used. Zay might actually fall down, but Moop will be the one to get taken down. That's the ultimate being used. Can it actually reach onto the member of Talon Esports? The answer is no, but they will attempt on getting this tower. Good clear here by iPod Pro and NTNZ, stopping that push, but one team is gonna attempt on the Slayer later on. After that initial interaction, Tony is relatively tanky, Moop as well, but if they get funneled by all those damage by one team, they cannot sustain themselves that much, so they have to fall back. They have to be creative in their team fighting because one team keeps on getting at least one member from Talon Esports.
I mean, we are seeing a trade on the plays here. KFC Talon getting some pickups as well, but it's not going to be always unanswered as one team actually goes in with aggressive plays on themselves as well. And this is the kind of action that we want. Wawa actually on that Liliana is a thing of beauty as he is able to use
5-0.
Yeah, able to use that hero effectively, and the bulk of the kills is on his book, and definitely you can see Wawa as a main and the most impactful player right now. Whichever lane he ganks, whichever clash it starts where Wawa is actually in, it always ends up in the hands of one team.
And one team is looking to get more picks. As Wawa scales up or snowballs hard, he's gonna deal a much more damage during team fights, especially to the squishy members of Talon Esports. Even to the non-squishy ones. I saw the ultimate of Wawa a while ago on to move at a relatively low range, but he actually chunked his HP down. It took like 20% of his HP. In a short amount of time. Now onto the top side, Tony might actually fall down. Talent Esports attempting to disengage, but they will lose a member onto the bot side after NTNZ getting spot out, and they will take a tower as well. So goal lead now starting to increase even more here for one team. This is like 4,000 gold already.
Yeah, but definitely this is difficult pill to swallow as one team right now is building an almost 5k gold lead. And if KFC Talon cannot make a play to stop this kind of lead that we're seeing from one team, I think one team is going to be closing out a series again with a 3-2. It's just so hard right now with the kind of rotation that we're seeing here. It's a very, very fast rotation, and most of the clashes that happen actually lies into the hands of one team, and that's something that, you know, cannot be countered easily at this moment.
And there is a pause initiated here by Talon Esports. I'm wondering what I think it's a technical difficulty. Maybe they just want to wipe their phones a little bit from all those sweats and perspiration on their hand. Maybe I saw yesterday with I wonder. I forgot which team was it that initiated a pause during the match of Bikertopia, Bacon Time, or V Gaming and Team Flash. They paused the game because they had to like wipe the phone for a short while. I think it was not being pressed as they intended, and well, we have to make sure that all the players experience the best possible performance in the game. So might as well just use the pause for that.
Definitely
Um, for now, let's just wait as the players get ready and have the most suitable environment to play in. But one team right now is the one dictating here. They have the advantage, and definitely going back after the pause, they are the ones looking to crush KFC Talon with a 5k gold lead already. It is a matter of time on the late game, unless KFC Talent can make some aggressive plays for themselves. Then that's the moment that they could take back the game. But for now, I don't think that they have the capability. They don't have the firepower to match what one team is bringing. And Wawa on that Liliana is just, I don't know. He's definitely a monster in the making, and it is a rightly so to say that yeah, he is one of the best mid laners here. Maybe the top five with iPad Pro, and the way he is impacting the game, the rotations that he has, always knowing the weakest link of KFC Talon, the game sense that Wawa has is definitely affecting on the advantages that one team is showing us here in game number 5.
And Wawa is performing incredibly well. All the kills, he was there and he got all the kills as well. He has been making some flashy plays across the map and is starting to be a problem here for Talent Esports, because again, we talked about during the pick and bans, Talent Esports investing or at least having two front lines that should in theory be able to soak up the damage being thrown at them by one team, but it's not being the case as of the moment. One team is able to force out Talent Esports in a defensive position, especially after having their tanks getting taken down, like Move and Tony, and even especially even more the squishier ones like NT and Z and iPad Pro. But now Fusselot again being used to zone them out. Wawa is lurking here, trying to get a good pick off, but that's a nice amount of flank as Wawa again! This time will pick up Eris. Can they get a second one? Kai will be there to pick up the kill as they take the turret and even spawn the Doombringer on the top side inhibitor here of Talon Esports. They can just take this tower down, and they are also pushing up the wave here into the mid lane. Are they going for the game-ending push? Since two people are still dead, Tony will fall down, and TNZ as well. It's up to iPad Pro against the odds, but odds are not in favor here of Talon Esports. And one team will get their third point, and match point already for them.
Definitely them having the second part of the series, closing out strong with a 3-2 from a 0-2 with the advantage of KFC Talon. They overcame game 3 to 5 and gave themselves the much needed boost to win the series. They can possibly close it out on game number 6, and definitely I said this before game number 5. Whoever shuts down the ADC on the other team is
wins the lottery.
And definitely Wawa shutting down the bot lane was one of the key factors here for one team, because without the Telenas, without the room, the zoning capabilities of the Telenas and the Baldum brought into the table, it was just a matter of time. You can see here in the first highlights of the game on how big of a play Wawa was able to do, securing kills left and right. He was just harassing the bot lane all throughout. There was some plays coming in from the other members of KFC Talon, but I think they have mistaken the impact of having a stronger Abyssal Dragon Lane. That's a Kafeni, ladies and gentlemen. If you give him a claim Sancti, definitely you are already feeling the heat.
And I think that was a 3-minute mark wherein we saw Wawa picking up that triple kill. It was already impressive given the positioning and the situation onto the bot side. overall, one team, when they get the momentum, when they get that 5,000 goal lead, it's actually hard to shut them down. Talon Esports attempted to do it during the previous games. They attempted to do it in this particular game as well, but unfortunately, one miscalculation, especially not being able to anticipate how Wawa is incredibly good with this Liliana, led to the demise here of Talon Esports. And similar to what you said earlier as well, Kai on the Kafeni having to be able to snowball, especially with the help there of Wawa, aided one team to win the bot side, which allowed them to win on the other lanes as well. And it's hard already for Talon Esports to come back in that game, given that their front lines aren't really able to soak up all the damage that one team dishes out against them.
Yeah, they were not able to outlast, especially if the Telonas was actually boosted up there. It would have been hard for the people that's actually going to be diving into the area, but it was not. It was just not possible. The Telonas was actually trailing very, very hard onto the Kafeni. The Kafeni just being able to deal a lot of damage because of the safety and also the advantage that they had in the team. So most of the time, you're just gonna have free looks for the Kafeni. Not much that they can do. The Wild Person is not gonna connect easily just because of the speed boost as well. So basically, it's just down to the damage being snowballed into the side of one team. They were able to shut down Lun Lun. They were actually able to harass NK, but the problem here is that the trio, which is Abyssal Dragon and the mid laner of one team, was always out in the open. They were the ones initiating the plays, and whenever Wawa is found in a clash, definitely one team always had the advantage. I said this in the I actually had this epiphany whenever Wawa actually was in the play. It actually made it hard for KFC Talon to push because he was masterfully maneuvering the backline. He was always able to stun the right targets. You can see here on the stat line, 9k gold lead, an 8.3k gold lead as the peak that one team had over KFC Talon. This is the aggressive one team. And if one team keeps on being this aggressive, I think they're going to be able to close out game number 6 for a 4-2 scoreline here in the best of 7 series. The damage that has been made, Wawa made the substantial jump here, 63k onto that Liliana against a 48k coming in from Viper Pro. As well on Ares and Kai, you can see there was some damage on Ares, but most of the time that he was dealing damage is he was already in the end of his life. So desperation plays on the 35k. Kai made a solid 42k for himself. Lun Lun as well as, and NK actually contributed to a lot of damage for one team. KFC Talon just didn't have the sustainability. They have Move to tank, they have Tony to tank, but basically they were meat shields in this game.
Meat shields. That's the best description of what happened there, especially for both jungle and support role there of Talon Esports. MVP is gonna be Wawa for sure. I mean, he had an incredible performance, 100% kill participation even. He was there, he was hungry for kills all throughout the game, looking for not only any other play, but flashy plays even. There was a time where he dove under the tower and he was able to escape as well and picking up yet another kill from that short amount of time. And it just shows the incredible talent here of the mid laner of one team. And now with all the momentum after coming back from a 0-2 standing against Talon Esports, they are now one win away from winning in this upper bracket semifinals. And let's see though if they are going to be able to pick up this win, or will Talon Esports, KFC Talons, will be able to come back in this series and tie up the score once again. we're just gonna be going on to a very short break. You're watching Arena of Valor International Championships 2022, and we are your shoutcasters. My name is Giang Gaming and Vittorio. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious, Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
Yep, and welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. I'm gonna be your caster. My name is Vittorio. This is Kiyoung Gaming.
we're down to the third part of this best of seven series. There is already a 3-2 scoreline in favor of one team. KFC Talon, they have what it takes to actually force a game number 7 where all picks are going to be ready. And game number 6 is definitely going to be a decider here. It's already a match point for one team. Let's see what KFC Talon has in store for us. We're going to see the Foxin, I think, going to be something again as the main support for KFC Talon.
Yeah, this is another switch by KFC Talon, especially after not really the best performance earlier by Tony as a Baldum. Dave Foxen, well, he had an incredible performance, especially in the first 2 games of KFC Talon against one team, and it led to the 2-0 victory by them against one team. But now, as we do check the global picks and bans here for both teams, a lot of heroes has been exhausted already. They do still have some options here for this game, which we talked about earlier as well. No pick on the Tachi just yet. No pick on some flex picks as well that were used by other teams during the past few days, like the Wiro that had helped some of the teams pick up a win. I forgot what team was it? I think it was V Game, if I'm not mistaken, or was it Bacon Time actually that utilized it into a good performance. But now, as Talon Esports are back on blue side, this is where they got their wins earlier in the first 2 games. Let's see though if with Difoxin back in the game, can they actually pick up the win and tie up the score?
Yep, Florentino has been banned out here as a first ban for KFC Talon. Lorian could possibly be the second ban of one team yet again to prevent iFi Pro from actually utilizing that hero. Hayate is going to be open for the taking here for KFC Talon. One team does not have that luxury as well. Omen is going to be open as well. I'm pretty curious to see what kind of things that are open for one team, as they are opting to ban out the Lorian yet again. They're not letting that high impact hero to actually be picked up by KFC Talon. Omen is going to be open for the taking, and they can disregard the Hayate since one team already has used that.
Yeah, I actually was interested to see if one team will just leave the Lorian open and have that possibility of a trade here for Talon Esports on the Omen and Lorian instead. But this will be an open take here by Talon Esports. So far, yeah. Pick up the Omen. You have not banned it up, so might as well just take it for yourself. And one team, I'm wondering how they are gonna respond to this. Mina has been taken away, which has a lot of team fighting capability, but one team can actually pick up maybe the Irie on their lineup. We haven't seen it being picked up just yet. Itachi as well. Double marksman with Elendor and Joker, which has been consistently banned earlier in the first few games. Now it is open. One team can actually lock this up already.
Yup, and right now we're seeing an Omen first pick here. One team is going hard with the first 2 picks. Double marksman already in the table. They know that this picks are definitely going to be affecting. These 2 picks can actually counter out the Hayate pick. And what KFC Talon did is they're actually hovering onto Kofeni instead of using the Hayate. And Atulin to pair it up with, that you can actually see be used on the jungle and also on the mid lane side. Let's see where that Atulin is going to be placed in.
I'm pretty stoked to what to see on the mid laner of one team though.
Amelie as well being hovered right now by one team. Given the performance of Wawa with the Liliana in the mid lane, I'm really looking forward to this particular pick as well, due to the aggressive play style that the Wawa actually has as a player. So I'm kind of eyeing on Talon Esports though. If this Talon goes into the jungle, then yeah, it would add a lot of damage in their lineup. But what are they gonna put in the mid lane? However, they one of the options, maybe if they would want to zone away the members of one team, since most double marksman composition often has the downside of um, being squishy, of course. And if Talon Esports can pick up something like maybe a Kali that B Gaming had a good success with, they would be able to zone them away or at least deal some damage from a relatively high range, and it has a good amount of safety as well when paired up with the Kafene. So you can throw out the Ethereal Pulse in synergy with the Fussalot here by Ereds. So right now, one team is removing one of the not really used heroes yet, but whenever it was actually used, it transitions into a win. So far in the AIC 2020 to Sinestria has a 100% win rate. And it can actually be used here by Talon Esports. D-Rack gonna be removed here by Talon Esports. Too bad. I was looking forward to seeing this hero already.
Yeah, and at this moment, first three picks, we're seeing a lot of damage from both sides. It's just how they're gonna be able to play the Omen as well. That hero, the difference between a Roxy and an Omen is an Omen can be effective in split pushing, and definitely the ultimate that he has can be a game changer wherein they're gonna be able to lock into high priority targets, maybe like the Elender or the Joker. And one of the big things here, if they catch up the Elender, you're gonna be able to counter most of the skills of the Elender, which he uses to teleport away from danger.
Tachi as well. A pretty good ban here by Talon Esports, and it will force one team to actually be a bit more creative for their support role. This is gonna be an interesting pick here by one team. What are your thoughts with this so far? Because one team, they have drafted a double marksman composition, and squishiness is already a bit of a problem for them. L'Oreal as a mage, well, it has. I don't think it has been used already in the AIC 2022, but it does have a bit of mobility in a sense with the dash that it does have on in her kit. But in terms of range though, against Talon Esports, they might be threatened so much here with the amount of damage that they do have, plus the Paina being picked up already to aid Erez as the Kafeni. Oh, oh, Rui? Rui?
If ever they go for a row pick, that's gonna be very, very risky. As we saw a lot of the plays here, you're gonna be relying heavily onto that utility, and you want someone that can last in the clashes instead of someone that might be a double-edged sword. Because yeah, you can teleport back easily, but you have some speed ups, you have some silences, but you want to have the crowd control ready for your team. And Roe does not fit the bill at the moment. But KFC Talon is porting something big. They're gonna be boosting the damage of Kafeni with that Pina pick. And if they're not gonna be able to zero in and shut down the Kafeni with the Pina, it's gonna be a difficult match here for one team. Let's see what's gonna happen. Is one team's composition with a lot of damage on the Loyal, the Joker, and also the Elner be able to get the right placements, the right looks into the clashes that's gonna happen. Match number 6 is what's gonna dictate it, as one team only needs one more win to close this out. And KFC Talon still has an arduous path, as they're going to need 2 consecutive wins to take this series up.
Bennett as well. A lot of new heroes, or well, not really new, but new to the AIC 2022, being picked up here by one team. This is a big risk that they are taking, but it can be a good thing by them because they have the advantage already. They are match point against Talon Esports, and if we are gonna be assessing the risk here of one team, it's not really a lot, since if ever they lose in this one, we are gonna be resetting on the global picks and bans, and they will both of the teams will be able to have any kind of lineup that they do have, aside from the ones that they are gonna be banning in the pick and bans. And now Talon Esports looking to tie the score. Can they actually do it? They have invested quite a lot in this game, having to squeeze through a lot of meta picks like the Omen, the Awi Talon, the Kafeni, and the Paina. This is gonna be huge for them, and a relatively scary situation right now by one team, but they're attempting on a nice knockback though here by Zay towards iPod Pro and iFox in there towards the tower. We're seeing as well Erez taking a bit of damage, but he's able to win the trades here on the Kai. So good job here for Erez and Talon Esports as well, avoiding some of the threats and winning the lane so far. One team is gonna be looking for opportunities though, because this has been the pattern for one team. Early game advantage. They look for ways to gain a step up here against Talon Esports, and most of the time they do get it.
Yeah, and looking at here, you see a lot of the ballsy plays going in for one team for sure. L'Oreal being picked out in game number 6 says a lot, since we've seen Wawa use this in game deciding matchups, and definitely this is one of their closing heroes where he's very, very confident in getting the being able to kite the damage as well as avoid the skill shots of the opposing team. The killing joke is going to be used here, but the rocket is not going to connect. The objective of choice is going to be the Abyssal Dragon. NK is going to be starting that. Or Sentry is going to miss. No mini stuns for the Fusillade is going to be used by Eres to attempt for his kill. But the Cat Laughter is going to be used. The Foxen is going to be the one hit by that ultimate. Zay is just going in for the exchanges, trying to harass here. But the Forest Sentry is going to be used. Zay is going to be using here the Nature's Realm, the Nature's Rally by the Foxen is going to be in turn there. And Zay is just going to be regenerating the damage. Both of these duos are just actually trading blows and healing each other with their skill sets.
Yeah, a lot of sustain onto the boss side, especially on the support role here for both teams. So that's gonna provide a lot of protection for their carries. And I think in this case, one team might actually be opting to scale up a little bit and tone down their aggression in the early game, because they do have a lot of damage later on, especially for NK with the Eleanor. Even if Talon Esports does have a lot of sustain and durability with their front line, it is still possible for one team to actually shred through their protection and burst down the other members here of Talon Esports. So what's concerning me though is that, yeah, one team does have the necessary damage, but it is also scary for them due to how squishy the NK and Kai is, which are quite prone here for Moop and iPod Pro. If they are able to close in the distance, it's gonna be not a good story here for one team. And now Wawa is gonna be a victim of a first blood. This is what we talked about. Wawa is a squishy member for one team, and Moop having to able to close the distance will get that first blood.
Yeah, I mean, it was an overextension for himself. He does not have the capability to go for the 1v1s just yet. The cooldowns are definitely not there for Wawa, and that's definitely going to be affecting them. Although that is just going to be a kill being secured here by Moop and also iPad Pro. I feel like it is way too early to say that it is going to be game changing, and the impact is definitely going to be there, but not substantial enough to affect the rotations that's going to happen. NK and Wawa are just here in the middle lane. They're not going in for aggression just yet, and for now I think it is going to be difficult for KFC Talon, since they don't have a lot of crowd controls to hold people down. Zay is going in hot. He is going to be using the Nature Swim, gets that stun in, and there is the Cataclysm here.
Ooh!
Used by Wawa, gets the Foxin, uses his ultimate to get
Oh,
that
Moop!
stop in. Is a clap by Zay.
The clap!
They go for that clap back onto KFC Talon after that one kill. Now they have the kill advantage onto their side.
Yeah, that is a big win here by one team. Now they are able to take the Abyssal Dragon. They're also able to take a tower on the bot lane that is helping them in the economy department. Now they're looking for a possible pick here onto the mid lane, or at least attempting a push here, but it's being stopped by Talon Esports. So now they transition towards the Dark Slayer. Maybe not so. I wonder why they don't want it. They maybe want to get a pick off onto the top side or draw the attention of Talon Esports out, as Lunlun is split pushing onto the bot lane. Talon Esports though are still playing this by the book, playing this defensively and waiting for them to scale up better towards this game, because they do have a pretty good lineup built up here in this game, and since they're not being threatened that much for dives, they're just gonna be playing this as safe as they can. But Wawa will dive. iPod Pro tries to disengage, but he will also get that kill onto NK. A fadeaway shot right into the face of that Ellender. And even if they get that kill though, one team is still gonna be able to push the tower on the top side. So gold is still favoring one team as of the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that was an overextension, and an overextension that we're gonna see NK pay. While Lunlun is in the area, the dead Specken is not gonna connect, and still not much here. NKB paying the price there. Actually, would have been a win already when you force Hyper Pro going back to the base, but him actually going hard there made the kill possible. We know that Ellender deals a lot of damage, but the problem here is that Ellender is also very, very squishy as well.
Yeah, and if you would to face a Talon straight on, it's not gonna look good for you. Ooh, good dodge there by Wawa. But the fight is already breaking out. Talon Esports has to pay good respect towards the damage here of one team for the moment. They're now closing the distance. Fussalad now trying to zone them out. Wawa still commits. Dive Foxen is taking a bit of damage there, but I think one team has to disengage right now. They already are successful in taking that mid tier 1, But if they are gonna be giving away a couple of kills, it's not gonna be worth it. So good call coming from them. NK is also split pushing into the top to draw the attention of Talon Esports, but they're not getting shaken by it as of the moment. They respond with a take on the Holy Dragon, while NK is soloing this Infinite Slayer. It will be just a trade of objectives for now.
Definitely, it is NK securing that Slayer, and there is already a gap close here in terms of the gold being distributed here. KFC Talon is just going in hot with the counter place, but one team still has the capability in terms of the rotation because they have the advantage in terms of the towers that they've already taken. What's going to be scary here is that if KFC Talon actually wins a clash, they're going to be ranking up a lot of gold because they're going to be able to zero in on those first tier turrets. And this could be a decider here. Even with the turrets being secured here by one team, they are just in par with the gold of KFC Talon. So if we put it into perspective, one mistake from one team could actually be very, very detrimental. The Doombringer is going to be spawned here. NK is going to be shaving some of the health there. Kai is in the area as well. He's not helping as of the moment, but because of the capability of the Nailander to just shave off the turret health, he's just standing by in the brushes, trying to go for an ambush as well. NK is just going in, trying to deal some damage to Foxen even before the clashes start. He's not going back yet. Here, Lula's gonna go for an enrage, going in for a knockback as well. The Asher's bomb is gonna be used, but they're not going in for a high pitch push. Kai is going to help him here. That's Brace is going to connect, but with the smite here, he was able to use his second ability to dash away from danger, and KFC Talon was able to push back one team in that clash.
Yeah, that was a crucial team fight. Even if there was no casualty for both teams, we can say that that was Talon Esports' win because they were able to successfully defend their mid tier 2, and we're starting to see them resisting the pressure built up here by one team. You talked about the Talon Esports earlier, keeping up with the gold despite losing structures from the push here of one team, and now they're even ahead in terms of gold. This shows how big of a discipline Talon Esports, KFC Talon, has in gathering resources across the map that allows them to actually keep up, or now even being ahead in the economy department against one team. So this will actually help them so much in their scaling, and when we reach the 15-minute mark, this is going to be really good for them for the contesting of the Dark Lord Slayer. But now at the 11.5-minute mark, Holy Dragon and Infinite Slayer will spawn. Not really the best objectives right now by one team, but they can actually use it to have the lead in terms of gold after taking that tower on top. Now a team fight again and breaking out. Zay with a nice clap once again, but again, the sustain of Talon Esports is definitely starting to be a problem here for one team. They cannot chunk them down to low health. Difoxen keeps on helping them sustain and stay alive. So one team's gonna trail away for now and focus on this Infinite Slayer instead. But Moop is eyeing onto a potential steal. Wawa tries to zone him out. Might actually be successful in doing so, but he needs to be very careful because Wawa can actually get taken down. NK gets the Slayer. Fusila being used again for the zoning, and one team gets what they want without a trade.
Yeah, they keep on winning those sustainable team fights, and Wawa entering the fray with the smite shows how big of a confidence that he's gonna be able to deter the damage coming in from the members of KFC Talon, and he has the mastery on that L'Oreal to prove it. Wawa so far was able to do that and was able to create a lot of space for one team to secure the Doombringer. Now they have the luxury of summoning it yet again. Are they gonna be able to use it to clear out another inhibitor turret for themselves. NTNZ is going to be clearing that up. Zed is in the area to get a lot of vision on the positioning of where the KFC Talon members are. NTNZ is just going to push onto the top lane. The Doombringer is going to be spawned here on the bot lane. They are going to try their best for the defense, but Wawa and Kai are just going to be pushing them back yet again. On the top lane, it is NTNZ and Lunlun showing off each other, and a forced defense here is going to open up the mid lane second tier to take.
Another tower. One team. What's good about this team is that they keep on poking Talon Esports here, getting as much objectives that they can, but this fight is definitely stressing them out. Foxin keeps on aiding his allies, and it's definitely helping them keep up with the pressure that one team is building against them. With the damage increasing as well from iPod Pro, Erez, and Moop, it's gonna be quite scary later on, because if they are gonna be able to catch the members of one team, it's not gonna look good here for Wawa, NK, and Kai, as we're seeing some rotations being initiated right now by the members of Talon Esports. And now with 20 seconds on the clock before the Dark Lord Slayer spawns, this is not gonna be an objective that Talon Esports want to give for free. They're gonna contest for this. They're actually looking for a potential pick onto the bot side, but one team spots them out, and this is not. It's gonna be hard for Talon Esports to close a distance. They're drawing their attention now towards the Dark Lord Slayer, but Moop is there for a potential steal. One team recognizes the threat, and they try to spread across the map once again.
Yeah, for the Dark Lord Slayer spawning into the map, it is going to be affecting the dynamics here. Let's see how KFC Talents can be able to use that to their advantage. But so far, because of the sustainability of the heroes of one team, it's just so hard for iPad Pro and Ares to make a play. They can't secure the kills that they want currently. It usually ends in a stalemate, and definitely you don't want to be in that kind of scenario, or in you're actually under the nature's spell. Even with a cleanse, the stuns are definitely going to be there with the slow as well. So as long as you don't let the Innet get the stack in, it is going to be on their side. Move goes with the Dragon's Claw. He is going to be scaring up the members of one team, letting them think that he is just in the area, while Lunlun is making a dream work, maybe letting the waves crash into there and maybe get the better position, because he's going to be the first one to clear the wave here in the bottom lane.
An attempt now on the Dark Lord Slayer. This is gonna be really scary. A tough call. NTNZ is on the bot side, but he can easily catch up here towards the objective location. But a good zoning here by one team actually allows them to secure the Dark Lord Slayer, and they got Erez and Foxin as well. The perfect timing for the team fight, and this just might actually be it. NTNZ tries to flee, but to no avail. Base is starting to crumble here for Talon Esports, and they have the Dark Lords there marching into the mid. Desperation plays comes in from iPad Pro and NTNZ, but they can only do so much when you're desperate. But when you're dedicated like one team, you take the victory, and victory now is with a score of 4-2.
Oh man, is this the advent of the GCS region as they knock off KFC Talon to the lower brackets? Game number 6 was for one team. They had the upper hand, they had the aggression, and they did not let the pressure get to them as they finished this series strong.
That was an impressive performance by one team. A well-deserved victory here for that amazing team. And they really invested a lot of effort there in the first, especially after those first two games wherein they lost. We talked about their problem earlier. Like they get the early game lead. They they get a couple of thousand of gold, but they couldn't keep it up. They couldn't hold the game long when Talent Esports were able to scale up and come back strong in the mid to late game. But after that, imagine getting four succeeding game wins after those two losses. That was impressive. It's like one team initially calculated and calibrated how to approach Talent Esports for the first two games, and when they got a better understanding of them, they were like, "Game on, let's do this."
Yeah, definitely. After game three, it was just all about one team. The aggression that we saw was, you know, the characteristic of one team that I really wanted to see. Going back into game three, when they had the upper hand, it was just, them dictating what is going to happen. And that's what they need. Because if they give KFC Talent the luxury to actually decide for them, that's usually where they actually meet disastrous games. Like what we saw from game number one and game number two. If this is the right form that we're going to see from one team, I think we might as well see them in the finals already. And not much of the teams that we saw could actually match what one team had in terms of the firepower. Reminiscent of what V Gaming showed us in AIC 2021. So, moving forward, one team showed themselves up as, perennial contenders. They are the best hope of the GCS to actually win a title again.
Yeah, and I really like how they came back from this series. It was an incredible and an amusing sight to see a big improvement here for one team. And for Talon Esports, they still have a chance in the lower bracket quarterfinals. But they are gonna be needing to face off against Valencia CF also in a best of 7. So it's gonna be another hard work that they have to make if they want to remain in the AIC 2022. But for one team, they're one step away from the grand finals. The upper bracket finals secured already for one team. They're gonna wait for whoever is gonna be winning in the next series, Bikertopia and V Gaming. And I want to commend every single member of them as well, because in the initial games we saw their struggle, but especially in the match we're in what game was that? During the third win of one team, Wawa was incredible in the Lilian, and in this game as well, we saw not only Zay making the flashy plays, but NK as well, split pushing across the map, getting at most almost all the towers for the team so that he can help his allies get enough gold to buy their items.
Yeah, game number three was the game changer. They really had a one-up over there. It was a very convincing win. I mean, not game number three, but game number four was the one that really convinced me that one team had it. The momentum was theirs. It was just them being aggressive. The confidence definitely played a big part there. Whenever one team has the confidence, they actually execute the risky plays, and those risky plays actually turned out well for them because they were able to execute them skillfully. And you can say that one team's mechanical gameplay is already up there. I really believe that Wawa deserves a lot in terms of this series. He was the one actually spurring up one team in most of the games that we played. He was a big part on this kind of victory, and we saw from a 2-0 that they went up
with 4 consecutive wins for themselves. And this kind of story is actually brings boost up your morale in terms of how confident you'll be whenever you face up another new opponent. And definitely in the upper finals, in the upper bracket finals, we're gonna see still one team waiting there. And that actually concludes the first series of the day. The second series of the day, it is very very interesting as well. It's Bikertopia against V Gaming, which we'll see who is going to be facing up the GCS champions. But looking at the stat line, we're going to see a lot of wide swings in the graph. That says a lot on how good these players are, because usually if it's a one-sided match, you don't see the leads for both sides to actually change. But in this game, it actually changed in different hands from the onset from one team, and then we're gonna see KFC Talon, and then it's again one team, and then KFC Talon yet again. And in terms of the damage being dealt here, iPad Pro and Wawa are actually neck and neck. So in the mid lane fight, you can see how big of a deal these guys are. Eris and Kai as well are almost in equal. What the difference is that NK was able to contribute more than what Moop could hope for. Because we all know, in terms of the capability to deal damage in the early and the mid game, it is always going to be the Elder who's going to have the advantage. In the late game, it could fall down because he's going to be squishy enough for the away to actually zero in and just burst down with the Dragon's Wrath and a few combos of the Dragon's Claw. But at the end of the day, it is all about the composition and rotations, where one team actually excelled. Even with the early kill onto Wawa, it didn't matter much. They actually jumped from that. And looking at the MVP, it is again going to be Wawa with a 313 KDA. This is his 4th MVP. And throughout this series, he's been very, very consistent. Very, very strong on the decision making.
And dominant even, right?
Yeah, he deserves a lot of praise going into this series. You're not gonna see one team move from this series without Wawa. And I'm very convinced. Another matchup again for iPad Pro and Wawa is definitely gonna be a heaven sent, as we're gonna see a cementation of who is gonna be the best mid laner here. But for now, it is gonna be Wawa as the MVP of this total series. And moving forward, Giyang.
I also want to commend Zay as well, because he helped so much during the early game, and also in that last fight being able to zone out Talent Esports. So incredible performance as a team. We're looking forward to seeing more action from one team, and more action is gonna be seen later on with the next series, Bikertopia versus V Gaming, a much anticipated game as well. So we're looking forward to that, but we are gonna be going on to a very short break. First, we are your casters, Gion Gaming and Vittorio, and you are watching Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Don't go away, we'll be right back in a short bit.
But this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Yan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive enhanced normal attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2, Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3, Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of Skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of Skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use Skill 3, Skill 1, enhanced normal attack, Skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use Skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by Skill 3, normal attack, Skill 1, normal attack, the second part of Skill 3, Skill 2, Skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, coordinating with Skill 2's movement and Skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using Skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game, and you're at a loss about fighting with real players. Fear not. You have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you have realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your divine blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There is only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate at every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really prepared for the... So what? Just take another round. In AOV, failure is just the experience you need to grow stronger. Come on, rookie. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me. There's no hold of delay. I still survive. I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light. It's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways. Hope pays.
And welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Kiyang Gaming. We're now down to the second series of the day. After a breathtaking series win for one team, we're now going to be able to witness V Gaming against Bikertopia.
Yeah, one exciting series once again here in the AIC 2022. After Bikertopia 3-0 Bacon Time in an incredible fashion, V Gaming as well took down Team Flash in a 3-0-1. So it's gonna be a clash here in the upper bracket semifinals. I'm looking forward to see how they are gonna be facing off each other though, because Bikertopia, they had an incredible amount of performance and improvement as well over the past few days. And them having to be able to defeat Bacon Time in a dominating fashion proves that they are willing, or at least they are gonna be trying to be able to do that as well against V Gaming, because Bacon Time defeated V Gaming during the first few days as well, before V Gaming kind of got their shangle and defeated them as well. And now coming into the upper bracket semifinals, it's gonna take more than just 2 games or 3 games. It can extend towards a 7th game right now, which we have seen earlier between Talon Esports and One Team. Congratulations to One Team, by the way, after that initial struggle and a good closeout. So Bikertopia versus V Gaming. Aside from their incredible performance in the upper bracket quarterfinals, how do you think they would interact in the series?
I'm not pretty sure because the AOG region has been falling off in effectivity, but V Gaming is the only consistent team in coming in from Vietnam, and they're the only hope right now. With Team Flash saying goodbye yesterday, they're the only AOG team representing them, and that's a very very sad thought. The hopes are pinned down onto V Gaming, and I know this is definitely going to be pressuring for them as they need to perform very very well. But this might actually spur them actually forward in terms of they're the only hope of the region, and they need to shoulder it high as the performance that they showed us against Team Flash is a significant view of how V Gaming is. They're actually wanting to field a lot of aggressive lineups, and if they do get their groove on from early to late game, the team fights that they are actually able to execute is definitely what you can say flawless.
And they also have made some flashy plays over the past few days. They were the ones who had a good success with the Kali. They also brought back up the Pina pick during one of their matches, and given the incredible amount of improvement that they had compared to their initial games during day number 1 and 2, V Gaming looks to have more stability and more consistent and be more consistent in their games, especially against Bikertopia, because well, no one wants to go down towards the lower bracket for sure, because you're gonna suffer quite a lot more straining games if you are gonna lose out on your series in the upper bracket. Now, as we check here, Bikertopia and V Gaming both have an incredible amount of aggressive playstyle in the early game. Bikertopia, I remember, took a lot of effort to take down Bacon Time, especially in the early game, having to be very aggressive. They brought out the Raz as well during some of their one of their games, and also the Taara. So it's gonna be the same lineup here for them: T1, Zirui, Shin, Tilin, and Pika. And for the side of V Gaming, well, we can safely assume the same as well. I'm looking forward to seeing though a different, maybe a different play style here for both teams, because both of them have clashing personalities. They like early game domination and taking control across the map. So one has to fall, one has to rise here, and it would depend on their lineups for sure. As we check out the team matchup here, 100% win rate again here for both teams. This happened during Bikertopia's match against Bacon Time, and they got all the first bloods as well. This time against V Gaming, it is still present.
Yeah. And the win rate with first blood, you can actually see for both sides, if ever they get the first blood, they actually win the game, because it says a lot about their playstyle. If you're very very aggressive, you want the early lead and you want to finish it as fast as you can. And this is not a joking matter that V Gaming and Bikertopia are both sides of the both sides of the spectrum. They love to be aggressive, they love to finish games early, and they like that early game dominance. Let's see who is going to be the more dominant team, as we're going to see the same playstyle. So whoever is the stronger team actually will prevail here, and not just the compositions. I'm pretty sure there are some similarities on how they're going to be able to play the laning phase.
Yeah, laning phase is definitely a big factor here, given that both teams normally pick up aggressive heroes in their lineup and always look for picks across the map. quite similar to how one team normally executes their early game. They like uh, heavily focus on the Abyssal Dragon lane as well. They like setting up plays, ganking the bot side, and finding opportunities to gain leverage against their opponent. So in this particular game, with the first game even, it's gonna be a big difference for sure, because first game is where you get your momentum from, and if we check both players on their key player introduction sheet, we kind of see more of an impressive feat actually on the side of Bikertopia, but Maris has been quite consistent in his performance, especially with the Kali pick. He redeemed himself with their match against Bacon Time, and they got an incredible performance as well with the lineup that they synergized this mid lane hero with.
Yeah, if you actually want to look for V Gaming, one of the key pieces here, the one that moves the entire team, it is going to be Maris. He is going to be an irreplaceable cog in terms of the plays that he shows. If Maris doesn't perform well, V Gaming doesn't perform well, and that's a fact of the matter. And the consistency of Maris all throughout AIC 2022 is evident on the play and also on the stats that he has. He is one. There's no one that can replace Maris here in V Gaming, and that's a fact. And the team members of V Gaming has been the same lineup all throughout 2021, and in 2022 they are more solid for sure, with a lot of chemistry going in play for V Gaming. And I've said this before, way back in 2021, I think that the gameplay, the team play of V Gaming is flawless when they want execution, and it might play a big part against Bikertopia with the same playstyle that they have. And the first pick of Bikertopia is going to be the Lorian. Not surprisingly, one of the heroes that you really need to look out for.
I'm kind of wondering why V Gaming let this open. I think maybe they want to have, they want to trade it out with the Nakroth, since they can use the Crixie in the mid lane, and they have an incredible amount of trust to Maris being able to match Shin in the mid lane in this instance. So they would get this trade happening, but what are they gonna be pairing this up with? So because Bikertopia, they can actually threaten with a Hayate pick as well, but they're picking up the Elendor here, which can pose on a double marksman lineup here. We saw interactions with the Elendor and the Nakroth already. Sometimes the Nakroth can bully the Elendor, but as the game progresses, Elendor builds up damage and the Nakroth can no longer close the distance due to the high damage that the Elendor can actually deal onto him.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see. Bikertopia is investing 3 big picks already. The Varus, the Elender, and the Lorian. We can see a lot of ability, a lot of gap closes, a lot of kiting potential as well. And it's a fact of the matter that these heroes have translated to a lot of big wins for a lot of the teams. And them using it in one game may be affecting the games in this series. But as long as they're going to be able to win this, at least they are going to be investing very well on game number 1. On V Gaming, very solid picks as well. Kafeni, a Crixie, and a Nakroth. Some mobility, some damage as well. But in terms of being effective, I think the more effective lineup here is going to be on Bikertopia. You need some items on that Kafeni for sure. If he's not going to be able to farm well, then it's going to be affecting the late game potential of V Gaming.
It is a good combination though, Kafeni and the Crixie, because the Moonfall is gonna deal a lot of damage. It is gonna synergize quite well with the Fussalot as well, and the incredible amount of damage that the Kafeni can deal. If they are gonna be able to to suppress the members of Bikertopia and avoid that engage from Shin later on, then it will be a good win condition here for V Gaming. So in order to do that, they need to invest on good front lines, maybe pick up a Baldo, maybe pick up something that can actually provide a lot of sustain as well on their lineup. They're hovering the Richter as of the moment, which is relatively aggressive and also durable in a sense. So this is not going to be a pretty bad pick for them. It is actually good and can match the aggressiveness here of Bikertopia due to its high mobility as well. Bikertopia, since they have picked up the Elendor, they can go with a Joker or maybe the Elsu. Well, the Elsu has been banned away, so the Joker is going to be a better option for them. Irie hasn't been picked up in the last series. Now it's going to be picked up here by Bikertopia. So a good amount of frontline and backline power, but their engage especially is going to be threatening V Gaming later on.
And Bikertopia is hovering onto the Joker and Irie to the mix. They're going to be packing a lot of damage here in game number 1 if they do lock this in. You're going to see a lot of mobility on the side of V Gaming. A lot of potential to go for ambushes and the advantages by going in for the pickup place. But that's basically it in team fights. I'm pretty sure that the damage that Bikertopia can bring is going to be substantial enough to, ignore the defensive capabilities if Baldum is going to be picked. But the Wild Prison is going to be playing hard here. If they're going to be able to catch up people with the Wild Prison, it could be very well BB Gaming's advantage. But right now, in terms of the drafting composition, Bikertopia is going in hot and they have the advantage in the draft.
Yeah, this is a big pick here by V Gaming, getting the Ballum, getting the potential Wild Prison. If they can get the good setup here against Bikertopia, it's already GG here by V Gaming. So a lot of investment here by both teams. Actually, they're going ham in the first game, and it's really understandable. You want to get the momentum here in game number 1 for your next games, and what better way it is to do it than this double marksman plus a Lorian pickup here by Bikertopia, and V Gaming with the Nakroth Crixie, the Kafeni, the Baldum, and the Richter as well. Bot lane priority is gonna be incredible for both teams as they're gonna be looking to dive later on to gain an advantage for the Abyssal Dragon. Let's see though, who is gonna gain the edge here? Will it be Bikertopia or will it be V Game? That is for us to find out here, but one thing's for sure, we're gonna be seeing a jam-packed action game number 1.
Definitely, it is Bikertopia against V Gaming. Teams that are very, very aggressive, those that do not let go of leads. But in terms of the composition, I think even if V Gaming gets the lead, they need to play this carefully, because most of the heroes of Bikertopia actually scales very well to the late game, and making mistakes is definitely not an option here for V Gaming.
Yeah, early game, we're gonna be seeing a defense or a passive start here for both teams, as both junglers are gonna be prioritizing their farming for the meantime. No invades coming in here as well by Bikertopia, but again, bot side focus. Maris is eyeing on getting a poke here onto T1, but Shin is gonna follow up as well. V Gaming has a well, they dealt a bit damage there onto T1, but Wang TD actually suffered quite a lot there from Zirui and Shin, so he has to play this a little bit reserved in the next few minutes in the laning phase, because Zirui and T1 are going to be eyeing on closing in onto him later on. Onto the top side, V Gaming is having that brotherhood with Maris helping out Quang Hai clear out his jungle camps faster than usual so that he can help out Bertleby later on, because they would be able to get some neutral objectives to gain a bit of lead in terms of the economy, just in preparation for the next objectives, which is the Slayer and the Abyssal Dragon. So V Gaming might actually opt to go with the Abyssal Dragon, give it their bot side focus. But T1 and Zirui actually doing a really good job here zoning out Wang TD.
And that's gonna be the Abyssal Dragon being started here by V Gaming. It is an objective of choice, but it is gonna be traded out as a Slayer is gonna be secured here by T Lin and the other members of Bikertopia. V Gaming is rotating here to the bot lane with Bok High, helping him farm up for his power spike. We all know Nakrot needs a lot of resources, and especially in an Ellender versus Nakrot, he needs all the resources that he can get.
Yeah, no, and this Nakrot is gonna deal quite a bit of damage later on to the squishy members of Bikertopia, but he has to be quite careful, of course, given the amount of burst that Bikertopia has. I'm liking how V Gaming, again, bot side focus. Maris continues to aid Wang TD and Han, because if this Kafeni gets shut down, it's gonna be hard for them, especially towards the mid game, because Thielen and Zirui as a double really stands out here, as Bikertopia opts to deny Quang Hai from his red side jungle, but is able to take his camp effectively. Thielen might actually get punished. This is a 4 versus 5 in started, but V Gaming will actually get the upper hand in that. First blood already, as T1 gets caught up there at the last part of that fight.
One of the biggest factors here is about person being able to delay Sin and Zirui from helping out on the clash. Han was able to survive with the Wild Person, and definitely V Gaming has the upper hand there. They miss up some waves on the bot lane though that equalizes some of the gold. Sin might be taken. Now T1 is going to be entering the area. He's not going to be catching up, but deters the commit from Quang Hai.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a problem by Bikertopia. Yeah, they can be aggressive, making those invades, but they have to be really careful from the flanks, especially with a Wild Prison there of Han, because it can deter their movement. It can prevent them from doing what they intend to execute against V Gaming, and this is what makes V Gaming quite scary as a team. They can make these flashy plays at moment's notice, but Bertleby is actually taking a lot of damage there from Pika, but it does have Quang Hai ready always to assist him whenever he is having some difficulty in his lane. So Bikertopia has to be more careful if they are looking to commit onto a gank here to Bertleby, as the objectives again are about to spawn. Bot side is still relatively winning for Bikertopia, but in here, T-Lin is trying to escape from Quang Hai, gets 2v1 there, and he will fall down. Pika as well is trying to flee, but I don't think he can actually fight even more. But bot side, we're seeing an interaction here by Bikertopia and V Gaming. Wang TD cannot keep up with the pressure, especially when Shin is involved. Ooh.
There is going to be an exchange here. Bertleby going in for the duel. Misses out the shuriken from Pika, but the objective on the ball lane is going to be secured here by Bikertopia. That's going to be putting them in the map with the gold that they have in the pocket. They did get Wang TD in that bot lane clash, but T1 was traded up. But off cam, it's still going to be a win for BR. Oh, one of the reasons there is they secure an objective, they create some space for themselves, and definitely that's going to be affecting them. T1 is going to be the target of the wild charge. Some damage is going to be added here to the mix by Wang TD. Mars does his best to help his teammates here on in the Abyssal Dragon lane. Wang TD though might be in danger. The Sorry Sky is going to be used. Mars is going to be forced out to use that Moonfall as well. He gets the speed up. He gets a boost on the damage as well. While Prison is going to be taking here. Han is going to be doing some damage. Lin is again going to be the casualty here on the side of Bikertopia.
Yeah, Cleve Santi purchased already though here for Wang TD, so he's gonna start to hurt, especially during team fight. So Bikertopia has to be a little bit more careful when dealing with Wang TD later on. Jin again is gonna be a big factor here because so far he has been the one to actually zone out Wang TD, but in the mid lane, that's going to be really crucial. Jin almost got taken down. A good use of that orb. He is able to disengage successfully. Now they're transitioning towards possibly a kill onto T1, but he's able to dance away before getting taken down. Took a bit of time for V Gaming to kill him, but it's still a relatively good pick-off here by V Gaming. Bikertopia has been making a little bit more mistakes here in this game, but what's good about Bikertopia though is they're able to keep up with the economy. They're not trailing behind against V Gaming as they're being able to answer back with a couple of resources and objectives, as well as they already have taken down the bot side tower. They're able to pick up 2 Slayers as well and make those cross map plays to keep up with the pressure here of V Gaming. But with this top side push, you need to answer here, and they answer actually with an attempt on the gank here onto Quang Hai. But top side, Zero might actually be in trouble. They give away the tier 1 tower for now and try to get this Holy Dragon for themselves. V Gaming immediately answers back with a take on the Slayer, but Zero is actually here. T1 as well, unsuccessful in stealing out the Slayer, but they're attempting a dive here into the mid. Well, it's gonna be a good engage here by Bertleby, but it's getting knocked back. Quang Hai gets to a finish with the help of Huang TD, and they get a good push here into the mid lane, especially with the Slayer marching along with them, and Bikertopia has to give this tier 1 down.
Just V Gaming, whenever they have the opportunity, they go in hot. And definitely it is going to be difficult as the game progresses because more of the pressure is building up for them. And looking at the positioning here, it's always started by Bertleby. When Bertleby starts it, it is going to be Quang Hai next. And then you're having the Wild Prison from Han that actually inhibits some of the plays from Bikertopia to happen. And that's the zone control that you want. You want to have the right positioning. You have to have the nice, the better advantage in terms of the vantage points that you have in the map. Wang TD is going to be taken there by the rocket, hit in the face, and he is going to be taking a step back. Bertleby is going to be spotted out here. Don't you is going to be used. Dark Sky is not going to get hit. He's going to be able to use the flicker. Wang TD goes in. T1 is going to be in danger. And we also see here Quang Hai going in hot. T-Lin is going to be the target, and he is going to be deterred there. 2 of the members of Bikertopia has fallen in that clash, and now it's an open space here on the mid lane. They take that second tier turret. Nothing much from Bikertopia that they could do at that moment. Bertleby was a good bait in that clash.
Yeah, the follow-up of V Gaming is what makes them scary. How they retaliate, how they respond to this big flashy plays that Bikertopia makes, and it makes them a lot more scary because of their aggressiveness during the team fight. They did not hesitate at all after Bertleby disengaged along with his flicker out. Quang Hai Han went in and assisted him in piling on those damage against Bikertopia, and I think that was unexpected there by the members of Bikertopia. Now they're down 3,000 gold, and we're seeing Quang Hai choking out Pika here. Who will win? Because Han is just watching him. He was like, yeah, you got this, bro. You can just kill him by yourself. And they're chasing down a possible next target here. T-Lin, after getting that turret on the bot side, is looking to be executed here, but I don't think he will be able to do so as Bertleby easily closes that distance. V Gaming right now, after getting T-Lin, well, they're gonna get a free objective here, the Slayer.
Quang is going to be starting here the Slayer. They're going to be able to summon the Doombringer on the lane of their choice. They are just slowly taking in and raking in some gold for themselves. After the 15-minute mark, if they do secure the Dark Lord Slayer, because I'm sure they're not going to be finishing this just yet, it is going to be a key factor if they're going to be able to finish this as early as they could. Late game is going to be difficult for V Gaming, so they need to finish this as fast as they could. No one can actually sustain the damage on the side of Bikertopia, so definitely they need to actually speed up the process, as 4 of the members are going to be rotating here onto the bot lane. They're going in for the second tier tower push, while we're gonna see Quang Hai actually taking in here the creep waves that's gonna be crashing onto the first tier turret. He summons the Doombringer, and this could definitely affect it as the second tier turret falls down. All outer turrets are now down for Bikertopia. It is going to be an open circuit to the inhibitor turret. Are they gonna be able to take it, as V Gaming is now walking, and with the Doombringer being spawned here onto the top lane, they're going to be forced to put most of their manpower onto the defense area on the top lane, as the waves are now going to be crashing. Quang Hai goes in. He is going to be using some of his passive to deal some damage there. He is going to have additional attack speed as well. More of the engagements are going to happen in the bot lane, and the mid lane creeps are now up. Star Sky is going to be used. Han is the only target to be hit, and V Gaming backs off. They are going to wait for another objective to spawn.
This is a scary cross-map play that V Gaming is making, and now they find a victim. Jin is gonna fall down, and with 4 members alive only, it's gonna be hard for them to initiate a team fight. Might be a questionable play that they're doing, but they're dealing a bit of damage there onto Han. V Gaming is opting to disengage for the moment. They are just happy with what they got already. A good take there on the red buff here by Bikertopia. At least they're not being exhausted from their resources that much, but they have to be really careful. V Gaming is constantly eyeing on those engages, because Bertleby can just easily close the distance, and Han can just prevent them from escaping. Now, as Shin is already up, they might still need to give up this tower down, and that's a second inhibitor tower. Knock up once again, but only onto Han, and a big punish once again here by V Gaming. They get Pika, T-Lin as well. Wang Tiri is just free hitting from the side, and now with 4 people dead, this might just be it. V Gaming in a 15-minute match will take the first game in this best of 7 series.
Oh man, as the Dark Slayer descends, that's when V Gaming was able to finish this. And it just goes to show how good of the team play and the chemistry that we see from V Gaming. It was just magical how they connect their skills one after another, and that resulted to this game 1 dominant win. Bikertopia didn't had a chance to make their picks shine. Yes, they picked up 5 meta picks, and they still failed to actually fight it out against V Gaming.
Yeah, that's how scary this team is right now in the upper bracket semi-finals. And here is the highlight of that game, where we saw some trades happening here and there from both Bikertopia and V Gaming. Yeah, Bikertopia has picked up a lot of resources, especially towers, but when V Gaming got their power spikes and when they got a better reading onto Bikertopia, they what's incredible about V Gaming is that there's zero hesitation whenever they engage, and they actually funnel all their damage onto one target, and that just shows how incredible their synergy is as a team, being able to collect themselves so well and basically throw all what they need to throw at the right time, at the right target, the right place as well. And this just shows why they are really strong coming from AIC 2021 and now looking to dominate as well here in the AIC 2022.
Yeah, I guess back in Topia, you could see the highlights that they were forcing out the fights. They tried to actually hit out their skill shots, but the problem is it's not hitting for them, and it costed them a lot going there. They wanted to make some plays, but when you actually don't have the right people that you want to hit with your skill shots, like the Star Sky not hitting the right people, you should just back off and wait for another opportunity. But they go all in most of those scenarios, and that costed them a lot. They expanded a lot of picks there. They had the Ferris, they had the Orion, they had the Ellender to actually boost up the damage, and they had the Joker as well. And I don't think that, you know, if you go all in, that it's going to be translating to a win, especially in that scenario wherein they just beat out some of the skills, because they know when the skills are not available, it is just going to be easy pickings. They did not have that kind of synergy that we saw from the gameplay of V Gaming, where they were just chaining up the crowd controls, chaining up the stunts, chaining up the silences. It wasn't there. Bikertopia failed to actually make sense on what kind of composition that they had. They had a composition that is for the late game as well. So if they could have just tanked it up, it could have been a different scenario here, where Bikertopia would have a one up over V Gaming, because V Gaming there had a substantial advantage in their lineup. So even if you do have the better heroes, the advantages doesn't always swing to your way, and that is evident on game number 1.
Yeah, the mid game power spike definitely helped V Gaming as well, and Biker Tope, I think they intended to just contest them wherever V Gaming wanted to go, but it doesn't really have to be that way all the time, since they do have the late game scaling, and their late game potential is actually pretty scary. What was actually quite confusing as well is that whenever they try to attempt to engage, even if Shin only knocked up Han, they commit towards the team fight, and I think that's one of the problems that Bikertopia experienced during that game. If it was a different player, maybe Maris, maybe Huang TD or Kwang Hai, that they hit with that knock up of Shin, it would have been better. It would have been more understandable, and they could have executed it better. But onto a tanky target, onto the support, it's not really the best one. It might even be more harmful to Bikertopia, and we saw it happening twice, and V Gaming is more than happy to actually counter that engage from Bikertopia. They were basically just baiting them to commit onto a team fight that they can no longer win.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were just looking for plays, and it was just Han that they were catching Bird LB as well. But those heroes are there for a reason in the front. They are there to actually waste your skill shots, and definitely a lot of other options was there. There was also an option wherein they can use just the skills of the Lorian to go for zone control, but they didn't. They just wanted to go forward, and that's how you play this game. If you always want to go forward, then I don't think the other utilities of your heroes are going to be used up, because you're just going to be spreading your lines in a fashion where it's going to be too thin, wherein you're not going to be able to help out people from the back line and the front line, the back line not being able to get the free looks that they wanted in the front. And
we're gonna see on the stat line only one kill on the side of Bikertopia. This is a high kill game. 15 kills in advantage to V Gaming. A testament to how strong of an aggression that V Gaming brought into this game. In terms of the objective, was almost on the role of V Gaming as well. You can see that it's an 8.4k gold lead, and the graph, once V Gaming was able to build some of the advantages, they never let up. They always went hard, and they always were in the right positions. And this is the difference. V Gaming led Bikertopia into spots where they think they have the advantage. In narrow spots,
But they don't.
V Gaming is always going to be on top because they have the Wild Prison, and the Wild Prison is definitely going to get a hit on a very narrow placement. And the MVP of this game is going to be Maris with a 409 on that Crixie. Kill participation 81.3. The damage that he's dealt 32.3%. This is the first time we're going to see Crixie again and be relevant. And it is going to be in the hands of Maris. And he is definitely one of the best players that you're going to be seeing and the most consistent one for V Gaming.
Yeah, and they put a lot of trust as well onto Maris, especially that they left the Lorien open. So big props here onto V Gaming. The only member that actually died during that game was Wang Tiri. So kind of sad for him being the only one to fall down due to the pressure that Shin actually made towards the bot side alongside with Zirui and T1. But overall, as a team, V Gaming really is on top of their form as of the moment. Performing really well, getting those nice heroes and executing them quite effectively, baiting Bikertopia into a team fight that they thought they can win, like what you said, but they really can't due to the counter engage that V Gaming has present in their lineup. The Wild Prison always interrupting the intended execution there of Bikertopia and them just demolishing them in team fights.
Yep, and we've seen here the Bantam picks. There's still a lot of available game too, but with 5 expended picks, an investment that did not give the return of the ROI to Bikertopia. Game number 1 is definitely going to be felt here by BRO. There's going to be losing out a lot of
that
choices.
Definitely was a rug pull for them.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of in paper, you can see Bikertopia actually winning it all in game number 1 because they did give everything, and that's definitely gonna be biting them back, haunting them back if they do lose game number 2 yet again. And the first pick of V Gaming, they are going for a Elsu pick, and let's see. It's going to be a range, so probably an AD pick is going to be in order here for Bikertopia. Violet Vidal could be picked up. They don't have Joker anymore. Laville as well is going to be open for the taking if they do want to counter out that Elsu.
I think we can safely assume pretty standard picks here on game number 2, but I'm actually more so scared on the next succeeding games here for Bikertopia because when V Gaming actually is gonna be on the red side, they won't be needing to ban the Lorien anymore, and they're gonna be the ones threatening that particular pick. So now they're just chilling here, while on the blue side, Scud being hovered right now to kind of be the front line here of Bikertopia, but I think it's gonna be lacking a bit. They need one more at least here to provide that safety net for the Kafeni, because V Gaming is gonna be opting to put a lot of other damage dealing heroes here. Might be the Iggy or even the Tullen here for their first 3 picks. They're hovering the Errol here, so well, it can be made well by V Gaming, depending on how they want to play this out in the second game. I don't think they need to pick up heroes like that just yet. They can just use the Varus, which has much more consistency as a hero in most of the games. Bikertopia responding this time with the Tullen, which deals a lot of damage. It can be used in the jungle as well, depends on where they want to actually put it. So good creativity coming in from Bikertopia. 2 flex picks already in a sense on the red side, which can actually mess with V Gaming's next bans or picks.
The first 3 picks is definitely on the side of V Gaming. They have the range, and this is going to be affecting on how the clashes are going to be started. Unless there is going to be an ambush, which I highly doubt is going to be easy to actually do. I really feel that V Gaming already is sealing the deal with an AD and an LSU combination. It is a combination that's definitely going to be suppressing you, and they're definitely going to be winning the starts of the clashes. Even if we go to the late game, where the damage coming from the Kafeni and Tulins can be substantial, I still think that the utilities that the Elsu and also the AG can bring is going to be topping that off.
Basically, what they're eyeing or wanting to do here right now for V Gaming is win the team fight before it even starts, due to the Ember's Gaze and the snipes that they're intending to hit the crucial members here of Bikertopia. So even if Bikertopia invests on good front lines here, it's gonna be scary for them because they don't have ways to close the gap yet against V Gaming. Tara might be a good pick due to its high sustain, and it can actually be an irritating roaming support here for Bikertopia to annoy V Gaming, especially on the jungle side. But again, the threat is still present here for V Gaming. If they are gonna be able to hit those snipes and the Ember's Gaze to T-Lin and Shin, it's not gonna be looking good here for Bikertopia. And they are also investing on heroes that can avoid these high sustain heroes. The Zuka or the Yena being hovered right now, and the Tachi can actually find a way to reach the back line. So another threat being hovered right now by V Gaming against Bikertopia.
And right now you see a lot of tank ability in Bikertopia. The first time that we're gonna see Tai yet again. But in this type of matchup, maybe they want to have the capability to zero in with the tank ability and also the regeneration ability of the Aura pick. But the answer of V Gaming is they're going in hard with the Yena, and also they went in for a Tachi with a lot of true damage as well, and a tank ability as long as he's gonna be procting his passive. This is the first time we're gonna see Tachi for today since since 6 games we haven't seen Tachi being favored in the earlier series, but now they're gonna be using it to add some protection, to add some slow, and to add some initiation as well.
Zuka, okay, good gap close. 3 front lines overall here for Bikertopia, and 2 damage dealers in a sense. So they invested quite a lot on their front lines to be able to soak up the damage here from both Maris and Wang TD, but I'm kind of scared still here because of the presence of Birdleby, Quang Hai, and Han. All those 3 that invested on warrior heroes can actually pierce through and deal even a substantial amount of damage against these tanky heroes of Bikertopia, and also threaten the back line. So V Gaming in this incredible lineup that they have built up, I'm looking forward to see maybe some aggressive playstyle coming in from them. That is what they intended to do. Or maybe have again a passive early game and suddenly boom towards the mid game, just like game number 1.
Yup, and if Macrotopia hopes to stay in the series with the investment that they made in game number 1, they need to win game number 2 to actually equal the odds. And we're going to be starting here. We're seeing a lot of investment from V Gaming, and Macrotopia did as well. They're going in for the conventional picks. The only difference is that they're using the Taara pick, and for V Gaming it is the Tachi pick. So their investments on the hero composition is definitely going to be felt, and the snipe is going to connect here to T Lin, and it will definitely be felt here as Kwang Hai is going to be safely stealing the blue buff away.
Yeah, that's a good one coming in from Huang Hai. So Thielen is gonna be a little bit irritated coming from that. And top lane though, Bertleby is struggling against Pika. Good sign here for Bikertopia in the early game, since they would want to be a little bit aggressive. Shin is doing so in the mid lane, trying to zone out some of the members there of V Gaming, but V Gaming is still able to at least resist this aggression from Bikertopia. Patience game being made here by V Gaming. They want to scale up for the meantime. No need to make some unnecessary plays. For Sentinel rate, V Gaming has an 80% getting of that Spirit Sentinel, while 50% present here for Bikertopia. It kind of shows how they prioritize these small camps just to gain a bit of a goal lead against their opponents. So now, well, first dragon of the game. Let's see who's gonna be getting it. Pika might actually get caught. Ember's Case actually preventing him from escaping. And the first blood there is gonna be given onto Han. Han is gonna be traded out though. The Fusillon doing a lot of damage, and that was unexpected here by V Gaming. So suddenly, Bikertopia has won it, and they even get a bonus of that Abyssal Dragon.
Yup, and it is an overturn here as Bikertopia is gonna have the advantage. T1 is going to be able to regenerate himself with his ultimate. Is he gonna be able to take the kill? The answer is no, as Kwang Hai joins the party and secures the kill for himself. Wang TD almost gets taken out there, but a 1k gold lead is definitely gonna be felt here with Bikertopia actually on the upside against V Gaming. V Gaming needs to make a lot more plays after they lost 3 players for 1 in that clash.
Yeah, at least they got one, another one out of that, and they are down 1k because of the momentum that Bikertopia has gotten already. Looking for plays across the map, so V Gaming has to be a little bit more careful. T1 is gonna start irritating them due to the high sustain that he does have, but here they go. Han nearly gets a kill there onto Shin, but T1 is the one that stays, and he does have a relatively high healing rate, so not really the best target here for Han and Maris at the meantime. Bikertopia trying to out-sustain them for now in these small skirmishes, and they're being able to keep up this gold lead as of now. Maris might actually get taken down. Shin is gonna get that kill, and aggression really suits here for Bikertopia.
Yeah, and you know, characteristically, you don't need to have aggression in the kind of lineup that V Gaming has, and one of the reasons there is they're gonna be scaling very, very well into the late game, and them playing into the hands of Bikertopia by being too aggressive is just going to make the game harder for them to win back. So they need to play this as smart as they could. They don't need to be aggressive, but at the same time, T1 is here trying to go for the steal. Sin as well is going to be aiding him in that matter, but Wang TD was able to snipe back T1, deterring him from that take. But an invasion play is coming into the blue buff of V Gaming. Quang Hai is not going to be able to reach that as Bird LB is going to try to duel against the members of Utopia. Pika and T Lin is very, very confident that they're not going to be boosted easily.
Bikertopia. I'm liking that they are having this lead right now, but I'm still kind of not convinced that they have this in the bag, because V Gaming is a team that just can find ways to come back into the game miraculously or strategically. It's hard to understand due to how big of a synergy they do have as a team and how they can clutch out some wins across the map. Bikertopia though are finding ways to gain a lead, getting some tower in the top lane, and now they're starting this Abyssal Dragon. So V Gaming is trying to respond to this. Han is actually 1v1ing against T1, which is gonna take a long time, but T-Lin might actually get caught out. Han nearly gets a kill onto him, but Wang Tiri is the one to fall down. A nice outplay though by Maris before it gets taken out, and Bikertopia might actually overextend. This skirmish, this 1v1 by Han and T1 has been happening for like a minute and a half already. Just give it up already.
Yeah, I mean, no one's gonna die in that kind of scenario. In the Abyssal Dragon is gonna be zeroed in nearby Zero E, securing a lot more gold for themselves. They're building a monumental 4K at the 6-minute mark, and we're still gonna see a lot of the fights in favor of Bikertopia just because of it. And again, V Gaming's being pushed back into their side. That's gonna be the Power Glove being connected by Pika, a snipe into T-Lin's face, but it is not gonna be felt since we are seeing an item advantage on their side.
Item advantage is definitely gonna be good here for Bikertopia with the incredible amount of sustain that they have. They can pressure V Gaming even more, and now they're eyeing onto this layer, but T1 might actually overstep his boundaries. He does have an incredible amount of sustain, especially with his ultimate, but Han actually dealing a lot of damage of that orb just for the extra measure of safety. But Bikertopia is still relatively aggressive, maintaining their composure, trying to get this Slayer down. No steal will happen here from Quang Hai, and Bikertopia continues to squeeze out these objectives against V Gaming. They're also threatening a bot lane push by Pika. So V Gaming is being spread across the map here. Not really the best condition here for V Gaming. What's good though about them is they're being able to defend their mid lane tier 1, which is preventing Bikertopia from having full access on both of their jungle side. Now, with a Slayer takedown, they can actually finally use it into the mid, and V Gaming will be threatened here with a push. T1 is on the side, looking for a flank. Han gets caught up. Ember's Gaze not really doing much, only towards the minions, but with the Slayer marching in the mid, the Bikertopia is threatening for a potential dive. V Gaming though is resisting it quite a bit. Shin actually forced to disengage after taking a lot of damage, but while that's happening, a Holy Dragon is for free here for Bikertopia.
And right now we're seeing members of V Gaming in strategy to actually buy some time, going in for some trade as Han is going to be popping off his passive. But as long as he's not going to be able to, you know, get the full 4 stacks, he's not going to be able to do anything as Wang TD is going to be exposed at that moment. Ember's Gaze is going to be used. Mars trades out Sin for Wang TD at that moment. Another Ember's Gaze is still going to be ready for them. And T1 is just in the area dealing some damage for him. So the Skyfall is going to be used. Mars is going to be the leader from the map as Zero and T-Lin gets a tag team onto Mars's face. We're gonna see Bird LB trying his best to go for the defense, but is it gonna be enough as the Power Glove is gonna be charged here by Pika? He is gonna be tanky, taking in some of the turret shots for himself. but the creep wave has been cleared here by Kwang Hai and also Han.
Blue team tower.
Yeah, this Tara pick is definitely working well here for Bikertopia. They have used this similar strategy already during their match against Bacon Time, and it is so far threatening V Gaming. But if we check out the gold, yeah, 5,000 gold lead here for Bikertopia, but it's not increasing more than that right now. V Gaming is resisting. They're trying to defend as much as they can despite the casualties, despite the threats here of Bikertopia, and this will be the last stand as outer turrets are getting destroyed here by Bikertopia. V Gaming opting to reach their power spikes in the mid game, but it's gonna be more challenging since Bikertopia's durability with Pika, T-Lin, and T1 soaking up a lot of damage is providing so much safety here for Zirui and Shin, and they're having so much confidence right now in making these aggressive plays because they know that their front lines can just back them up and irritate the members here of V Gaming. And now they're just waiting for the next objective. Slayer once again, Holy Dragon once again here, available for the taking of Bikertopia. Top side though, T1 is just distracting V Gaming right now while the rest of the members are gonna be able to get that Slayer. This is how the Tara plays go. The support Tara just getting those attention and providing a lot of room for his allies to make some plays across the map.
Yeah, definitely. He has been a key factor here as he provides a lot of distraction plays for Bikertopia. And if this goes on, if their attention are always going to be on T1, I don't think that they're going to be able to zero in onto the more important target like Sin, Zirui, and T-Lin. But if they do get one of these damage dealers on the side of Bikertopia, definitely V Gaming can still get back into the game. 5K is still on the boards. That's the Emperor's Gaze. Zirui is now feeling the front of the Emperor's Gaze there. One Emperor's Gaze, and we already see half of his health almost being shaved off. That Emperor is going to be used here on this on, and they do get the turret here onto the bottom lane. It is now opening up the inhibitor turrets on all sides. So let's see, the enemies are at the gates as Bikertopia is knocking on the doors of V Gaming. They are doing their best for the defense. The snipes are not gonna connect. Wang TD does his best. He's gonna be trying to snipe out the creep wave here. Han and the others are gonna be throwing up their skills as well. Shadow bombs are being procced out here, and Bikertopia is not gonna be able to push down the mid lane turret just yet. But T-Lin clears up the top lane to create some pressure. He's gonna go for a 1v1 against there. That's going to be the cliff breaker being used by Han, dealing some damage to the members of BRO. But right now they don't have the damage that Fusilon is gonna be used. The Thunderbird as well. Bird LP is just standing there strong with the Venom coming in from Kwang Hai. He goes and procs up his passive, but not much damage that you can expect from that Varus.
Yeah, this is an extended team fight. V Gaming actually did a really good job defending their inhibitor towers, especially the mid one. So they're gonna be able to at least have more option in contesting the potential Dark Lord Slayer objective here that Bikertopia is gonna opt to take. So more chances on coming back, but again, the pressure is still being felt here from Bikertopia. T1 is still present in team fights, interrupting them and disrupting their formation, becoming that much more tanky, irritating member of Bikertopia that prevents them from reaching their back lines, because Shin and Zirui keeps on just poking them and dishing out all those damage against V Gaming. So now as they group up, 15 seconds Before the Dark Lord Slayer respawns, Bikertopia is eyeing on it to start almost immediately. V-Gaming is gonna be forced to retaliate, forced to contest here, but it's gonna be extra difficult to do so because T1 is just gonna be there. Shen as well, looking to just interrupt them. They can just play this game extensively and extendedly as Han is taking a lot of damage there from Zirui and Shin. He has to respect the potential comeback here of Bikertopia in that kind of team fight. Pika as well is doing his job, zoning the members of V-Gaming out while the rest of the members of Bikertopia are just eyeing on securing this Dark Lord Slayer. Can they actually steal it out? The answer is no, and V-Gaming flees for now. Bikertopia now has the chance in breaking down this base of V-Gaming and might possibly the chance of them to close out this game.
Yo, this is the best chance that they want to have if they want to win this before the 20-minute mark. Because if they're not going to be able to capitalize on this, it is going to be a harder fight as the damage will scale onto the side of V-Gaming. They are doing their best though, and they're just standing there and waiting for the Dark Lord Slayer because they know if they do overextend, there's a chance that they're going to be picked off.
The pick of potential of V-Gaming is relatively high as well. The problem is just, well, particularly one person, T1, is just being this incredible high sustain tank. And we talked about the win conditions here whenever you do have the Dark Lord Slayer marching into the mid. If you have it more than half health, it's much harder for the enemy team to actually defend their base. And now they're closing in onto the tower. This inhibitor tower will fall. Zero is still able to actually free hit from the backside, but has to be really careful because the pokes here of Wang TD are actually hitting him alongside with Maris's engage. So now as they do take both inhibitor towers in the mid and the bot, V-Gaming are still able to actually defend their core and even protect their topside inhibitor. It's not the end of the world just yet, but it's still becoming more and more risky here for V-Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen V-Gaming in this kind of situation before, but now there is an 8k gold advantage by Bikertopia. If we actually reach the 60k mark, that's where it grows harder for Bikertopia to finish this. And they need to be smart about this. They already have 2 of the lanes open with no inhibitor threat at all. They just need to have proper lane management, force out a clash, and basically they're gonna be able to take the win. But at this moment, they're just gonna be going for a bunker strategy in the side of V-Gaming. They're waiting for a mistake to happen for Bikertopia, but Pika is going to show himself up here on the bottom lane. Not much of a commitment is going to happen as they know Pika is going to be too tanky to be taken out in a matter of seconds. And Sin as well might be in danger. The snipe is not going to connect, but that was a close call for Sin. And Pika is going to try to clear out some waves, but without the help of Sin, they're not going to be able to take anyone just yet. They need to wait for one of their members because Sin is one of the damage contributors that they have, and Zirui is going to be zeroed in here by Han, who's going to be taking most of the damage that she's going to bring into the table.
Yeah, it's starting to be scary as well here for Bikertopia because of those damage. Woo! Zirui almost getting taken out from the Ember's Gaze and the snipe there of Maris and Wang TD. So now he has to fall back and create some space here. V-Gaming is trying to attack the back line from a long range, and it's starting to create some hesitations here from Bikertopia, but they're trying not to be affected that much. Han is taking a lot of damage. Dark Lord Slayer is still available for Bikertopia to actually take, and they're starting it as of the moment. Han, half on health. Quang Hai is eyeing onto a potential steal. Can they actually commit onto this? Bertho Beast on a flat. This might be the chance of V Gaming. They're committing onto it, but a lot of tanking members again here for Biker Top. The backside here is dodged by Zirui and the Shin, but Pika is quite low, forced to flicker out. T-Lin is on the flank. V Gaming disengages. Now it's another day for Bikertopia and V Gaming to just truce for now, as no one will die as of the moment. But round 2 is about to happen after the resets and clear off the waves. Bikertopia again attempting on attacking this Dark Lord Slayer. And Guanghai is eyeing onto the steal. Can he actually do it? T1 is actually dead! Can he get on the steal? The answer is no. Bikertopia still gets it. It's immediately spawned into the mid. But Han is trying to close the distance. Wang TD opts to snipe. There's another fight here, but Pika is relatively tanky, so he's gonna be able to disengage successfully. Bikertopia with the Dark Lord Slayer in the mid, marching onto the base of V Gaming. Can they actually defend this Doombringer? But the answer might actually be no, due to low members here of Bikertopia, as V Gaming is being able to just chunk down this Doombringer's health now to lower than half. So they will be able to defend their base better as of the moment, with the snipes just connecting onto their right target. Pika actually suffering from a lot of damage, and he might actually get taken down. Thielen is here, try to help out from the front. Fusila doing a lot of damage, but can they actually defend? The Doombringer is still marching, and they're looking to end this game. Can they actually do it? They have a lot of engage. They have a lot of sustain. Bertolby took a lot of damage. The Ember's Gate is doing the work, but Bikertopia resists. They got Guanghai. They got Maris as well, and might as well just take the game and tie up the score. Bikertopia takes one from V Gaming.
Yup, and Bikertopia goes for the counterplay there. An overestimation on the side of V Gaming, and them actually taking in the advantage here is going to actually reward them a lot. There was a lot of expended picks, but at the end of the day, them winning this at a 1-1 in the first part of the series is going to be a big part, because it is not going to be hard to win 3 more consecutive wins like what we saw on the earlier series. And you know, one of my takeaways here is that it was a forced fight always for V Gaming. They had the better late game, but what they did, they were always forcing out the clashes. They always wanted the kills, and of course that costed them a lot in terms of them always in the line of fire, and they were underestimating the damage, the damage that a Tulin can actually bring into the table. Especially in the early game, Tulin is one of the heroes that really racks up with the damage that she could bring. And you can see in most of the highlights that Tulin was involved in a lot of kills, as well as the Zuka. T-Lin on that Zuka is a very, very scary prospect.
Yeah, not only the Zuka, but T1 as well. He made it really difficult for V Gaming to survive in that, and all of the team fights actually. He was irritating them, he was zoning them out, and he was finding ways to actually help out Bikertopia, or like give the best possible space for them to take anything away from V Gaming. Might be a pick, might be a camp, might be a Holy Dragon or a Slayer. He gets the job done because he is just getting the attention of V Gaming. And basically they did this same strat to Bacon Time during the upper bracket quarterfinals, and they did it as well so to V Gaming. So props to them as well on an incredible performance in this particular game. Now the score is 1-1 and anything can happen. Both of the teams are really being creative in this series.
Yeah, definitely them tying this up makes the series a lot more exciting, a lot more unpredictable as we move on to game number three. And of course, we saw a lot of investment for both of the sides here on game number two, and it just paid off here for the side of Biker Utopia because they already put out the equation of the long range capabilities here by B gaming. Although you can still use UA, you can still use Violet. The long range synergy that we saw, once a snipe hits and then the Ember's Gaze, you almost get a finish. That's how big of a pick V Gaming had, and they still threw it and lost it here in game number two. And I've been saying this a lot. You have a hero that scales very well into the late game, like the Iggy, that is definitely gonna bring you a lot of the advantages in terms of being able to damage a lot of people in an area that is almost unreachable for the usual heroes. I'm just curious what went into the decision making that they actually forced out a lot of fights wherein the ambushes was always in favor of Biker Utopia.
Yeah, it's also interesting how V Gaming struggled really on this tanky composition of Biker Utopia. They had some good pick points as well, though. They on the latter stages of the game, they almost got Zero blown out from just one snipe and one Ember's Gaze. Maybe if they gotten a kill with that kind of strategy, it would have been a turnaround of that game. But good job, especially by Biker Topa in the last team fight, because they found a way to actually escape from those threats that V Gaming were making. And if we check out the goal difference over time, Biker Topia had an incredible performance in this game, definitely. Having the better goal lead, reaching to almost 8,000, and despite the threats there of a potential comeback by V Gaming, Bikertopia stood strong. And when they got the Dark Lord Slayer marching into the mid, they assisted it with all their might in attempt to end that game, and forcing out a team fight onto V Gaming is definitely the best option there, because V Gaming could no longer create the distance because the Dark Lord Slayer is already knocking and attacking at their core. They could not attempt on losing their grip anymore, and Bikertopia took advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely the goal graph. It was just one-sided where Bikertopia actually peaked at 7.9k, fell off some of the time because of the late game scaling of the heroes of V Gaming. But at the end of the day, the lead that they had was enough of a cushion to actually stop V Gaming onto their tracks. And the MVP of this game is going to be Zeroe on that Kafeni with a 504 KDA, a perfect game for himself. This is his fourth MVP, and the damage that he's dealt 30.3%. A very big bulk of the damage is definitely from Zeroe. And then you can also add Sin to the table. In terms of the ADC battle in the mid lane battle, we saw in the damage that they've dealt that it was neck and neck. Not much of a difference. The only problem here is that on the person who actually receives the damage on the side of Bikertopia mostly was on T1. So I would like to commend T1 being effective on the usage of that Taara. He was not flinching, and he created a lot of opportunities for Bikertopia. But before we move on to game number 3, we already conclude the first part of the best of 7 series with a 1-1. Let's see what's gonna happen. Are we gonna see 3 consecutive wins, or are we gonna reach game number 6 and game number 7? Stay tuned as we get back here in the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Kian Gaming. We'll be right back after this short break.
It's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome
Dubs elite, I bring it, yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it, yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little. Me.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways, hope pays. Heroes move in silence when they see the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built every day from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways, hope pays. Heroes move in silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb your order, I declare. I'm riding to the air.
Yep, and welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championships 2022. Today's Vittorio, this is Giang Gaming. We're now in the second part of the best of 7 series. We have a 1-1 on the scoreboards from between Bikertopia and also V Gaming with a 1 score each. What are your expectations for this best of 7 series, Giang?
Actually, thinking that we might reach a game number 7, given how V Gaming is able to have a dominating start, but Bikertopia is able to creatively counter them in game number 2. They were able to pull off the same strategy that they did against Bacon Time during the upper bracket quarterfinals. So it's only safe to assume as well that Bikertopia has a lot more to offer against V Gaming, and V Gaming has to be prepared for that. Even with the aggressiveness that V Gaming can have during their games, especially when they're given a lead, Bikertopia also has that character wherein if they're given a lead, they can maintain it so well, and we have seen it during game number 2, having to even almost reaching an 8,000 gold lead with an incredible amount of pressure that they have built up all throughout the game. The Taara pick definitely worked well. But let's see though in the game number 3, because if I recall correctly, during the drafting phase of game number 2, we talked about the possibility of V Gaming to threaten a Lorian pick for Maris, and this will be present if they are gonna be on the red side on this particular game. So it will depend on which side selection both of these teams will be taking. But one thing is for sure though, a lot of heroes are still available for the taking here of both teams. V Gaming can opt to go with a double marksman lineup as well, similar to Bikertopia's game number 1 lineup, and they have done it as well during the past few days too, and they can even pull off one of their flex picks like the Kali, and might even be the Paina. Those things are present for V Gaming, that they have high success in doing so, which kind of puts them on a different level among other teams, because on the Paina, they're the only team to have a win with that particular pick as a support role. Kali as well was initiated by Maris during the start of AIC 2022 and had a decent amount of success with it as well. So a lot of options here for V Gaming. Same goes for Bikertopia. Let's see though who's gonna be getting the lead this time in game number 3.
And definitely whoever gets the momentum usually shifts that for their team. This is 3 consecutive games that they need to actually give their best off, and definitely who wins game number 3 will have that kind of advantage, because it is going to be fresh on their minds. Especially we saw a very dominant win from Bikertopia in game number 1. It was a dominant win coming in for V Gaming, but you know, if 2 teams actually play with the same play style, you can actually see how, you know, the turntables are actually spinning for these teams. Whoever gets the lead, whoever gets the advantage is always going to stick to it, and that's what happened in game number 2 and game number 1. When we saw V Gaming take the advantage, they never gave it up. And when it was Bikertopia's turn, they also held spectacularly well.
Yeah, and well, things are in condition right now for V Gaming. Red side take for the team, so they won't be needing to ban the Lorian anymore. They might ban the Elsu instead, and Bikertopia is gonna be the one to be forced to ban out the Lorian. Yeah, this is what we're gonna be seeing consistently, but this will leave out some of the heroes now open for V Gaming. What are they gonna be picking up here in their first 2 picks, since they have already taken the Nakroth? For the side of Bikertopia, they haven't picked it up just yet, so good ban here by V Gaming catching that out. And Bikertopia, well, they can invest on a stable mid lane like a Crixie, similar to what Maris used during game number 1, but they're maybe opting to go with the Liliana instead. A lot of mobility for this particular hero, and it can synergize so well with the other heroes too that has a lot of mobility, like the Richter and maybe something like a Kriknak as well, if they would want to have an extra damage on the jungle department.
Yup, and right now we are going to see a first pick Liliana from Bikertopia. Liliana has been seeing success as long as she's gonna be able to go for, you know, a strong rotate for her team. You have a lot of kit there, a lot of dashes as well, and V Gaming answered it back with a Thane and Atelana's pick. We've seen Atelana's pick way before in the earlier series, and it wasn't that effective because of the Liliana pick. Let's see if it's going to be negated with the Thane actually being the defender for the Telanas at this round.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because we have seen the Telenos earlier during the match of Talon Esports and one team, and we know how it went down. Not really that much good for Talon Esports, but maybe with a V Gaming, it will have a different story since the Thane can provide a lot of good safety for the marksman, especially with the amount of sustain that he does have. Bikertopia though is responding with a good amount of early game to late game composition with the Violet being picked up and the Wonder Woman as well. If they are gonna be closing the distance on the squishier targets, then this pick is gonna be amazing for them. Wondering what V Game is gonna opt to make on their third one. They do have a potential mid lane pick here if they ever want to get it right now. Kali still present here for V Gaming, and it will actually help in terms of zoning out Bikertopia later on because of the Ethereal Pulse. But
This, I feel like if you're gonna be putting at Kali at this moment, I don't think that's gonna be a good idea. One of the reasons is because of the mobility that you're gonna see from Bikertopia. Like I said, yes, Kali can be used in certain situations that you're gonna be able to hold down people, especially in the defensive. If you're gonna go for a defensive strategy as well, Kali is gonna be effective. The problem with the Kali is just one jump to the other side and it's already over for the Ethereal Pulse to deal a lot of damage. It's not gonna get a hit, especially in moments that he's gonna be stuck on walls, and I feel like the Ethereal Pulse is too one-dimensional. At this point, you want someone that can bring a lot more to the table, a lot of picks that could actually help you in setting up for your team, or probably a hero that can bring a lot of heat as well.
Yeah, it does have a lot of compromise as well as a mage, especially when you're gonna be dealing with heroes that have a lot of mobility on the side of Bikertopia. Roxy and Florentino gonna be taken away here by V Gaming, and the key and the Scud respected here by Bikertopia as well. So still a lot of options here for V Gaming on their first or fourth pick here in their lineup. Ooh, it's gonna be nice. They do have two frontline heroes already, and the U is not gonna be a bad of a deal, and it does deal a lot of damage as well. So pretty nice pick here by V Gaming if ever they are gonna be locking this in. Talon Esports in particular in the last series had a good amount of success with this during their first match against one team, and they will have confidence in locking this up as well.
Yep, and of course, for four picks here for V Gaming says a lot. They're going to put sustainable heroes on the front, and then you're gonna have a lot of long range damage. Telenas and a Yue. This is a very strong combination. The only type wherein we saw Telenas being substituted from substituting a Violet, and we all know Telenas is going to be a strong hero that shreds those squishy heroes like the Violet, the Oi, and also the Ryoma is gonna be in trouble every time the Telenas is gonna have that free look.
Yeah, Aoi, Ryoma, Bikertopia is gonna be very aggressive in this game, investing a lot on warriors and assassins. Are looking to threaten a dive onto Wang TD, which was actually one of the most vulnerable members here for V Gaming. One of their core weaknesses actually was the Abyssal Dragon lane. So it does make sense for Bikertopia to invest a lot on these types of heroes to attempt on shutting down this Telenos quite early. Zuka pick is gonna be good here, providing a lot of durability and frontline threat as well coming from V Gaming, but I'm still gonna be looking at Wong TD later on, given the amount of pressure that Bikertopia has on the Abyssal Dragon lane. They know that V Gaming can be threatened in the early game. We have witnessed it during game number 2, and even in game number 1, wherein Shin was ganking bot side quite frequently, and they got even a kill against Wang TD despite all instances and aggression there by V Gaming. So in theory, if Bikertopia is going to be able to shut down the Abyssal Dragon lane of V Gaming, then they would be able to snowball from there, getting the resources, getting objectives, and that's going to be their plan. V Gaming has to invest quite a lot in defending their bot side.
Been looking at the composition, I think we're gonna see a very solid clash for V Gaming. While on Bikertopia, it's more of a composition that you need to snowball. You need to have a pick-off to actually make it work. And if BRO is not going to be able to do this kind of play, they are going to be suffering all throughout this game. But if V Gaming is actually going to be able to settle to play it as safe as they could, if they want to, they actually win the late game. And if V Gaming actually is able to chain the plays that they could, the ability to damage from afar, then V Gaming might as well close this game as early as the 15-minute mark.
Yep. V Gaming did it during game number 1. Bikertopia, well, it was a little bit more extended, but they made things work during game number 2. Aggression is gonna fit both teams right now due to their engage or team fighting based composition. V Gaming though is having a different playstyle right now, invading some of the camps here of T-Lin, which is creating some pressures here onto the side of Bikertopia. But again, Wang TD getting pressured. Han needs to successfully protect him if he wants to provide that safety net on this player. But Wang TD might actually get caught out, taking a lot of damage. Han does a really good job in zoning them out, but the lane is still not safe here for Wang TD. They're threatening a dive, and it gets the lasso, and Zerui will get that first blood. We talked about this already during the drafting phase, and things are looking really good here for Bikertopia's start.
Yup, this is the things that they actually need to play out to get the advantage against V Gaming, who is definitely gonna have the better late game. And if they are going to continue this kind of pressure, it is definitely going to be falling again on the hands of Bikertopia. V Gaming needs to get hotter as the game progresses, and with the Lubu on toe, it's just going to be hard to zero in onto the side of Bikertopia. They were able to actually pull out the Abyssal Dragon to the side of BRO. There's gonna be a Dragon's Claw that brings into submission. It's gonna be used, but he's gonna be pulled back here. He's having the opportunity to use the Dragon's Wrath, and a kill comes into the hands of V Gaming.
The answer back with a kill of their own, punishing T-Lin in that instance. But V Gaming right now are extending their efforts. They're attempting to get this Abyssal Dragon away from Bikertopia. Bikertopia responds with a take on the Slayer, but Bertleby catches them. So how are V Gaming gonna answer back with this? They haven't started the Abyssal Dragon just yet. So this might be a sizable win here by Bikertopia. T1 is taking a lot of damage there. He goes back in, but Wang TD is actually keeps on being zoned away. Good dodge there by Zirui. Almost gets knocked back. Wang TD again miraculously survives, but still not the best experience right now as a marksman. Bikertopia, this is a good flex, 80% win rate whenever you get the first Sentinel, so they are threatening with their win conditions here, or at least some of the scenarios that happen whenever they get a win against V Gaming. Nice engage by Han. T1 soaking a lot of damage, but again, because of the threat there by Zirui and Shin, V Gaming, despite the numbers advantage, will respect their damage for the meantime, backing off and creating some distance. Wang TD is still far from his power spike, and they are threatening a dive right now. Han is taking a lot of damage, has to fall back right now, and this Abyssal Dragon might be for the taking here by Bikertopia, but they're also invading the jungle camps of Quang Hai, which is irritating V Game, and they're gonna be committing onto this. Bertleby is on the flank, Zirui is quite low, but so does Han. They fall back for now without any casualties for both teams, but we're still witnessing the aggressive playstyle here of Bikertopia. Now with a 1k gold lead, but it is gonna be starting to balloon if they are able to successfully get these pickoffs.
Yeah, definitely the pickoffs are going to be a big thing here for Bikertopia, who is always hot. And this is Bikertopia actually having the initiative in the fights. They have the capability, they have the mobility as well. Not like what V Gaming has. They need to reach the late game to actually have their win condition in. And Wang TD might be caught out here. The concussive shots, the stuns, the shining light as well. And they take the first objective of the game. Sin is there. He is going to be pushed back. But a timely roll from Zirui is going to save him from grief as they actually narrowly escape from that push coming in from the Tain.
Yeah, then Han keeps on attempting those knockbacks, which is actually good. He's able to zone out, force even some of the spells here of Bikertopias just so that they can escape from his engage or setup. Bertleby though is getting squeezed out here onto the top side, pops out ore, but it's not gonna be safe under the tower because of that successful dive by Bikertopia. Now they're threatening a push onto the top side. T1 as well is quite confident here with his Wonder Woman pick. He is relatively tanky and able to disengage successfully. Now they're attempting to, again, get another objective. This Slayer is not going to be contested by V Gaming. They don't have the resources yet. Wang TD is still trying to scale up alongside with Maris as they're both behind against their matchups right now. Trailing behind, but not really too far. Han will engage on against Bikertopia. Wang TD trying to do some damage, but not really that much felt yet by Bikertopia. So they are able to sustain themselves quite effectively. Zirui though is almost caught there by Maris. So good disengage. V Gaming still threatening a potential dive initiated here by Han. They are trying to at least zone him out. Wang TD needs to be more careful. Actually, Maris as well. He took a lot of damage there from Shin.
And they going in for the rotations. They're giving a lot more resources to Bird LB and Quang Hai. As they go for a rotation here, Pika is going to be catching up Quang Hai, but he is not going in there with the triple threat still ready. The Dragon's Claw being procced out here by T-Lin. Conquer already being used by Quang Hai to boost up his damage at this point. He's not letting any of his resources be easily taken away by the members of Bikertopia. Sin is going to be spotting now two of the members of V Gaming on the side. The Braces submission is going to be used to Avalanche Fury as well. Zirui might be in danger, but the arrow does not connect from Wang TD.
Pika?
Skyfall, there is still the triple threat. The Rising Wind being used here by Maris to get away. Pika goes in with the Spectral R as well. And no one is going to come out on top unless we actually count the damage being dealt here on the turret. Almost the turret is going to be crumbling down here on the bot lane, and they're going in for a hard push here in the top lane as well.
Oh,
Sim
Han?
is going to catch up Han, but the passive is going to be procced out. He is going to be able to survive another day.
Yeah, close escapes here by both teams. They're really being aggressive here, but able to safely disengage whenever things are going south. V Gaming, though, on the other hand, is able to take up that Slayer on the top side river, and the dragon is still available for the taking. So Biker Topi can still equalize the objective taking, or at least gain an advantage out of this situation. V Gaming is trying to prevent them from having access downside on the river, but ooh, this might be bad for Quang Hai. He gets pulled, gets right on that damage, but Han is looking for a knockback, throws Shin out, and they get the kill here. Bird will be dead a lot of damage, but Han might actually fall down. That's going to be a disengage by T-Lin and the rest of the members of Bikertopia after losing a member, but Birdleby once again closes the distance. They're threatening a push into the mid lane with a Doombringer marching here as well. Quang Hai looks to stop the push of T-Lin on the bot lane, but mid lane is being pushed as well here by V Gaming. It's not gonna be stopped anymore by Bikertopia. V Gaming came back from that little goal deficit.
That was a lot of counter plays coming in from V Gaming, and it enabled them to actually get the objectives and get some advantages for themselves, equalizing the gold that almost equalizing the goal that Bikertopia was building for themselves, and they secured the Holy Dragon as well. Birdleby is not gonna be in time though on the defense on the first tier turret, and Bikertopia is gonna be taking that, and a full-on rotate is gonna be felt here on the top lane. Is Birdleby enough for the defense? That's gonna be the Dragon's Claw. Conqueror is gonna be used here by Quang Hai to clear out the creep wave, and they're not letting Bikertopia having the ease of taking the second tier turret. They're going in and looking for another objective to take. We are at the almost the 11-minute mark, and right now V Gaming is the one having the situational advantage in terms of the clashes.
Yeah, even if they're behind a little bit in gold, late game scaling is still relatively high on the side of V Gaming, especially when Wang TD is gonna deal a lot of damage. Bikertopia has to be very, very careful on how they are gonna be approaching this game, because slowly but surely V Gaming is starting to hurt, and they're having the opportunity of creating these setups because they have cleared out the outer turrets here in the mid lane. Pika might actually get caught, gets knocked back, and being chased down. He won't survive anymore. T-Lin has to watch his teammate die because he needs to be stealthy as of the moment, or else he will get caught as well. V Gaming right now engaged. That's a nice flank by T1 and in T-Lin as well, but they might actually lose on this team fight. T-Lin falls down, and V Gaming looks to push more towers. This mid is gonna get threatened. T1 cannot defend alone. He needs his allies. They will be able to help him out and successfully defend this mid lane inhib, but Birdleby is also threatening a push onto the top. Due to Wang TD's damage, they will be able to get this tower down, but Han might actually be needed to get traded out. They are backing off for the meantime, and Bikertopia is trying to close the distance. That's a buckload of damage. Quang Hai tries to flee, but Zero A says no. V Gaming loses yet another member, but I think that's gonna be worth it though, because the inhibitor in the bot lane is already out for Bikertopia.
Yeah, definitely that's gonna be worth it, as stealing those steals the Slayer from the clutches of V Gaming. They do secure a lot in that clash since they were able to take the inhibitor turret on the bottom lane, but there is going to be a push here on the mid lane for Quarterfinals. They're going to be taking in some of the resources of the jungler. Mars is going to do his best to actually defend, but the damage coming in from Zerui and Sin is going to be substantial enough to push back the members of V Gaming. And now Huanga is going to be entering the fray. They are actually expediting the take onto that Doombringer. They successfully bring it down, but they lose 2 turrets here onto the middle lane. They are now, Quarterfinals has an open spot here on the mid lane wherein they can just march down to the inhibitor turret. And V Gaming is now looking for some plays of themselves. They go for a shield charge onto that brush, maybe hoping to hit someone. But now, Quarterfinals is now positioning themselves up in the upper side of the map. And yeah,
That was actually a nice response by Quarterfinals. The moment they got the steal onto the Slayer, they transitioned it into a 2-tower push in the mid lane, a Holy Dragon take, and now they're up 3k. V Gaming though has the advantage still of the inhibitor tower that they got on the bot side, and they're looking to threaten later on with a Dark Lord Slayer take, which is gonna spawn up in the next 45 seconds. It is possible, but they have to be really careful. The pick-off potential of Quarterfinals is still high. They have the damage to burst down even Quang Hai or Han. And so they need to be very, very careful, especially in these brushes. That's gonna be an engage here by T-Lin, just to bait out some of the skills here of Han. And they're looking to push down the bot side wave. Bertleby is lingering there on the lane, trying to get a reaction here of Quarterfinals, but he has to be very careful. I think there's gonna be a setup here by Quarterfinals. If Bertleby gets caught out, it might be detrimental for him. That's gonna be a 2 versus 1, but Shin actually is taking a lot of damage. He tries to flee to get a kill onto Bertleby. Now V Gaming collapses. T-Lin might actually fall down. He actually survives, but Quang Hai is trying to chase 3 members of Quarterfinals and he falls down. Pika is on the flank. T-Lin gets traded out. That's going to be quite tough here for Pika. Hondo doesn't have the necessary damage, so that's going to be a good trade here by Quarterfinals. Bertleby did not anticipate 3 people being there on bot lane.
yeah, I guess that was an overextension. Quang Hai did not spot out T-Lin. If he could have spotted out T-Lin, he would have gotten the kill and safely disengaged at that moment. But the overextension was key there, where Bertleby thought that he was going to have the cooldown necessary to burst down Sin. But the problem here is that the damage that Sin and Zerui have on their arsenal is a damage that can burst anyone down, even the tankiest of tanks. They're gonna be feeling the burn from the skill shots that is coming out from that Liliana and that Violet. More of the positionings are being taken here by V Gaming though, and Pika might be in danger as he's gonna be zeroed in here. He doesn't have the pinwheel.
Oh!
The sky.
Oh no!
Connecting. The Precious Ambition is gonna be used. Bertleby is gonna fall. Sin does his best to get the double kill for V Gaming, but Zerui is gonna be taken out. T-Lin is late to the party, and the Dark Lord Slayer is still anyone's game. No one has the advantage right now in the 3v3.
Yeah, even if Zerui is dead, V Gaming lost a crucial frontline member, which is Han. So they cannot commit onto this Dark Lord Slayer just yet. T-Lin is trying to defend this bot side wave, but they have to be really careful because Quang Hai will initiate a team fight once again. Shin is forced to pop out that ulti just for a disengage, but Quang Hai also invested his Conqueror, so not really much of a threat here from V Gaming just yet. They are also being forced to respond to this bot side push by T-Lin after successfully defending their bot lane. So Quarterfinals does have position advantage on this Dark Lord Slayer, and V Gaming has to be very tactical in this. From multiple angles, they can be flanked, and even if they have a lot of front lines, if Maris and Wang TD is gonna get threatened, it's not gonna be looking good for them. Here comes T-Lin, it gets caught up. That's a lot of damage, especially from the Dragon's Claw, but V Gaming is still looking to reposition. Quang Hai clears out the wave. T1 is taking a bit of damage. Han looks to close the distance. Quang Hai might actually get taken down, has a second life. Bertleby is in front. They need to be very careful because Steelin is on the flank. Same goes for Shin. They lost Bertleby already. That's a nice flank coming in, but Han tries to counter back. Maris is still here. Wang TD is pre-hitting right now. A flicker in onto Shin. Can they get a kill? The answer is yes. They got two already, but so does Bikertopia. But now, V Gaming is threatening for a Dark Lord Slayer take, and TLN is just too far to reach this objective. So this is gonna be a big win for V Gaming. This is gonna be quite crucial right now, even on the gold, even on the objective. But the Dark Lord Slayer is the biggest factor of this. A 5-man push. Can Bikertopia defend this? They have Zirui and Shin potentially to try and deal some damage here onto the Dark Lord Slayer, but with a wave crashing onto the bot as well, it's going to be really scary right now. V Gaming can force them to retaliate, force them to group up in the mid, and they have the necessary tools actually to initiate a team fight for them. We saw Han earlier doing a lot of work, and they're looking to drive them away from the Dark Lord Slayer. This will be their key. We talked about this already. Since the Dark Lord Slayer is still relatively healthy, this is not going to be looking good for Bikertopia. This is their chance. Zirui has to do all the work alongside with Shin. It's gonna knock onto the base already. This inhibitor tower will fall down pretty quickly, and V Gaming is looking to have a potential game-ending push right now. Quang Hai is clearing the ball, but he's being 2v1 right now by Pika and T-Lin. But oh, this might be bad because T-Lin gets caught out. Bikertopia might actually get ace right now, but V Gaming is looking to go with the push. They focus on the core, and textbook play it is. V Gaming 2-1 against Bikertopia.
Yeah, definitely a very strong positioning here by V Gaming, being able to take that advantage. It was just so hard for the clash potential of Bikertopia. I've said this before, the late game is always gonna fall on the better composition, and the composition of V Gaming is better suited as the 20-minute mark actually passed down, and the sustainability that they have is just going to be insane. They had a Lubu and the tankier composition, although the composition of Bikertopia was actually very, very good on the early onset because of the mobility that they have. It was just not enough to actually win the clashes that they need. Once Wang TD had his endgame items, once the Yue was able to build his full build as well, it was just a matter of time before they actually just finish it up. And looking at here, even in a 3v2, in a 4v4, it was always on the side of V Gaming because they didn't have enough of the people to actually go in and harass Wang TD.
And also that pick off earlier onto T-Lin. I mean, he tried to escape, but unfortunately V Gaming was there to actually to catch him. And it was a good attempt though by Bikertopia. What was so crucial though about this fight is that both composition actually is not gonna be that much effective in trying to kill the Dark Lord Slayer. So whoever gets the Dark Lord Slayer will threaten a game-ending push. And fortunately, V Gaming had the upper hand in that previous fight because they they forced Thielen alongside with the other members here of Bikertopia to recall back into their base, and it was actually enough for them to take down the Dark Lord Slayer since Wang TD was there and he already had a lot of items on his inventory to deal as much damage as he can to that objective. Plus, they had the inhibitor tower push already on the bot side, so a lot of things are already messing with the decision makings here of Bikertopia, and unfortunately for them, it just wasn't the best case scenario already for that comeback.
I mean, they actually just needed to finish it out before the 30-minute mark. That was the win condition for the lineup of Bikertopia. I already called it way before the game actually started. The 3 weeks late game, it was all about the gaming, and that's definitely what happened. Bikertopia had the steam out of them when we reached the 20-minute mark. And one of the reasons is they're going to be outclassed in terms of the range. They're going to be outclassed in terms of the sustainability. They don't have any tanks that could actually last. You're going to be relying heavily onto onto the Wonder Woman, and that's definitely not going to work out for them, because at that moment it's just too nonsensical that he's going to be able to last long against the damage coming in from Atelanas, the damage coming in from the UA as well. And even with Thielen trying his best to go to the back line, he just couldn't, because the Thane was always waiting out in the open. They're not letting any free looks onto their back line be unpunished. And you also have the rising wind from Maris as well, and that also affects the decision making. Sin did his best with the damage that he's been playing out with the Liliana, but it's not enough. You need a lot more to actually burst down the front line. You have the Lubu, who's always going in hot, and Birdell B also packs a lot of damage using that Zuka. So a lot of those heroes has a gap close, and with the zone control that they have, it was just impossible for Bikertopia to just finish this up in the late game. And we're gonna see here in the stat line that the game actually leaned heavily into Bikertopia, but the 20-minute mark, which I did say, they lost at the 20 minute and 26 seconds left. And one of the reasons there is that the steam that they had rolling for them, you can see in the gold graph that it was a big swing in Bikertopia's side. Always from the onset and then from the mid game, it was all about Bikertopia. It just started to spiral out of control once the right items was on the hands of Maris and Wang TD. You can see the damage being dealt here by Maris with 150k on that UA. Birdell B 78k, Wang TD almost at 100k. Sin and Zirui tried their best and combined for 250k damage, but it wasn't enough. Han and Kwang Hai took the brunt of the damage, and if you put it into consideration, yes, they did a lot of damage for the side of Bikertopia, but not all of those damage actually contributed to the efficiency of what V Gaming had, because they were just tanking it up and soaking up on the damage that the Bikertopia was actually releasing. And we're gonna see the MVP of this game is gonna be Maris. Well deserved. The most consistent mid laner of the AIC 2022, 207 in the KDA, and this is his 5th MVP count. He doesn't fall off in a lot of ways, because this is the player that you want. You want someone that can be consistent in losses and also in wins, because if you have an anchor like Maris, it's always going to be easy to go for comebacks.
Yeah, and it was actually making some flashy plays as well alongside with the members there of V Gaming. I want to commend Han as well. Well, Kwang Hai and Birdleby too, because they really helped each other provide that frontline of power for V Gaming, and it caused a lot of problems for Bikertopia, especially when they were able to catch up T Lin and Pika. We didn't see them threatening Wang TD anymore during the last few team fights due to the protection of those front lines. So Bikertopia in this kind of aggressive composition, yeah, they did have an early game advantage a little bit. They had the control in the mid game, but they need to really patch up some of their problems in the late game scaling, because that's where V Gaming strives the most. They find ways consistently across the map to win their games, and they definitely have found it in this game number 3.
I mean, if they have the right composition, if you want to reach the late game, at least have some firepower for your team. And you also need someone to actually play it out well. Like if you really want to go to the late game, one tank is not enough to sustain you to go to those clashes. That's going to be very, very crucial, because late game is always characterized by the clashes. Yes, you do get the pickups here, you get the only type of play that they actually won is when they actually overextended the lines of V Gaming, wherein Quang Hai and Bird LB was actually taken out because they were out of position and out of the help of the other members of V Gaming. But after that, when the clashes stayed in one area, it was just all V Gaming, who was very, very strong. In terms of AoE, in terms of the range, you cannot fight over a Telenas and a Yue, or even a Yue in a Violet combination. Those are, Yue can actually be very, very strong hero, especially that most of the heroes that we saw from Bikertopia has a gap close. And with the Rising Wind, you're just gonna be always in an optimal condition wherein you're gonna be dealing the maximum damage on that Yue pick.
Yeah, and we saw Maris on the Yue dealing so much damage as well. Wang TD dealt a lot as well, because he had so much free hit capability because of the protection that was provided by their front line. So Bikertopia, in a sense, they attempted to shut down Wang TD. They did actually in the early game, but unfortunately, well, the win conditions were met here by V Gaming. 20-minute mark, and also the Dark Lord Slayer being taken by them. So you have to patch it up on that particular case. In terms of the global pick and bans, both teams have exhausted quite a bit of those meta picks, but they also have been quite creative in their other picks as well. So a lot of heroes are still available for the taking. Lorien, though, still free here for V Gaming if ever Bikertopia is gonna have that mistake of not banning it out, because Maris has been tingling to lock this hero out.
And it's gonna be interesting to see what we're gonna see in game number 4. But since V Gaming has the the thinking that they have an advantage against Bikertopia, they could actually spiral to the control of V Gaming. They're gonna have the confidence going to game number 4. They have a cushion if ever they actually lose out game number 4. And whenever an advantage actually piles up against you, the pressure as well mounts on your team. And we saw that happen to KFC Talon in the first series when they actually lost 3 games in a row. Game 6 was actually very, very conservative on their plays. And that could actually also happen in this exchange. We saw the 2 bans yet again for Bikertopia. It's going to be an Omen and a Lorien. While on V Gaming, they're hovering onto a Baldum, as a lot of the supports are not going to be available for Bikertopia. The solid supports, just like the Thane, Roxy could actually be picked out by Bikertopia as long as they're going to be able to combine it with a hero that can lock down anyone on the opposing side. But they are going for a first pick over onto a Hayate pick for Bikertopia.
Hayate first pick by Bikertopia. Engage, team fighting based composition once again by Bikertopia might actually work. They did have a bit of success during their second game against V Gaming, but they do have to be creative in this lineup, though. Maybe since they have a bit of success with the Ta'ara pick that they had earlier, maybe they can pick up something like a Wiro, so because it does have a lot of sustain as well in a sense, but
Don't
the
kid us.
gaming.
Don't kid us with the Wiro pick. If they do pick Wiro, I'm already voting on the other side of the team.
Oh, sad. So maybe not the Wiro instead.
I mean, Wiro is a tanky hero, but at the same time, I feel like it's a hero that you can kite effectively because of how slow the animations on his skill sets are, but that's one of the reasons why you don't see him much, even the ranked games and even in the pro play. Wiro is just too weak to actually use in the current meta.
Well, at most, maybe it's just V Gaming that can actually pull off that Wiro pick as they did in the game against Team Flash. But Biker Tope is gonna invest on the Roxy and the Nakroth instead, which has a much more stable in the win rate category. But we do know that the Roxy sometimes doesn't. It's a high risk, high reward pick, but we do sometimes see lesser amount of reward with this and more of a punish by the enemy team. So I guess it depends on how Biker Tope is gonna optimize with this pick. I think it's gonna be a Dark Lord Slayer laner, since they did pick up the Nakroth as well. A potential double marksman lineup here for V Gaming, but Biker Tope can actually opt to ban out some of the high synergy heroes here of the Elendor. Well, V Gaming has already picked up the Kafeni, so that's not really on the table right now. Joker can be used here by V Gaming if ever it's not banned out, but Biker Tope already knows what they need to remove. Crixie taken away by V Gaming just for the extra measure, and we know how Maris have played this effectively. Shin looks to utilize this particular hero as well.
Yep, and right now we're gonna see some mobility on the side of Bikertopia, and a Roxy, a Nakot, and a Hayate. I'm pretty curious to see how they're gonna be finishing this composition up. Are they gonna lack I don't know, crowd control yet again, or is Roxy going to be able to maximize his potential? Because we've seen most of the Roxy picks for the first series to be a failure. Hopefully an accessory, just because they're soaking up the damage. They haven't connected the Agnes grip in crucial people, just because they don't have the luxury to have the lockdown in. On V Gaming, you're gonna see a lot of damage. It is now an Elder and a Tulin on their side. So definitely a very, very scary combination, especially in the early to mid game, where it's actually easy to shave off health.
If they're gonna be going on a double marksman lineup here, well, Laville is on the table here for V Gaming, but they have picked up the key first. Zenka, well, we have seen this hover already so many times. I don't think they're gonna be locking this in unless they want to surprise us with the first Azenka since AIC 2021. But none of that. It's gonna be shown here for this particular game.
Yeah, I don't think Azenka is gonna be showing itself up in the games here on the IC quarterfinals. This is the playoffs, and if you're gonna be picking up the Azenka, you're actually opening up yourself to a lot of grief.
Yeah. On the support department, though, it is going to be the Thane pick right now. It's just Alistair being picked up by Bikertopia. it does have a lot of frontline capability in a sense in this kind of composition. So we would see the Agnes Grip 2v1 scenario by Pikertopia to try and shut down Birdleby. We have seen this pick already by V Gaming even in the AIC 2021. It was used as well in the early, I think in the group stages or in the day number 1 of the quarterfinals here in the AIC 2022. I'm not so sure though if and how big of a success the Illumia pick has gotten. I think it was only won by Talon Esports during one of their games earlier, but a 33% win rate is not really that much of a success in this particular hero. But maybe with V Gaming they can increase this win rate. It would depend on their playstyle. They do have the Elendor instead, just on the jungle role, and the Tulin actually on the Marksman Abyssal Dragon lane. This is a pretty different approach that V Gaming is opting to have in this game number 4.
And as the compositions are full view, maybe they actually picked up the Illumia to actually counter the Alistair pick. Whenever the Magic Prism is going to be used by the Alistair, they're going to be using the Cataclysm to actually deter the channeling of that skill. And definitely it is a viable option for them, especially that the plays that we're going to see is definitely going to be grouped up, especially for Piketopia. We don't see a lot of mobility on the Alistair, and they actually need to protect that hero as well. You have the Matrix of Foe as well, and also the stuns coming in for the Alistair for the boundary control, but it can only do so much and can only deter so much of the pressure coming in from V Gaming.
Interesting lineup here for V Gaming, and well, it does have interesting interaction here. We're seeing an aggressive start here by Maris though. Zirui is forced to disengage, but can they actually get the first blood? The answer is yes. Maris picks it up. V Gaming on this very aggressive early game. Oh, that's a nice knockback though by T1. A bit unexpected, but Maris keeps on landing his kills, and it's forcing Pikertopia to disengage. That's going to be the second casualty, but Pikertopia gets to as well. T1 trying to flee. You're not going to be able to escape anymore. First minute into the game, 5 kills. This is a party.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of plays are definitely going to be felt here. Especially V Gaming has a 500 gold lead. They win that exchange with 1 kill in advantage on their scoreboard. Maris is going to be harassing Sin here in the mid lane, and this is one of the weak points of an Alistair. Not much that you can expect in terms of the exchanges. He's more of a hero that goes for the clear, and you can see here in the replay that a lot of the heroes was actually closed down by T1, the support of the team. And definitely they're going to be paying a lot for that.
Yeah, if it were standard rank games, right, the support would be very happy. But in this competitive scene, it's not really the best case scenario. It would have been better if Zirui got the kill, or maybe Shin, or Thielen, whoever, anyone else other than the support. But given instances, we're seeing a contest right now by Birdleby, and V Gaming opting to invade as well. Agnes Grip not really doing much right now. Pika not being able to soak up a lot of damage. They're forced away from Thielen's blue buff. Good take though by Thielen with that punish. Oh, Maris now doing a lot of work in that zone control, especially with his ultimate, and Pikertopia has to fall back right now.
At this point, it is very, very aggressive plays that we're gonna see
Ooh.
from the side of V Gaming, and they get another kill. Pika is gonna be taken here with the help of Kwang Hai on the top lane with Bird LB in the lead, they are not going to be scared in making more aggressive plays. Wang TD's in the area. He is going to clear that wave up. I thought that it was going to be a jungle Tolan, but definitely with Wang TD using that Tolan and that Abyssal Dragon lane, it actually made it hard for Zirui to just go for exchanges, because at this moment he's just gonna be proccing his passive and he's gonna have the better time in terms of the exchange. This is an old meta in the making here. As Han is going in hard, the Magic Princess is gonna be used. Cataclysm is going to be exchanged here as Sin is forced to flicker away. Wang TD and Han are just too menacing and too tanky at this moment. The damage that Wang TD can bring and the tankiness of Han is a good combination, wherein Zerui, Sin, and T1 is actually having trouble to deter. And we're gonna see T-Lin spotting out 3 members of V Gaming. He is going to be taking that blue buff, but that's going to be a pull, and Pika secures the kill on Bird LB with the Agnes Grip.
Oh, V Gaming just keeps on accelerating this game right now. Well, Biker Tope is able to keep up a little bit, answering back with the pressure of their own, but now V Gaming might actually get caught here. T1 engages. Han is trying to disengage, but well, this is a tanky member of V Gaming. It's not going to be that easy for T1 to win the 1v1, even if you have 2 kills in the early game. Maris is also here, just trying to get some or provide a bit of help here on the members of V Gaming. Biker Tope across the map looking for ways to gain an advantage, and it might be this next objectives that are about to spawn. V Gaming earlier has gotten the Abyssal Dragon and Bikertopia traded it out with the Slayer, but it can switch place. Bikertopia does have the necessary engage and the damage as well. If Pika will be there for the team fight, they can threaten an Agnes Grip here onto Wang TD or Maris, but they are also trying to create some space here for V Gaming. Not really eyeing on any objective as of the moment, but they can actually start this Abyssal Dragon right now. Easy taking for V Gaming. They do have the damage, and quickly Zirui recognizes the threat, the potential engage there of V Gaming.
They're starting it yet again. T-Lin is trying to put some damage in. Metamorphosis is going to be used here by Kwang Hai to add some damage. Magic's Prison almost hit Kwang Hai with a channeling there, and that's the Judgment's Blade being used. He needed the resources to actually get back into the game, but T-Lin is going back in again. Pika is being harassed here on the top lane. There is going to be an exchange there with Bird LB. Not much that he can do. We all know Roxy is not the best hero to go for a 1v1. At most, he's just going to be soaking up the damage. That's a lot of the health being regenerated here. Now V Gaming is in the area with Kwang Hai there. That's gonna be easy pickings on the turret. Han is going to be in danger as the Shuriken is gonna be stacking onto him, but he is still going back into the game as the enrage is there. He's gonna have an enhanced health regeneration, but Wang TD might be in danger as the Knife Blitz has been procced there, but he uses the flicker with the Thunderclap to get into a safe area. T1 right now is going to be just hovering there, seeing that the other members of V Gaming are going for a rotate. They cannot take the objective here. They're going to be very, very scared with the ability of the Tulin to go for burst place.
Yeah, Burst is definitely a big threat here. Coming from V Gaming, Biker Tope is doing a really good job respecting that, but they're also losing a bit of the economy against V Gaming because of those respect that they're giving, and Zirui may actually get caught there, forced to disengage as swift as he can, just so that he will be safe from that threat of V Gaming. They're also grouping up onto the bot side, though. Might be in preparation here for the next Abyssal Dragon, but V Gaming does have a necessary engage. They're just waiting for Kwang Hai right now, which is kind of battling against Thielen. A potential dive onto the bot lane. Thielen is here. Zeroid took a lot of damage from the tower though, so not really looking good for Bikertopia as of the moment. V Gaming is already starting the Slayer. Nice use of that ulti by Mares to interrupt their plan on taking the Infinite Slayer. Bikertopia already lost an objective. They haven't started the Holy Dragon just yet due to the zoning here of V Gaming. So a potential push maybe in the mid lane here for V Gaming. They have the Slayer or the Doombringer that they can spawn in the mid lane, as they are also eyeing on maybe securing this Holy Dragon for themselves. Bikertopia is trying to preemptively clear out the waves here in the mid to prevent a potential push, but it is also becoming very scary because V Gaming can always initiate almost instantaneously against Bikertopia.
Yeah, definitely Maris just throwing up the skills. And V Gaming is going to be able to secure the bottom lane as no members of Bikertopia is in the area. Doombringer is going to be summoned here onto the mid lane. They're going in for a push. Let's see if Bikertopia has what it takes to actually stop here. The Avalanche Fury is going to be used.
Oh!
That's going to be the Thunderbird. Magic Prison as well is going to be used.
Oh no!
Cataclysm is going to be not much that they can do at this moment. V Gaming is going to walk away with a win as they are going to be able to take the Holy Dragon.
Yeah, the Infinite Slayer as well bought enough time for them so that they can draw out Bikertopia into a team fight. No casualties though from both sides, so that's already not the worst case scenario for Bikertopia. But V Gaming continues to scale up and get resources across the map, which is not looking good for Bikertopia. They do have the chance of winning a team fight though. They have to make that perfect play, because a while ago Pika had a nice Agnes grip onto a member of V Gaming, but unfortunately they did not get a kill out of that. So they need to layer their damage accordingly to be able to burst down a member of V Gaming. But now it's gonna be round 2. That's a nice 5-man stun by Mattis. Picture perfect team fight there by V Gaming, and they got 2 in the process. They might need to fall back for the meantime, but they're already happy with those 2 kills.
Yeah, definitely. And this is one of the weaknesses that I already told you. They are going to have some problems in terms of they're always going to be grouped up because the Alistair cannot be left alone. And in that moment, it's just so hard to actually not be hit by the Cataclysm of that Illumia.
Here is the replay of how it happened. Ooh, everyone got hit by the Cataclysm, and they're forced to use every spell, every utility that they do have just so that they can escape. They're like, nope, let's leave it. Let's leave this team fight right now. We cannot win this. Thielen though doing a really good job split pushing onto the bot side. They got a tower, but V Gaming got another Slayer for themselves. They can actually utilize it in the mid, but there's an extension of a push here on the bot side. Bikertopia will take another tower to try and catch up in terms of the goal, but they might actually get caught here as they look to disengage and go back towards their base. V Gaming eyeing on pushing a tower in the mid. They are successful in doing so without the use of much resources. But Bikertopia, 4K down. Not really the end of the world here, but the win conditions remain for both teams. Bikertopia has to make that picture perfect of a play as well. Zirui has to land that Kunai Blitz on the crucial members of V Gaming. If they are able to do that, then they can actually pull off with a win. But if they're going to be constantly zoned away by the members of V Gaming, it's not going to be looking good for them. Doombringer has been spawned onto the top side. V Gaming is looking to assist it. And Bikertopia has to invest quite a lot of resources just so that they can defend their top side tier 2. And they do have a necessary tools to actually push out this Slayer, but someone might get drawn. The Cataclysm once again. Here comes Wang TD, dealing a lot of damage. Quang Hai gets a kill before it got taken down, and that's already a disaster for Bikertopia. Shin actually almost got obliterated there by Wang TD, so that's a sizable win once again by V Gaming. They got a tower, they got 2 kills just because of that Infinite Slayer play.
Yep, Wong TD right now is actually positioning himself up here. Sin and T Lin is in the area. They're not going to be able to contest that though. They don't want to risk it because if they are not in the next clash, for sure the advantage is going to be the side of Bikertopia. But with more of the gameplay that we're seeing here, it is getting a little bit harder for Bikertopia, since we're seeing a lot of the gold actually still into the hands of V Gaming. They got almost all of the other turrets, only the bottom lane is left. A matter of time before the bottom lane turret as well is going to be secured here by V Gaming. As the advantage is rolling, the damage is definitely going to be felt. Han is going to be in the area. Pika is doing his best. The Dragon's Bane is going to connect. And a lot of stuns does not let the Roxy walk away. T-Lin does his best. He gets that wave clear onto the mid lane. Quang Hai and also Wang TD is now rotating onto the top lane, because they know if they are going to be just alone on the wave clear, it is going to be difficult. And it is still on the side of V Gaming. Wang TD is going to be in the area. He is just going to be safely recalling away without under the noses of V Gaming.
Yeah, a good escape, but still, the presence of V Gaming is still here. They are threatening. Oh, Cataclysm. Purple Demon actually get caught, but pops out the orb just in time to survive. Han right now is looking to punish Shin, but Zerui is trying to assist him. There's also a potential flank coming in from Thielen on the backside. Purple B, but actually get caught. He tries to flee. Here comes the retaliation. Pika is also there. V Gaming disengages. Bikertopia looking to re-engage. T1 is here. They need to be very careful. Pika, Zerui, and T1 trying to limit the pathways here of V Gaming as the other members actually looks to get more towers here in the mid. They have to be really careful though, because Han can easily close the distance. Another Cataclysm being thrown out here by Maris, but not really connecting onto the crucial members of Bikertopia. So V Gaming and Bikertopia lives another day, but the Dark Lord Slayer still is attracting everybody. The fight is not done. V Gaming is quickly taking this Dark Lord Slayer. Can they actually get the steal? The answer is no. Quang Hai gets it, and Han looks to just continue to zone them out. They fall back because they got what they needed. The Dark Lord Slayer, the game-ending objective.
Dark Lord Slayer onto the hands of V Gaming is going to give them a wide berth in terms of them having the advantage in getting the wave clears for themselves. But Bikertopia is on the top lane trying to get the first tier turret onto the top lane. They're going to be shoving the wave, and with that wave management, they're actually going to have some kind of leeway on their side. Quang Hai is going to be using the Metamorphosis to actually close in the gap, teleports back. And T-Lin is still going to go for a clear onto the top lane. Yet again, Burdell B is now going to be shifting his sights onto the top lane as a rotate from Bikertopia is going to concentrate their lineup into the mid lane as they shave off some of the health of the Slayer. And it is slowly dying out. The Matrix of Woe is going to be used yet again. Zerui as well, having a full stacks here. The Dragon Space is going to be used.
Oh!
And Wang TD
no.
is going to have a secure here as he gets his passive up right on time. T-Lin was not able to survive. The Cataclysm is going to be used. And we almost get a death here with Quang Hai as the target. The Kunai Bliss is going to be used as well. Han is going to fall down. There is the Banish combination here from Maris, but it is not enough to burn down anyone. Sin with that magic prison play actually saved Utopia from a big predicament.
Yeah, that was a game saving play coming in from Biker to getting the kill onto Han, equalizing the numbers because it was already really crucial when Thielen fell down and V Gaming really wanted to end that game. They were really excited. However, due to the instances, they were unable to crack the base of Bikertopia wide open. Now, with another chance of a comeback, Bikertopia is looking to be very aggressive. T1 keeps on getting these vision on the members of V Gaming as Thielen goes back onto a split push mode. This is causing a lot of problems for V Gaming because they want to draw the attention of Bikertopia into a 5 versus 5 team fight. But if they keep on being separated here and forced to defend some lanes, they're not going to be able to meet their win condition because it's hard to catch the members of Bikertopia. Sometimes they do get it, but sometimes they don't. Bikertopia, whenever they are able to successfully flee, that's when they get an advantage, and they're even able to keep up with the economy here. Not really that much of a big factor anymore despite the 3k goldie because we're already at the 19th minute mark. The Dark Lord Slayer is the biggest factor here for the win. Whoever gets it will have a chance of breaking out and opening up the base of the enemy team. 5-6 on the structure scores. So Bikertopia is not trailing behind at all. It takes one crucial team fight for both teams to actually end this game right now, and both teams are doing a really good job. But V Gaming starting this Dark Lord Slayer up, Bikertopia recognize. V Gaming also sees them stalking them as they look to retreat for the meantime. But Bikertopia is the one to actually initiate this. This might be very crucial. Thielen actually looks to close it in. Somebody gets obliterated! Wong TD just deals too much damage. Then Bikertopia has to flee. V Gaming right now looks to push up the mid. They have a wave as well on the bot side pushing onto their tower. So things might look crucial here for V Gaming. They have to make a decision, and hesitation is coming in on their side. 30 seconds before Thielen actually re-emerges, but Brittleby is forced to disengage for the meantime. They have to be really careful. Pika is showing a lot of damage. Another Cataclysm, but Wang TD will fall. This is huge. Brittleby as well. Bikertopia, they might have done it, but Han is chasing down Zerui. They trade it out in a 2-for-2. V Gaming with Martis leading the pack. They will get this team fight win and look to open up this base of Bikertopia. But Thielen re-emerges. Shin is also here. Can they get a kill onto Mars? He has the second life. Invulnerability not enough to save Quang Hai. And look at the damage of Thielen. He will not let anyone escape that easily. Chasing Han now. There's a wave in the bot. Bikertopia looks to end this right now, but Wong TD is gonna be up. Brittleby as well, but they're looking to focus onto the core. Might be an overextension here by Thielen. He has to fall back, but he won't be able to do so.
Yup, and that's gonna be the exchange now on the top lane. That's gonna be the Winions, but it is gonna be on time on the dead timers of Bikertopia. That was a very, very close call. V Gaming almost threw down the game here.
Yeah.
You know, that was a mini heart attack on the side of V Gaming because it was a possible counter play here, a possible win already for Bikertopia. Han is gonna be using Enrage. Brittleby is in the area. Are they gonna be able to zero in? The Aval's Fury is gonna be used. The Agnes Grip as well is gonna be used onto Han. He is gonna be tanky. He still has the resurrection up. He is gonna be living yet again, but Brittleby is gonna be taken down by Zero. They are going to enter the fray yet again. Goes for the banish and the empowered stun. V Gaming is going to be missing one member while Sin is going to be joining them into the party. They need to kill this as fast as they could. Are they going to be able to take this? Or is T-Lin going to be enough to get that kill? Kwang Hai secures the Infinite Slayer. The Cataclysm is going to connect. T1 is in danger. There is going to be the run for Bikertopia as V Gaming regains a lot on that one clash.
Oh, this is the chance that they have been looking for. High risk, high reward. They won that objective in a 4v5. Now, things are looking dark. 4 versus 3. 27 seconds before T-Lin re-emerges. Shin and Zirui has to do the work. There's a wave on the bot pushing V Gaming, but they have a wave on the top as well. Bikertopia has to defend. This is the fight of their life. The Cataclysm right now for the stun, and look at the Kunai Blitz not doing the work. Bikertopia loses. V Gaming now match point in the series.
Definitely a very, very strong performance here by V Gaming. A lot of mini heart attacks happened in the matchup, but still with V Gaming going out on top, definitely this is gonna be a good feeling for VGM. They have a match point, and with the momentum going for them, and with a lot of picks still available as well, V Gaming may as well close game number 5 with 3 consecutive wins for their team.
Yeah, this was a hard clenched game by V Gaming. It was actually really close. They almost gave this game already, actually, for Bikertopia after that small hiccup wherein T-Lin was really looking to end the game after they got an oopsie in the mid lane by V Gaming. But fortunately, they were able to come back and have that big of a risk. 4v5 on the Dark Lord Slayer. Props to Kwang Hai on his confidence, and he actually made it work. And with the Dark Lord Slayer, they broke it down the base of Bikertopia and clinched out the victory after, well, they did have numbers advantage, 4 versus 3, wherein Birdleby was actually defending their bot lane due to the waves crashing onto their core. But now, match point already. It's everything on the line. V Gaming has the big opportunity to be the ones to battle against one team in the upper bracket finals. One more win away, but Bikertopia, I think they're gonna try hard to equalize again the score and try to extend the series again.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of amazing plays there. And with the Infinite Slayer, Dark Lord Slayer actually being taken here with T-Lin and also T1, it was just impossible for Bikertopia to overcome the odds in the last play. In the 3 versus 4 defense, it was just too much. And we saw a lot of good things for V Gaming. They were the ones that are the aggressors. They actually went in for a lot of aggressive plays. They invaded the camp of T-Lin, not letting up, not letting him get the resources that he needs to actually pop off in the mid game.
Yeah, this game was really jam-packed, actually. I like the execution of both teams. I like how they tried to counter each other, and it was more unpredictable than the other games that we have seen in this series. And props to Bikertopia as well. They almost got this win against V Gaming. If actually they got the kill earlier onto Han, they would have able to end this game already. But fortunately for V Game, they were able to successfully defend and came up with a clutch play on that Dark Lord Slayer. Now on match point though, after being able to exhaust a lot of flex picks, V Gaming still has a lot of heroes readily available because they they use the Illumia in the mid lane, so they still have a lot of options here for Maris. Quite the opposite here for Bikertopia, especially that they still have to win 2 more games before we reach a possible game number 7. So it's not gonna be that easy for Bikertopia anymore, but it is still possible, I can say.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of upsets before, and game number 5 has a surprise for us all. It's just about the compositions and how they're going to be able to play it, the rotations as well, who's going to have the advantage. Both of these teams play very, very well when they are aggressive and when they have the lead. And it is an underestimation to say that Bikertopia doesn't have the firepower to match up with V Gaming. It's just that the composition was just so good for VGM. They didn't let the the ADC, the Hayate, to actually farm up, and even if he wanted to, he cannot use the Kunai Blitz just because he can get bursted down in a matter of seconds. That's
Yes.
a Tulin, and then you also have the push coming in from the Illumin. You need the time, and there is also the Cataclysm that you get a picture perfect Cataclysm in some of the clashes because you need to group up. You need to defend the Alistair whenever he's using the Magic Prison, because usually the ones that is actually caught out with the Magic Prison, you are going to be targeting that hero. And you can see on the stat line, it's a 10-21, a high kill game yet again. 11 kills in advantage for V Gaming. In terms of the goal, that's 7k onto the scoreboard of V Gaming. In terms of the towers, objectives as well, it all came crashing down to V Gaming yet again. All on their hands. Bikertopia was trailing all throughout game number 4.
Yeah, impressive standing and performance as well by V Gaming overall. In terms of the economy, they had a really a good build up on their gold, and also on the damage department. Having Wong TD use the talent really worked for them, for V Gaming. This unorthodox lineup, and or at least uncommon, not that much preferred by other teams, was made work here by V Gaming. It really comes to show how strong they are and able to utilize these kinds of draft. And the MVP as well is gonna be Han. He actually was the one who kind of saved the day earlier for V Gaming after that small, or well, the big oopsie in the mid lane. If ever he was the one who fell down, then Bikertopia would have stolen that victory already from V Gaming. And he had a lot of impact in that game as well. 81 kill participation and relatively okay damage, but as well as the damage that he actually took, 40%. That is huge compared to all the damage that that Bikertopia actually threw in that game against V Gaming in an attempt to shut down Wong TD, Quang Hai, and Maris.
Yeah, actually, I think they actually wanted to emulate the effectivity of the Magic Prison with the, the Agnes script coming in from the Roxy, and it just didn't play out well for, Bikertopia. It's just that it's so hard with Han actually in the area. Not much of any skill sets of the Alistair could actually stop Han in their tracks. He was always forced to actually use the Magic Prison on that hero, and that already sealed the deal, because if you're not going to be able to connect it onto the jungler, onto someone that is also that can impact the clashes, then definitely it's a skill that's going to be wasted. It's almost the same as the Agnes grip of the Roxy, because the Magic Prison is a skill set wherein you're just going to be standing there with the one that you're choking the life out of. The only play that was actually memorable there was on the last, when he was able to actually lock in onto Quang Hai 2 times on the last part of the game. And after that, he didn't have any kind of opportunity to emulate it back. And that was really, really big.
because it was a game-changing play, but at the same time, if you cannot repeat it again and again, it's just, it's just gonna be unfortunate for your team, because it's a hero pick that's gonna be wasted yet again. So in terms of the meta that we have right now, you need someone to be flexible. Actually, someone that can deal a lot of damage, can deal a lot of crowd controls, can deal a lot of utilities as well. So that's the difference of having an Alistair pick of in terms of being able to play it out against an Iggy, a Lorian. You also have the better picks like the Liliana. Rask would have been a better pick in that moment because of the burst ability that he has. Because if you want to actually use heroes like Roxy and Alistair, you better be sure you're going to be able to lock down on someone that is going to have an high impact on the other side of the team, like the Ellender, the Tullard as well. Illumia could have been, but it is a difficult pick. She is always hanging back in the end, and if you use Magic Prison, he just uses Cataclysm, and that's already a game set match.
Yeah, it's hard to get a pick off onto the Illumia, especially that he always tries to fire that like knock back the members of Bikertopia. We saw the initial interaction as well, like 5 kills in the first minute into the game, 3 of which are for V Gaming. That's how aggressive they actually were in that particular game, which is kind of uncommon during the past few games against Bikertopia. So it comes to show how really kind of difficult it is to get a read against V Gaming, because they always switch their strategies up. They always try to be unpredictable against their opponent, and it really has a big effect into the game. Now, and not only into their lineups, but also into their bans sometimes, and in their execution as well. So for Bikertopia to defeat them, they have to be able to get a proper reading. They have to catch them up. They almost had it during one interaction, but maybe in the next game more chances will happen and they will be able to follow it up in a better manner. There's still hope. I mean, anything can happen here in the series. If BRU can do it against them, right? Any team can do, and this has to be the stepping stone right now. Bikertopia, they have to go out of their shell. V Gaming is not an impossible team to beat. They have been beaten before in the AIC 2021. They got beaten by Bacon Time as well. It's just so difficult right now because of how well they have improved and how stable and consistent they are in the AIC 2022. But no team's perfect. No team's perfect. Here we see the global pick and bans now kinda getting more complicated for these teams, but they do have their pocket picks for sure. They're ready for this extended series.
Yup, and definitely here in game number 5, they need to expend everything here on V Gaming to actually prevent a game number 6, because it is going to be a little bit harder as we progress this. There's still a lot of picks that you can actually see here for the side of V Gaming. They haven't released the Roxy just yet. They still have an Omen. Yena has been picked out. Florentino is still open for the taking. A possible Superman, but at the current meta, I think Superman is kind of weak just because of the slows that you're actually going to be looking out for in terms of the skill sets that's available on the most of the heroes. Hayate can be picked out as well for V Gaming. So Bikertopia has limited assets left here. They went in for a double marksman earlier, like the Joker, and also the Ellender is out. Nakrat is out as well. You still can maybe expect something like a Kira on the assassin side, and Zuka as well has been picked out, I think, for Bikertopia.
But V Gaming is going for two bans here, the Mina and the Florentino. They're gonna be opening up the Omen. So
Oh,
it's either Omen
okay,
or
Lorian.
Lorian.
Yeah,
Lorian is
this is
gonna
the
be
bad
open
thing
if they
now.
do ban out the Omen, and this is gonna be that match here.
Oh.
They don't need to
They-
get the
yeah.
first pick Lorian because
Because
it's already picked up by
Bikertopia got it already.
Bikertopia.
Yeah, no, this is looking
Yeah, well-
bad for Bikertopia. They have to watch the Lorian be available for the next 3 picks of V Gaming. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. They got the level as well. Okay, Telenos pick. They might pair it up with something like a Paina or a Baldum, which is pretty standard. Yeah, you would have a lot of protection for your marksman, but again, the threat is still there. If we were to recall some of the games that we have seen during the series, if V Gaming is gonna be able to threaten the backline, they will be able to penetrate through your defenses. You have to invest quite a lot on those heroes that can protect your marksman, and Telenos, it's not really the safest one. We have seen V Gaming, V Gaming won with the Telenos, but it took a lot of effort for them to do so. So, Bikertopia, with this lineup, they have to invest so much.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be an investment here with V Gaming actually going in for S tier heroes. We've seen a support before on the Volcat, so definitely it is a support that could be appreciated. It's a tanky support, can actually close in on some of the heroes as long as you're going to be procting out the passive as well. And the Ultima is one of the skills that is very, very scary, because at the end if you actually proc that Ultima again, you're going to be invulnerable for a few seconds. And with the Lorian pick and a Laville on the side of V Gaming, the first 3 picks is definitely going to be on their side. And if they actually picked up a Dirac against this, I feel like it's going to be a disaster waiting to happen. They're just going to be running from the Genesis shield. And we've seen a lot of Dirac picks not actually work because of how big of a factor mobility is. You can just go over that shield and deal a lot of damage as well, even if you are under the turret.
I'm trying to see as well. I think V Gaming has used this hero already during the AIC 2021. They had if I recall correctly, they had a good performance with the Volcath as well. So they're investing so much on team fighting and late game scaling with these 3 picks. Bikertopia, yeah, the Kirksey would have been better. It does have a lot of synergy with the Baldum and the Telenos as well. So now, well, removing the Roxy is good, but I don't think V Gaming is gonna be opting to go on that path given the too much risk that it does have. Tachi would have been a better ban, I think, here by Bikertopia, unless they would want to take it, but they already have the Baldum, unless they want to put it in the Dark Slayer lane. But V Gaming does have an option on picking this up. They don't have that much frontline yet in this kind of lineup that they have, aside from the Volcath, but they are going to be solidifying it with more tanks or warriors even in the next 2 picks that they will have. Scud removed as well, and V Gaming will respect the Richter. So what will Bikertopia opt to go, since they still have the option to pick up their jungler and their Dark Slayer laner?
Pretty curious to see what is going to be picked up by Bikertopia. Florentino is not going to be open for the moment as well. You don't have a lot of the picks that are going to be available, but Yan is actually being hovered here. I don't know if Yan is going to be enough to actually win them this game with the first 3 strong picks from V Gaming. Definitely the jungle is also going to have an impact here. I just don't know what jungle that they could actually feel that this moment Aoi has already been picked out. Kira has been banned out. I can't actually think of a jungler that they can actually effectively field this type of combo.
Oh, there you go, guys. If Vittorio cannot think of a counter anymore, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. Second Malok here by V Gaming. They had a good amount of success actually when they battled against Team Flash with this, and they also had Laville on top of that to have this kind of combination. So, Bikertopia, this is a scary lineup that V Gaming has. You need to find ways to counter this. What are your thoughts with this? A pain. This will be painful for them if ever they lose with this pick. Cricknock might be better, but still, it's hard to battle against V Gaming with this. They need to win early game. Yeah, if they can actually win early game with this kind of lineup, then this Cricknock pick would make a lot of sense, and they can actually make it work. But if they don't, then bye-bye, Bikertopia.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very, very hard fight. They need to get the early game advantage. They need the composure. They need to be calm. They need any help that they could get to push this to game number 6.
They need a miracle with this.
V Gaming right now is looking strong in their composition. As long as they're going to be able to get a wombo combo there. The shock from Malok, the Star Sky, you have the Ryu from the Irie. A lot of AoE crowd controls on their side, and you have someone that can single out people with a Volcat, and then you can start the initiation with the double trouble. Imagine when the double trouble hits, the Star Sky connects, and then you have the shock coming in from the Malok. Only the cleanse is going to be able to help you, and if you can time the Wild Prison right. It is going to be in the hands of T1 if they aren't going to be winning this. T1 needs to step up to the plate, prove himself up as one of the best.
You gotta prove yourself.
AIC.
I mean, it did that already during his match wherein he was the Taara. So maybe he can do it again. It's everything on the line right now. Oh, Bikertopia. This is gonna be an exciting potential last game in this series. Can they actually do it? Do you believe, Vittorio?
I can fly, yeah, definitely.
I can fly, but we can top
players
can ride.
definitely fly. Every player here is here for a reason. They are actually proving themselves up as the pinnacle players of AOV. That's why they represent their region high. And we're gonna see Zero here trying to go for the face on Wang TD, but he just safely clears the waves up and goes back. And at this moment, not much is gonna be expected. No bursting plays just yet. Only mistakes are going to be felt here, as the Seagull is gonna be secured here by T1. While on the top lane, the Irie and the Yan are going in for some exchanges. Mars is already with Quang Hai onto the mid lane, and as Pika and Burrell trade some flows, that is definitely something that they're going to be feeling. And with the empowered bow here, Zerui is going to have the advantage against Wong TD.
V Gaming is just playing this defensively because of the amount of scaling that they do have. At most, we are going to be looking at Bikertopia right now. They have to make some flashy plays. In this game. T-Lin, I'm going to be looking at T-Lin and T1. Bot side priority still remains here. But the difference though is that V Gaming invested quite a lot on their Abyssal Dragon laner. They're even sending out 2 people as well, Quang Hai and Mares, to help them out. And it's going to be a knockback here by T1. But Han is still relatively safe. Shen actually got a first blood, so good sign coming in from them. They got a trade on the objective taking as well. Biker Topis starting it off with a blast, but they have to be really careful here. T1 forced to flicker out. Can they actually get the kill? Wang TD is closing the distance, but not much damage actually felt there by T1 from him. So still a good start here by Biker Topia. Bertleby as well is kind of struggling against Pika, so good sign by Biker Topia.
Yeah, definitely. This is gonna be a good sign in the matchup. With a lot of the dashes onto that Yan, he's gonna be able to avoid most of the skills of the Irie as long as he's gonna be able to time it right. And that's the advantage of the Yan over the Irie, who doesn't really have much to offer in the early parts of the game. And Wang TD is just going to be clearing it up under the turret, as there is going to be a rotation here from Baggertopia. They still have the advantage on the early parts of the game. T-Lin is there. That is going to be a swipe as well. No Ryu is going to happen. Ultima is going to be brought out. The shock as well. It's going to be timed right with the Wild Prison. The Star Sky is going to be used, deterring the members of Bikertopia to go for a retaliation play. But BirdLB again is going to be late to his clearing of lane. And he knows well that Pika and T-Lin is just in the area waiting for a chance to strike. And they already have the boost in terms of gold because of two of the waves of BirdLB being neglected.
Yeah, they have to keep watch on the economy as well, because every time they make a play, Bikertopia tries to deny some waves from them. And we saw it on the top side. Not really much affecting BirdLB though. He's only down 200. But if it continues to happen, well, Bikertopia is gonna attempt on shutting down more resources here for V Gaming. As the objectives spawn in the next 45 seconds, I'm gonna be looking at Bikertopia once again because, oh, okay. Wang TD throws out that double trouble in the middle and trying to catch out Shen, but even without it, they will get that kill. That's how strong the Lorian pick can be. It took a while before T-Lin actually got that kill onto Wang TD, so now he is in a vulnerable spot. That's a nice knockback by T1, but here comes V Gaming. No tower, but still okay. That auto attack! Oh, that was quite sad there for Zero. He thought he was safe, but nope, he wasn't. MVP Cannon.
Yeah, MVP BirdLB here starting it up. T-Lin is going to be spotting out that Irie, so he is not going to be continuing that take onto the blue buff. Sin and the others are going to be spotted out by BirdLB. He maybe is going to go for a, he's going to be backing out on clearing that. Wang TD is in the area as well. He is going to be releasing another double trouble, not getting a hit on anyone. But he is going to be spotted here. Sin is going hard. Orb is going to be propped up. And the flicker is not going to actually pay off here for Bikertopia. V Gaming right now needs to make some plays for their marksman, who is currently trailing by 400 gold. Not much, but we all know Wang TD needs all the resources he could get. He's going to be a late game monster, and that's going to be for sure. Sin spots him out. He's not going to be in the area to actually chain it up with the knockup, and they're just going to be safely farmed out again as they are going to change their objective here to the Slayer.
Yeah, the Slayer is going to get taken out here by Bikertopia, which is kind of consistent in this game. They really want to have an edge here against V Gaming. Double trouble. Oh, it actually connected onto T-Lin and immediate follow-up. Oh, that was quite sad for T-Lin. He just wanted to clear out the wave here in the mid, and now the tower will fall down. Holy Abyssal Dragon gonna be up for the grabs here for V Gaming. Not much that Bikertopia can do as of the moment. The aggression is being denied here, but topside, Han almost got taken out, but he is trying to survive. Wild Prison keeping him for longer, but it might actually delayed his killing, but they still get that kill and a tower onto the top. So Bikertopia again finding ways to get some resources here against V Gaming. They have to be really careful because V Gaming always looks for those cross map plays.
The Star Sky has been dropped out. Did not connect to anyone. Birdlb is going to be hitting that shuriken onto Pika. And in terms of the pressure that Pika is actually giving up here, it's actually very substantial to the point wherein you're going to see a lot of the pressure being felt here by Birdlb, who can't actually join in most of the clashes for the reason that if he leaves Yan, he is just going to be farming up the lane and attempt a push onto the bottom lane as well. And Han is going to have some slows here, and the boost is up as the 8-minute mark is up. They are going to have empowered objectives here. It is going to be a, all of the objectives right now is going to be more efficient in terms of giving you the advantage. Huang Hai is going to be connecting his second skill here, and here's going to be Sin getting the bulk of the damage onto that Slayer. Good thing it was on time that he popped it off, or else you're not going to see someone there. But the Star Sky actually connects the two of the members, almost punishing them there in the back of the turret.
That was almost an oopsie there by that team. Wang Ti though will get a tower, and V Gaming maintaining actually a sizable amount of goal lead here against Bikertopia. So things are looking kind of crucial here for Bikertopia. They have to find ways to come back in this. They don't have the team fighting capability just yet. Again, we talked about this. It has to be T1 making the crucial plays. He had made some on the top side, but not really on a 5 versus 5 team fight yet. Now with the Doombringer spawning to the mid, we're seeing Birdlb split pushing onto the top side. Well, Bikertopia does have some option here onto the Dragon. That's a nice follow-up by T1. But here comes Han as well. Free hitting. Zerui deals a lot. As Maris falls down, Pika will so too. And V Gaming will just be able to defend their mid lane for now.
Yeah, that was a lot of things that happened. I think Maris overestimated himself. He went early on to that second ability. He teleported into the thick of it, and Bikertopia was just lying in wait. A good thing we saw Huang Hai and the others actually enter the fray. Ultima is still up for him. He's going to be securing the Holy Dragon with a Moonfall actually there. And it connects. The shock definitely is going to be next with Sin taking it all. T-Lane is going to be killing Wang TD. But what cost? T1 again is going to be in danger. Birdlb is going to be entering the fray. Pika is going to have the empowered skills here. He is going to be dealing a lot of damage as well. And Maris is not going to be able to enter the area fast enough to save his members.
Yeah, they have to be really careful. If they overextend even for a little bit in that instance, they would get punished even more there by Bikertopia. But fortunately, they were able to disengage just in time before that. Bikertopia, though, are looking for a die. They get T-Lin. And it's a bit of an overextension, actually, for Bikertopia. They need to avoid those kinds of instances. Good attempt on split push, though. But I think they should avoid making those cross-map plays if they don't have information on where V Gaming is, because losing a member will allow V Gaming to just take more objectives. 5 seconds before T-Lin re-emerges, V Gaming is already eyeing on this Infinite Slayer. And because T-Lin is dead, they can't actually contest this at all. They're trying onto the bot side though. Birdlb is getting engaged, but a quick back off there allows them to at least get that objective, while Bikertopia took a tower.
Sin is going to be recalling safely They were not able to bait Burdell B, but that's already a big win for them as Pika takes the second tier turret here in the bottom lane. They need to take more objectives for their own. Maris is going to be spotting out T1 here. He's going to use a wild charge to actually gain some vision onto that brush. More of the rotations are now going to be focused onto the mid lane as the first tier turret is still alive and well for V Gaming, while a push onto the bot lane is direly needed for the side of V Gaming. The double trouble is going to get a hit onto the Zerui, and more resources are actually being taken here by Quarterfinals. They actually have the advantage in terms of being able to rotate very, very well for themselves. The Doombringer is going to be spawned here at top lane. Maybe a force rotate is going to happen for Quarterfinals because they need to protect that. As we see here, there, Maris goes in hot. Star Sky is going to be propped up. The flicker, the Star Sky is not going to connect because the flicker from Sin is ready. Pika is going in hot, going in, and the shock is going to be used to get that slow. Slitty Lin is going to be the casualty here as we see Burdell be going in hot. Pika is not going to be the one that finishes off the members of V Gaming as he gets taken out by Wang TD. They're now knocking in the second tier turret here in the mid lane, gaining a lot of advantages as we see Wang TD going in for a push as well on the other turret on the top lane. Bottom lane wave is going to be on the side of Quarterfinals, but it doesn't matter much because no one's going to be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, that was a crucial moment there in that clash. Quarterfinals, I think Maris has been the sacrificial lamb here for V Gaming, making those suicide plays for the team fight. Well, even if it does die, his teammates are always there to at least trade it out for them and make most of that situation. That was a nice dive coming in from the side of Quarterfinals as well. A good attempt on the flank, but unfortunately, Quang Hai was just like riding on his horse and swinging his sword onto everybody, and Quarterfinals couldn't handle all those sustain as well. He is just too tanky in that fight.
Yeah, a lot of AoE crowd controls are definitely on the side of V Gaming. So in terms of the clashes, it's always going to be on their side. You also have the sustainability of Quang Hai. Han can actually sustain some damage as well, and when the Ryu from Burdell B is actually procced out, it works out well for them because they're going to be able to tank. We're going to see Maris actually spotting out the members here of Quarterfinals who wants to make a play on the bottom lane, because if they get the kill, they know that they can go straight up and get the push. Sin is going to be slowed here. There's a lot of information from Han that there's someone hiding there. Quang Hai is going to be using the Ultima to actually go for his kill shots. He is going to be able to use that and hit T-Lin. And
no!
This is going to be taken down by Quang Hai. Pika trades it out. He is going to be doing his best. Maris is going to be killed. Wang TD is dealing a lot of damage. And this might be a wipeout. T1 as well. And it's a victory parade here for V Gaming as they're now going to be sealing this series 4-1.
Of an impressive feat here by V Gaming. I mean, Quarterfinals had one in them, but they did not let them get another one. V Gaming with this draft, I mean, we already kind of saw this coming. V Gaming having a clear advantage in the draft due to them having the possible Lorien pick, but my oh my, in this game, they really made most out of it, and Quarterfinals could not defend anymore. It was a good attempt though. Some of the picks were actually quite amazing, especially coming in there from T1, but it was not enough for them to snowball. They don't have a team, that much of a team fighting base composition to counter those from V Gaming, so kind of sad to see them losing here right now. They had a lot of potential, but V Gaming is a clear different team right now. They have so much to offer in the AIC 2022, and they basically showcased everyone why they are deserving to remain in the upper bracket. And now moving on towards the upper bracket finals against one team. They're very psyched about this for sure.
Yeah, and the combinations of the draft we already expected on a lot of the wombo combos for them. That's a lot of AOE crowd controls. The Ryu from the Irie, you have the Shock, you have the Star Sky, you have the starter with the Double Trouble as well. You have some stunts onto Huang Hai, and that affected a lot in terms of they were able to get a lot on the trades, and even with the heroic performance coming in from Pika, it was just not enough to sustain them. And it's very, very unfortunate for Packetopia, but they still have a chance in the lower bracket. We're not saying goodbye to them just yet. They still have a chance to get back and maybe have a chance on the championships. And moving forward, this was a very crazy series, a dominating game.
Crazy one indeed.
For gaming. From all throughout, whoever wins game number 3 actually gets a steamroll in terms of the win. They just win one after another. Maybe this is the game 3 curse.
The game 3 curse that we saw with one team winning the game number 3 against Talon Esports or KFC Talon, and this time V Gaming, after suffering a loss during game number 2 against Bikertopia, they steamrolled in their game number 3. Definitely, I want to commend every single member here of V Gaming. They had a fantastic run. Well, Bikertopia had one in them, especially with that Tara pick. I must say that pick was actually top tier. But during the third game, especially with the team fighting based composition that they have drafted, picking up the Yui and the Telanas, and even after that, the how they have drafted their lineup and also made sure they kept their win conditions is kind of defines how developed they are as a team coming from AIC 2021. Well, they did suffer some losses, especially during the grand finals there, but they're looking to patch up their mistakes heavily for the AIC 2022. They're one step away from the grand finals. All they need to do is win the series against one team. I'm sure it's not going to be an easy feat for them, but with this kind of performance, it's going to be an amazing series for sure.
Yeah, definitely. There's much that we are actually going to be able to witness with the upper bracket finals. It is going to be One Team Esports facing up against V Gaming, and it's gonna be an exciting series because whoever wins the upper bracket usually has the advantage because they're gonna be able to wait and rest and actually able to watch whoever is gonna be in the lower bracket. They have a lot more time to study what the strategies of the teams that are gonna be competing in the lower bracket. But you know, there is also a curse for teams that win up the upper bracket. I'm not gonna lie.
There it is. We witnessed it already. We witnessed it.
I
don't want to say anything yet. I'm just complimenting the teams.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the teams going from who won the upper bracket finals, who are waiting for the championship, to actually lose in the finals itself. And I hope it's not always the case, but it has been recurring all throughout AIC, not just now 2019, 2018. That's why we have some titles like Comeback Kings. But we're gonna see here on the stats a 7-kill deficit in favor of V Gaming. In terms of the gold, it spiraled into 6K. It was a very, very close oriented fight onto the 12-minute mark. But after that, it was just uphill for V Gaming. Bikertopia had some fight in them. They were able to secure some kills, but it was always traded by V Gaming. If you get 2 kills from Bikertopia, they get 3 kills. And that's big, because in terms of the objectives, you're not gonna see most of the early game objectives on the side of Bikertopia. They were in the receiving end. They had a crack, but they still lost it because the composition that we're gonna see on V Gaming is just too scary. Even in the early
middle and into the late game. Not like what we're gonna see on Biketopia. They need to go into the late game. They have sustainable damage in terms of the Krexi, but the damage that they have is not enough. It's only single target damage. And not most of the time in clashes you're gonna see a lot of group ups. Only Pika was actually trying his best to split off and try to wreak havoc in the back lines, but it is still not enough because of how the combinations are built up for V Gaming. We're gonna see the MVP here for V Gaming. It's gonna be Kwang Hai on that Volcat. 725 KDA, KP
Horsey.
0.6%. Damage taken 25.8% and 23.3% damage dealt. That's a big factor because if you can actually tank, he can actually deal damage as well.
Yeah, an incredible amount of pressure was made there by Kwang Hai all throughout the game. So props to him as well, making this pick work for V Gaming, and it just comes to show how flexible V Gaming is with the lineups and how good they are in terms of mastery with all the heroes that they use in the AIC 2022. And while it's gonna take a lot more to take them down, it is still possible. They have been beaten before by a team that unfortunately is not here in the AIC 2022 right now. But let's see here as we do check the remaining games that are gonna be happening. We do have a couple of series waiting for us in the next succeeding game, since Bikertopia is gonna be joining the lower bracket. Talon Esports and Bacon Time are gonna battle against each other, and Bikertopia is gonna be battling against Valencia CF in the lower bracket quarterfinals, while in the upper bracket finals, we're gonna be seeing one team and V Gaming for sure. It's a long ride still in the lower bracket, but let's see though who's gonna be winning there.
Yeah, V Gaming so far is a team that has international success for them. And I'm very, very convinced that they're going to be showing us a lot more as they face up One Team Esports, who did exceedingly well to go for a comeback against KFC Talent as well. But tomorrow, we're going to see the first series as Backytopia against Valencia CF Esports, and the next series is going to be KFC Talent against its Bacon Time. 3 of the RPL teams are still in contention. Are we still gonna see some of the RPL teams move forward into the lower bracket semifinals, or are we gonna see some of the RPL teams already say goodbye? It's already inevitable for the second series, but BCF still has a chance to prove that RPL is still the region where we're gonna see a lot of supremacy in terms of the gameplay that they showed us. But Bikertopia showed a lot of good things in the series that was fought today. It's just unfortunate that V Gaming was, their matchups and V Gaming was a lot more stronger. But before anything else, before we move on to more matches here in the AIC 2022, we are now going to be saying goodbye to everyone. And in behalf of the production staff, Tencent, Garena, VSP, Level, Infinite, and to us casters, Vittorio and Kian Gaming, we bid you guys, we're very, very thankful as you joined us here on the AOV broadcast. Let's support more of the teams in tomorrow's quarterfinals, and definitely we're going to be showing a lot more in the coming matches.